Indaba is here again. As nations of the world join efforts to strengthen the global value chain, deepen global trade, and assuage the humanitarian crisis induced by the COVID pandemic, these concerted efforts seem to have suffered defeat by the rise in global inflation rate, pockets of inter-country conflicts, and decline in humanitarian funding. Globalization has enabled a spark in Yemen to raise flames in Windhoek and a policy against tea production in Sri Lanka to influence the cost of beverages in Istanbul. What is the role of technology? How can multilateral organizations mediate? What should nations of government prioritize at this time? All of these necessitated Indaba 4.0. Indaba 4.0 seeks to help nations of the world build back better, help startups navigate the economic restraints across nations, and empower development practitioners to reach the most vulnerable in a world of finite resources. In the fourth year, Indaba 4.0 presents Building Back Better, featuring Jude Ferromi Kolawole, Innovation Policy Expert and Practice Lead at Co-Creation Hub, Titi Ojo, Value Chain Coordinator and Standard Expert at GIZ, Ugochi Obidiegu, International Development Expert and Founder, Safety Chic, Anish Chaudhry, Aeronautic Engineer and Founder, Ecomjet, Convener, Emmanuel Ohanwe, the Head of Marketing at Elsa Solutions, London. Register for free at www.indabaglobal.org. For inquiries, call +234 915 467 3779 or +263 776 326010. Indaba 4.0, building back better.
The struggle to accelerate more and better investments in people for greater economic growth is a necessity. Through active participation, young people are empowered to play a vital role in their own development as well as that of the nation. That is why we bring to you Indaba 4.0. At Indaba, our goal is to empower young people to build sustainable ventures, gain access to opportunities, and create economic reforms for their heads of government. Come, let's build back better on the 1st of October 2022. Let's navigate larger economies in ways never possible before.
Emerging countries power global economic growth. They come in many shapes and sizes, and their economies vary too. Some countries have managed to achieve strong and consistent growth over a long period. These are the outperformers. The McKinsey Global Institute examined 71 emerging economies and found that only 18 of them managed to outperform. 7 of them did so over a period of 50 years, achieving average annual GDP growth of at least 3.5%. 11 are more recent outperformers, averaging 5% annual GDP growth over the past 20 years. These 18 countries alone lifted about 1 billion people out of extreme poverty in the past 20 years and nurtured an emerging middle class. 2 factors explain their success. First, a pro-growth agenda of productivity, income and demand. They raised productivity by accumulating capital and technology. That led to more jobs and higher wages for workers, which lifted more people into the middle class. They both consumed more and saved more. companies earned more. Governments collected more tax. This virtuous cycle also helped these countries export more, plugging into the global economy. The second factor explaining their success: large firms that benefited from the competitive domestic market. In the 18 outperforming economies, there are twice as many large firms as in other emerging economies for the size of the economy. It's hard to stay at the top. Less than half of the companies that make it to the top 20% stay there for a decade. But those that do innovate more boldly, make investment decisions faster, and pay higher returns to shareholders than firms in advanced economies. These countries did not get everything right, and they will need to continue improving to maintain their growth momentum, because other countries could join the outperformers in the future. We estimate that if all emerging economies could achieve the productivity growth rate of our 18 outperformers, global GDP would get a 10% boost. That is $11 trillion, equal to another China. Already we see a new set of countries that are growing fast and that have put in place the economic fundamentals to maintain that growth. That's good news for their residents, and it's good news for the global economy too.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining us on various platforms this wonderful afternoon. It's afternoon here in Nigeria. And it's so wonderful to see so many of us actually join very, very early. That just shows that we probably know Indaba and we believe in what we're doing. All right. So thank you so much for joining in. I would be your compare, or better still, one of your hosts for today's and this year's event. My name is Blessing Ekarime, and I am joining you from Ogun State. So kindly put on the group chat or from whatever platform you're joining on. I will see it and I will read it. Kindly tell us your name and where you're joining from and how you feel today. I will read out some of the comments, but before that, I would like to introduce my co-host for today in person of Victor. Victor, can you kindly introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. I just like Blessing stated, it's afternoon here in Nigeria, and I'm super excited because it's our Independence Day. So we're celebrating that, and I'm glad to have everyone join this Indaba 4.0. We look forward to a productive section, and I know a whole lot of persons joining us from different parts of the country, Nigeria, Europe, and even America. We're delighted to have you, and we look forward to a super exciting section with our guest speakers.
Thank you so much, Victor. Victor, you didn't tell us where you are joining from. Please tell us where you are joining from.
Oh,
What
amazing. I'm
aspect of
joining from
Nigeria?
okay, I'm joining from the South region of Nigeria, and precisely Port Harcourt, River State.
Ooh, that's so wonderful. I can see your fans here. There are people from Port Harcourt here. Thank you so much,
Amazing.
Victor, for that. All right, thank you so much, Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody out there. Yes, this is us, your co-host, Blessing and Victor, hosting Indaba 4.0. Yes, to the comments for today. Yes, Victor, like I said, you have your fans like Raymond Wachuku, who is joining from PH. PH means Port Harcourt, and it is in Nigeria. Oh, we have Theo Kings. Theo is joining from Delta State. Let me read the earlier comments and let's see. We have somebody joining from Lagos State, Amakachi. Well, I hope I pronounced that right. Please forgive me if I don't. We have Linda. She says she's so excited to be here. And Linda is joining us on YouTube. That's wonderful, Linda. It's so wonderful to see you here. So we have people from Cambridge joining us. Hi, Chinaye. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm not sure what time. All right, let's do it this way. So kindly put on the chat what time it is where you are joining from. All right, put on the chat what time it is where you're joining from and how you feel. All right, so we'll greet you in the right way. All right, so thank you so much once again for joining us. And we are wonderful. We are honored, rather, to have you here today. So this is Indaba 4.0, all right? Indaba, I mean, it's been 4 years coming along and it's been wonderful and needless to state, successful thus far. All right. So at Indaba, we are visionaries who actually foresee problems, especially in different age brackets and sectors, and try and address these problems point on, all right, because would like to see each and every one of us striving wherever we are and with whatever it is we have. All right, so coming way back from Indaba 1.0, where we address the issue of social vices, especially among the age brackets of the youths, and then we were able to sit down together and really, really strategize on how best to, utilize this energy, instead of using it in the wrong sphere. How best can we maximize this thing in ways that would be productive and beneficiary to us, our society, and most especially our loved ones. All right. And at 2.0, 2.0 was in 2020, and we're all very conversant that that was the period of the pandemic. So many things was going on. Everybody was struggling with how to deal with this thing. I mean, especially people who probably you're used to going out from morning till night, or you're just used to, stretching your legs, and you just discover that you're restricted. You just can't move. I know I was actually restricted, even education, everything was restricted, and it was, the fact that we're all thrust into this and we just had to deal with it was a lot of things. And then at Indaba, of course, we recognize this, and then we strategize on how best to maximize that period. And we discovered that that period where everybody was trying to now, use online virtual platforms to do their work, to reach out to people. In fact, we had people out there who were just going out there, of course, in their safety gadgets, and to assist people. And it was actually very, very wonderful to see that at the midst of a crisis, we all recognize that we are all humans, and together we did overcome. So thank you so much for joining us at Indaba 2.0. And yes, 3.0, all right, we're all just coming up from the pandemic. There were a lot of crises. Certain businesses crashed. Everybody was just thinking, how do I move? How do I switch? How do I safe transition? All right. How do I successfully transition from the physical businesses to virtual businesses, to using virtual platforms? And well, we did talk about this. We had very, very interesting stories of people actually sitting down and talking about what exactly they are facing. It was very, very passionate, but it was wonderful that at the end of the day we could come up with strategies whereby we would still strive successfully in that period. And now, ladies and gentlemen, everybody joining us, it is Indaba 4.0, and we're talking about building back better. All right. So we are all conversant with the whole sustainability stuff. I mean, how can we achieve Africa or a better world without the youth joining in? All right. It is actually impossible. All right. Because those who have come way, way before us actually no more. Some are still with us, for which we're grateful. But then what happens after that? All right. So the children, the youths, we are the sustainability in the physical and human form that we're talking about. So we're talking about how to build back better and stronger each businesses, each entrepreneurial business, and everything that we have gotten ourselves involved in. All right. And of course, like Victor said, today is our independence in Nigeria. Nigeria is 62. Woo! Let's see our excitement. I'm actually very excited because we've come a long way. I mean, 62 years. How many of us know what 62-year-old people look like? I mean, these are people that have seen things. How many of my ages and how many of Victor's age will you go from 62? So we have come a long way, Victor. Victor, what do you say about Nigeria at 62?
Oh, well, I'm super excited celebrating my country at 62, regardless of the challenges we faced in these 62 years. But the most important thing uh, for me is that Nigeria is actually moving forward regardless of our challenges. And it all boils down to the energy of the youth. The youth are striving. And if the youth are striving, definitely the country is moving forward. We might not have gotten to the stage which we want, which we anticipate for, but then we are on track. And the youth are the ones that are actually compelling the nation forward. And we look forward to a better year with this independence, I guess. And I hope that is going to launch forth a better Nigeria for us that is free from insecurity, free from harassment of citizens, and free from all sorts of inconveniences that the citizens go through. We look forward to a productive country going forward, especially as we go towards 2023, where we decide on who is going to lead the country going forward.
Thank you so much for Victor for that wonderful insight. Guys, what do you think? What do you expect of Nigeria at 62? In fact, share with me how you're celebrating today. I mean, I'm celebrating today with you guys here, but apart from here, how do you plan on celebrating this wonderful and memoric day in Nigeria? All right. Yes, happy independence to you too, Charles, and it's wonderful to have you here too. All right, so just before we continue, yes, let me reiterate that yes, there are exciting gifts for today, of course. Yep, no gifts. If today is independence, it's like today is our birthday, everybody's birthday. So of course, there's supposed to be gifts, right? So yes, but before we go get to that, would be inviting upstage the convener of today's event, and that's in person of Mr. Emmanuel Ohawe for the welcome address. Mr. Emmanuel, if you can hear me, the stage is yours. Mr. Emmanuel, are you here? All right, whilst we wait for Mr. Emmanuel to join, let me go back to reading my people's comments. Thank you so much. Ajuke, wow. Thank you so much for welcoming me. That's wonderful. We have somebody from Kogi State. Wow, Niger State. But I've never visited this state. I really, really hope to see you. So maybe when I come to Kogi State, I'll see you. Um, Onuwani. I'm so sorry, I don't pronounce your name very well. All right. So okay, let's see. Joshua says, "What a better way to celebrate independence." Yeah, yes, I agree with you. Well, what me after this, I'm going to take myself out. I'm going to enjoy myself, and yes, I'm going to rock green. Green and white is the color of the day. Forget this black. Oh, maybe if you look inside this black, you will see green inside. Welcome, Mr. Emmanuel. It's so
I think
wonderful to have
our
you.
convener is up. Hello, Emmanuel. I'm delighted to see you.
All
Happy
right.
Independence Day.
Greetings, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world is joining from. Very excited to have all of you. Um, celebrating our 67th birthday, Independence Day, put it that way, and it's full of of um, memory and go to right. about is the young people that are interested in human talents. Everything about young people, what comes up first is unemployment. It's the tragedies of unemployment discussed in the concept of human capital industry, being complex is actually very essential for a lot of human capital. It means that when I pay attention to the human capital index of your people, right? There are different metrics Singapore is the highest human capital index globally. To be able to rank up in the human capital index of young people. Very excited to have every one of you here. Indaba started in 2019 as an offshoot of a leadership program that was sponsored by the US Embassy. And in 2020, Indaba helped young people to be able to navigate the pandemic. It helped them for businesses, helped them pivot their business models, for entrepreneurs, help them stay afloat, for career professionals, help them to be able to secure their jobs. And then for development practitioners, help them build, reach out to their communities via proxy. So it was interesting in 2020, the kind of results we got with Indaba 2.0. And in Indaba 3.0, it was predicated on the premise that globally nations of the world are still battling with the after effect of the pandemic. And for emerging economies which are dominated in Africa, young people are the receiving end. And then we thought to see, how do we help young people build resilience around what they do? How do we help young people, be able to stay afloat? Because we realize it's unprecedented, right? So it's unprecedented to have young people to have such disruption, health disruption, and then we helped young people to be able to navigate the pandemic. And then in 2022, which is today, we are centered around. We realize that the nations of the world are coming together. There are concerted efforts to, build back better from the spoils of the pandemic, right? But then it appears that these concerted efforts have been defeated, in quotes, defeated by pockets of inter-country conflicts, defeated by global inflation rate, defeated by humanitarian crisis. And you see that the world is becoming largely and increasingly embattled. The resources are getting finite. So it means the inflation rate as well is on the high side. And when you look at this, emerging economies are very much at the receiving end, because when you talk about the poverty capital, is at emerging economies. When you talk about poor health systems, is at emerging economies, right? When you talk about unemployment, underdevelopment, insecurity, instability, political instability, is more concentrated in emerging economies. They are the receiving end. The global inflation rate is very high now. We have about for over 40 years, we've not had an increase that we have in this year, about 9.86, global inflation rate. Africa measures around 12.22, and Nigeria has a double digit of 19.86. And just in case you don't know what the significance of an inflation rate, it means that it erodes your purchasing power. An increase in inflation rate erodes your purchasing power. The $300 you have 2 years ago is no longer the $300 you have today, right? And emerging economies are the receiving end. In the large bet, it is widening the inequality gap. So the class systems are increasing. We are having more people thrown into the poverty line. We are having more people, getting into sent back into rural states, rural locations. So, but the essence of Indaba is to help young people who are energetic, who are skilled, to be able to penetrate markets of other nations. Because we know that while there are inflation rates, while there are global crises, while we have truncation in global trade and the global value chain, young people can still build resilience. You can still build resilience. One of the topics here, we'll be talking about how you can leverage the regional trade to strengthen what you do, right? We have African Continental Free Trade Area. For some young people here, they are not aware about African Continental Free Trade Area, or even if they are aware, they don't know how to tap into it. How do I, leverage African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a regional trade agreement by African nations. So how do I leverage it in my business? How do I leverage it, in the work that I do as a career professional? How am I able to deploy my skill across borders, across nations, right? So this is what Indaba is centered around. And we have three approaches to addressing the human capital index. We are very passionate about human capital index because we know that if we can get it right, if we can get human capital index right, we have gotten 70% of the things right, and we're not waiting for the government. So what should young people start doing, right? When you look at developed economies like Singapore that rank at 0.88, 0.86, you realize that they've invested so much in human capital, right? They've invested so much in building the human capital index of their people, so much so that it now translates to economic prosperity. It translates to political stability. You can't talk about political stability when there is economic crisis. It is difficult to govern a hungry man. All right, it's difficult to govern a hungry man. It's difficult to govern a disenfranchised, in quotes, demography. So we're trying to see, okay, this human capital index of young people, how do we build it? And we are just focused on young people. We understand that human capital index doesn't just measure young people. Human capital index, in its sense, when you look at the rating from World Bank, it measures the entire population, right? But we are concentrated in the young people because in emerging economies, we have a central point that is common amongst us. We have a central objective common amongst us. Like there's something common amongst emerging economies, and that is the fact that we are dominated by young people. Look at Africa. Over 60% of Africa's population is dominated by young people. Look at Nigeria. Over 65% is dominated by young people. It means that there is no relevant development. There is no relevant advancement in economy or social advancement that will happen without young people. So it is time for young people to begin to build for themselves. So we need to build with young people rather than building for young people. Young people have to be involved in the process. And so what we are doing is that we have three processes. We have three strategies. We call it a tripod strategy. So one of the strategy is giving young people access to opportunities. And we have a model called the BPO model. And just in case you are joining us here, you are a business owner based in the UK or US, you've located the right platform. So there are three critical partners in Indaba. We have the technical partners. We have the Indaba young people who are majorly volunteers and skilled people. And then we have the UK and US based businesses who basically want to find ways to cut operational costs. So the first approach we use in addressing the human capital index of young people in Indaba Global is giving them access to opportunities. And we have a BPO model called the business process outsourcing model, right? So this model enables young people to deploy their skills, deploy their talents, and deploy their products, across the shores of their nations, right? And for a pilot, we are getting started with the US and the UK. And then the second strategy we have to building the human capital index of young people is to help them build sustainable ventures. PwC has it that over 90% of businesses that are started by young people, get folds up after the first 3 years. And we can't have businesses folding up, have NGOs folding up and expect advancement, right? Both social advancement that is being pioneered by NGOs and economic advancement that is being pioneered by entrepreneurs. So how do we help young people build sustainable ventures? How can young people be able to build ventures that can stand the test of time, right? So this is what we're now looking at. Okay, if young people will be empowered with sustainability strategy, and sustainability strategy is not isolated to just entrepreneurs. We also have sustainability strategy for NGOs. We don't get to have NGOs that after 2 years they fold up and keep waiting for when grants will come. If grants don't come, they lay off their staff and all of that. We're looking at sustainability strategy in such a way that young people, you are running a venture, you have your sustainability strategies, you have penetration strategies into different nations and different markets. That is the second point. And then the third point, third strategy is curating economic reforms for the heads of government and for policy makers. We understand that entrepreneurs, NGOs cannot be, you can't run in isolation of government policies. No. You can't run in isolation of government policies. I mean, a good example is what is happening to Jack Ma in China. China is more of a communist nation, very conservative. And this is a young man who was, like he was he was like kind of perceived to be more of a capitalist, like he was tilting towards the capitalist side of things. And look at what is happening to Jack Ma today. His Ant Technology, which is a financial technological company that was about to be IPO'd, that was about to be publicly listed in the stock exchange. Look at what happened to it, right? These are policies that cringed his efforts. So we have a lot of cases, right? And we understand that you need an enabling environment. As a young person, you're running an NGO, you need an enabling environment, right? You are building a business, you need an enabling environment. And enabling environment is created by powers that be. So there are policies that support enabling environment, right? There are orders, executive orders that support enabling environment. And it is easier to tweak one or two things in economic reforms, policies, and then make it applicable in emerging economies, in developing economies. We have a lot of similarities. When you look at emerging economies, we have a lot of similarities. Not in developed economies now, but in emerging economies, we have a lot of similarities. And that's why we're focused on emerging economies. So that third point is to help curate economic reforms and then strategies. Part of the things you'll be learning in Indaba today is strategies on the stores you had. How do I deploy, intervention projects? How do I deploy it effectively and efficiently? How am I able to reach the most vulnerable? How am I able to reach, the unserved in communities that legs cannot get to? How can I deploy effectively and efficiently and remain sustainable as a young person? Because we want to lead the change that we desire. We want to be the change that we desire, right? So it means that when I come to a community and find out that there is something going wrong about this community, there's something not so good about this community. Maybe there's a health issue, there's a pandemic, some sort of, or let's say there's a period poverty, or whatever you can ever think of. Maybe there's a water problem. How do I deploy a solution? I know that, yes, I'm not in power, but there are resources available for you to be able to effect change. One of our partners, Do Take Action. Do Take Action. You could check them up. dotakeaction.org. They have this vision to empower over 1 billion young people by 2050, helping them lead the change they desire, one person at a time, right? So you come to a community and see that there's a period poverty. Do Take Action tells you, okay, do a needs assessment, conduct a needs assessment. How many people are affected? What are the solutions you've identified? What will it cost? For how many months or how many years is it going to take? What is the sustainability strategy? And you are empowered and you lead the change, right? And from there, you've placed your name in the mark of history, right? So economic reforms is very important. Policies are very important. Strategies are very important. That is the third part of it. So just to reiterate, because we have our first speaker here, so I'll have a countdown and then bring up one of our compares, Blessing, to just give one or two comments, and then we play the introduction of our first speaker. Our first speaker is going to she'll be speaking about deploying intervention projects, effectively and efficiently for communities that are unserved and unreached. Post-pandemic, there is a lot happening. Beyond businesses failing, there are so many people being driven into the poverty line. Now, when the UN say, for example, when the UN say over 100 million Nigerians are under the poverty line, meaning they can't earn $1.9 a day, like they can't spend up to $1.9 a day. It means that it contributes both the data, it contributes both their soap, like their bathing materials. It contributes. It's also their feeding. It's also about their transport, right? So you see that $1.9. Some people cannot live. They can't afford to live on $1.9 a day, and they are living. They are in this nation. They are in this continent. But as young people, we want to change the narrative. There are very skilled young people whose skills have not found expression. Their talents have not found expression. And part of what our BPO model does is not just to help your skill find expression, but it's also to help your skill get, handsomely rewarded. And that is why the BPO model is targeting developed economies. And because you've joined this year's Indaba, you automatically be adopted into the Indaba community. We have a growing community of over 610 people, and that's before Indaba 4.0. I guess by now, when we do our analysis, we'll be counting to 1,500 plus, because we had massive application in Indaba 4.0. So by joining this year's Indaba, you'll be adopted to our community. And just in case you have friends, you have communities, you have groups, schools, churches, mosques, you have whatever community you have, share the link with them to join. They should stay to the end of the program. We'll adopt them into the community, the BPO model, and they get to understand how that they can be handsomely rewarded by people who need their skills, by people who need their talents. And maybe you have your talent is not yet refined. You are not yet among the top 1%. We have resources that can help you, harness and build up your skill to get up to the top 1%, to be able to effectively deploy that skill to organizations that need your skill. Very excited to have you. I feel like talking about, because we are very constrained with time, I'm going to be moving on to the next. I'm going to be playing, we're going to be playing an interlude, and after that interlude, we're going to bring up our compare and then play the introduction for our first speaker. So stay glued to wherever you're joining from YouTube, from Facebook, from LinkedIn. Stay glued, have your jotters ready, take actionable strategies, take actionable points, right? And then take note of policies, take note of maybe reforms that you would advocate for your country. I know we have Zimbabweans joining us. We have people from Ghana joining us and some other African nations. Take note of policies that you want to advocate, because see, as entrepreneurs and as NGO founders, or whether you work with an NGO as a staff, or you are a founder, or you are an employee in a private firm, right? You must understand that your life is beyond just the salary you are getting. Your life is also about how much of impact you make. You might be a staff in a private firm and you are leading a cause. You are leading an advocacy for a particular cause, right? And in that way, you are impacting a certain demography, and you are writing your name in the sands of time. You are not just limited to that pay slip that you're getting from your employer, right? So you are taking note of the strategies that can help you move up the ladder of your, the ladder of your career, the ladder of your career as a career professional, as an entrepreneur. You're getting strategies to be able to penetrate markets and nations. As an NGO founder, or you work with an NGO, you are getting valuable resource that you can go back. If you're not a founder, you're a staff, you can go back and say, hey, boss, this is what I feel we should implement. I attended a program in Indaba, and I got some of these strategies that can help us, begin to deploy our projects and our programs efficiently and effectively. And who knows, you could just get a raise in pay, or maybe get an appraisal for suggesting such a valuable contribution. So thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Ohawe. You could check me on LinkedIn or Facebook. You could follow me so that we get connected. And also network on the platform. We have different people joining from different platforms. See, the essence is for you to penetrate different markets, and you don't know who is by your side on that seat you are sitting, because we all know we have a virtual seat. We all have a virtual seat in this year's Indaba. So the person beside you, network with the person beside you, and we hope to build an Africa that will be very passionate about it, an Africa that will deliver economic prosperity. I have a firm belief that Africa will one day feed her people, but this Africa will be built on the shoulders of young people. These young people will be working in synergy and not in silos. I have that firm belief, and I know it's going to happen. Africa's development, Africa's advancement is going to rest on the shoulders of young people. These young people, they'll be working in synergy and not in silos. Thank you so much for joining in Indaba, and enjoy the rest of the
The struggle to accelerate more and better investments in people for greater economic growth is a necessity. Through active participation, young people are empowered to play a vital role in their own development as well as that of the nation. That is why we bring to you Indaba 4.0. At Indaba, our goal is to empower young people to build sustainable ventures, gain access to opportunities, and create economic reforms for their heads of government. Come, let's build back better on the 1st of October 2022. Let's navigate larger economies in ways never possible before.
Emerging countries power global economic growth. They come in many shapes and sizes, and their economies vary too. Some countries have managed to achieve strong and consistent growth over a long period. These are the outperformers. The McKinsey Global Institute examined 71 emerging economies and found that only 18 of them managed to outperform. 7 of them did so over a period of 50 years, achieving average annual GDP growth of at least 3.5%. 11 are more recent outperformers, averaging 5% annual GDP growth over the past 20 years. These 18 countries alone lifted about 1 billion people out of extreme poverty in the past 20 years and nurtured an emerging middle class. 2 factors explain their success. First, a pro-growth agenda of productivity, income and demand. They raised productivity by accumulating capital and technology. That led to more jobs and higher wages for workers, which lifted more people into the middle class. They both consumed more and saved more. Companies earned more. Governments collected more tax. This virtuous cycle also helped these countries export more, plugging into the global economy. The second factor explaining their success: large firms that benefited from the competitive domestic market. In the 18 outperforming economies, there are twice as many large firms as in other emerging economies for the size of the economy. It's hard to stay at the top. Less than half of the companies that make it to the top 20% stay there for a decade. But those that do innovate more boldly, make investment decisions faster, and pay higher returns to shareholders than firms in advanced economies. These countries did not get everything right, and they will need to continue improving to maintain their growth momentum, because other countries could join the outperformers in the future. We estimate that if all emerging economies could achieve the productivity growth rate of our 18 outperformers, global GDP would get a 10% boost. That is $11 trillion, equal to another China. Already we see a new set of countries that are growing fast and that have put in place the economic fundamentals to maintain that growth. That's good news for their residents, and it's good news for the global economy too.
Ugochi Obidiegu. Ugochi Obidiegu is a social development strategist specializing in developing products and programs and providing policy advisory on development issues affecting young Africans. Her major work pillars are ensuring child safety, reducing substance abuse in youths, and providing strategy for social impact initiatives. She authored a child safety book series available in English and French and co-created the Safety Chic Compass, a new program. She has impacted over 10,000 children in 8 countries with her Train Them Young initiative, #2TYI, and has led the reintegration of drug victims in the northern part of Nigeria. Ugochi is a 2016 Yali Regional Leadership Center Fellow, 2018 Tony Elumelu Entrepreneur, 2018 Mandela Washington Fellow, and 2018-2019 Regional Advisory Board Member of the Fellowship, proffering advice to USAID and IREX on matters concerning the Fellowship. In 2020, she was listed alongside Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Angelique Kidjo, Peace Hyde, and others on the We for Good list of 100 women creating a better Africa, commemorating International Women's Day. In 2021, her work in safety education during the pandemic was featured by the UNOHCHR. Her work has footprints in several countries and both local and foreign media. In 2019, she won the 2019 AfriSafe Award in the Shining Star category due to her contributions to the safety industry. She's a member of the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, OISH, and the World Safety Organization, where she presented on grooming the future workforce at its annual symposium in Las Vegas. The European Network Education and Training in Occupational Safety and Health, ENETOSH, profiled her work as good practice for other countries. Ugochi is a facilitator at Indaba 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, Ugochi Obidiegu. Ugochi Obidiegu. Ugochi Obidiegu is a social development strategist specializing in developing products and programs and providing policy advisory on development issues affecting young Africans. Her major work pillars are ensuring child safety, reducing substance abuse in youths, and providing strategy for social impact initiatives. She authored a child safety book series available in English and French and co-created the Safety Chic Compass, a new program. She has impacted over 10,000 children in 8 countries with her Train Them Young initiative, #2TYI, and has led the reintegration of drug victims in the northern part of Nigeria. Ugochi is a 2016 Yali Regional Leadership Center Fellow, 2018 Tony Elumelu Entrepreneur, 2018 Mandela Washington Fellow, and 2018-2019 Regional Advisory Board Member of the Fellowship, proffering advice to USAID and IREX on matters concerning the Fellowship. In 2020, she was listed alongside Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Angelique Kidjo, Peace Hyde, and others on the We for Good list of 100 women creating a better Africa, commemorating International Women's Day. In 2021, her work in safety education during the pandemic was featured by the UNOHCHR. Her work has footprints in several countries and both local and foreign media. In 2019, she won the 2019 AfriSafe Award in the Shining Star category due to her contributions to the safety industry. She's a member of the Institution of Occupational Safety and Health, OISH, and the World Safety Organization, where she presented on grooming the future workforce at its annual symposium in Las Vegas. The European Network Education and Training in Occupational Safety and Health, ENETOSH, profiled her work as good practice for other countries. Ugochi is a facilitator at Indaba 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, Ugochi Obidiegu.
Hi, everybody. If you can hear me, kindly put on the chats or comments that you can hear me. So, yes, I am Blessing once again. I'm one of your hosts. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Ohayenwe, for that wonderful introduction. We understand and we're really looking forward to learning a whole lot from all our carefully selected facilitators today. All right, so everybody joining us, kindly ensure that you have your questions. You can post your questions if you think you would forget. And also, you can actually write it down in your books. Please, I hope you have your pen and paper. I have mine, so I am ready to learn. So kindly make sure you have your questions. We'll be addressing all questions after our speaker is done. All right, our speaker and the next person you would be seeing after me will be our speaker for today. Please ensure, let us know in the comments how you feel at any point. Let us know where you're joining from. Let us know if at any point you can't hear the speaker. Let us know if you have questions or concerns. And myself, my co-host, and every personnel would be here to assist you how best that we can. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to learning alongside you from our speaker today. Stay glued.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to each and every one of you joining us from different parts of the world for Indaba 4.0. Please make some noise in the comment section for the organizers of this event for putting together such a fantastic event. It's not easy to organize a program and then do it consistently. There are two different things, organizing something and then doing it consistently. So please appreciate them in the comment section. Thank you so much for joining us. I was here earlier and I saw through the comment section where you are all joining us from. So welcome. Great way to spend today. Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. As you can see, I'm repping in green. Like I just cannot come and carry last because I'm somewhere else that is not in Nigeria. But yes, because I love Nigeria so much and I really believe in the potential that we have, And so I'm just going to also recommend, once you are done with Indaba today, please make sure that you go on YouTube and look for the replay of the platform. You've got to watch that and know what is going on in the country, hear from other experienced speakers and see the direction you should be thinking about also. That is so super important. All right, today we are going to be talking about a very important topic. When Emmanuel reached out to me on LinkedIn to invite me for this event, the topic was really dense, So I knew that he just really wants to ensure that everybody gets so much value in this session. And so I would like each and every one of us to commend Emmanuel again in the comment section. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for putting together this event. Well done to you. Well done to the team. Well done on the excellence with which you have executed this. Thank you for taking my feedback after you reached out to me a couple of times and implementing. I always love people who take something and then they run with it just immediately. we shouldn't waste so much time to implement what you are learning. When you learn something, run with it immediately, it becomes a part of you. So thank you, Emmanuel, for being super, super excellent. So today we're going to be talking about a topic that I have condensed to mean deploying interventions effectively and efficiently. As we go through the slides today, you're going to see why I say I have condensed it. But the meat of everything he really wants you all to learn, I have made sure to embed it right inside. So we're going to be here and we're going to have such a great time. So if you are ready for this session to kick off, please say something to me in the comment section so that I can know that you are here, you are engaged, and you are going to be here with me. I'll be looking out for your comments. So can we have my next slide? All right. So who am I and why is it that Emmanuel reached out to me to invite me to this event? So I'm the managing partner of a child safety social enterprise called The Safety Chick. I'm also the author of a child safety storybook called The Adventures of Mona. It's available on the business's website and also on Amazon. It's available in English and in French. Okay, I can see right on. I'm ready. Good vibes. Awesome. I'm the convener of the annual School Safety Summit, where we bring stakeholders together to tackle safety issues affecting children in schools and equipping our educators with this knowledge. I recently founded a nonprofit called UGIP Foundation, and I've worked with teams to build safety education apps, and I'm also a TEDx speaker. Can I have my next slide, please? So, because there is just so much that we have to unpack in this session, I realize that it is important for us to start with definition so that we're all starting from the same place. If we have different meanings of something, we're all going to be thinking of different things. And so my job is to make sure that we're all on the same page from the beginning to the end. When I went to the dictionary, I went online to check for the meaning of efficiency and effectiveness just to ensure that we are all starting on the same framework. I realized that one of them, I won't tell you which one, but one of them definition was great, but the other one's definition used the word in its definition. And you know, in English, they always say that when you are defining something, you shouldn't use that same word in the definition. So for example, if I want to define what is convergence, I shouldn't say convergence means to converge, because we're looking for the meaning of convergence, right? So we shouldn't be using it. And so because of that, I did a little more search and I found this very nice definition by Andrew Koja in an article on efficiency and effectiveness. Know the difference. And he's saying that efficiency is defined as the ability to accomplish something with the least amount of time, money, and effort or competency in performance. I highlighted some keywords there: to accomplish something. So when you're trying to be efficient, it's because there is an end goal. And then you are trying to reach this end goal with the least, minimum, as little as possible amount of time, money, effort, and competency. And as you all know, there is this concept in economics about scarcity, limited resources. So that means we do not have all that we need to make things happen. And so it behoves on us to use wisdom and planning to arrange, decide on the things that we are going to do and milk out as much as possible from something finite. So let's say you have 5,000 naira, right? And you want to milk out value worth 10,000 naira from that 5,000 naira. If you do that successfully, that is efficient. Okay. Then what is effectiveness? Effectiveness is defined as the degree to which something is successful in producing a desired result. Success. So that means if the thing you were trying to do is not successful, if it does not produce the desired result which you were trying to achieve, then it wasn't effective. So the reason I've had to start from this baseline is because going forward, as we begin to discuss on some of the things that we're going to be talking about today, I need us to be on the same page and see that as we move on, we have to be really intentional about being efficient and effective as we deploy interventions, because the truth is we are still upcoming, right? We're still growing, we're still building capacity. We need to manage the resources properly. And the truth is, even when you get to that stage where you feel like you have arrived, you have it all, you will still need to be efficient and effective with the resources you have been entrusted with, because they are finite. Next slide, please. All right. So, to give us a background about deploying interventions, I went online to get some current issues that we currently have across the world. And so, different people have different data, on what is going on what they prioritize as the global issues of today. I don't know if you can see the bottom of my slide, because with what is scrolling on the screen, I can't see it, but I would like to be able to reference correctly the people or the sources of my content. So I know that this particular first one is from our worldindata.org. And there were so many issues. If you go on that page, you are going to see so many issues across the different areas of life. I just picked out a few just so that you can have a sense of what they are quantifying as the issues that we currently have in the world. So that if that is also your area of interest, you know that, yeah, somebody also believes in what you're doing. Someone also thinks that what you are saying is an issue is actually an issue. So we have 295,000 women die from pregnancy-related causes every year. This is why we have people who have interventions targeted at pregnant women, because you're trying to reduce maternal mortality. 5.2 million children younger than 5 die every year. Now, that is actually a problem, because if on the African continent, we are saying that the youth are the future, and in the coming years, Africa's youth is going to be the largest across the world, and 5.2 or less just from Africa are dying younger than 5, that is going to affect those numbers that we are projecting. Do you see why it is an issue? 2.3 million die prematurely from indoor air pollution every year. I was so intentional about putting this one because who would have thought, sometimes you would think, I'm just inside, I don't experience any outdoor pollution. But do you know that indoor air pollution is a thing? And it is actually accounting for 2.3 million deaths. 9% of the world population, that is about 660 million people, are undernourished. An estimated 2 billion are deficient in essential micronutrients. And 10% of the world does not have access to electricity. This is some issues according to our worldindata.org. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, for humanitarian human rights careers, they have the top 20 global issues that they feel are the top things we should be thinking about and wanting to solve as soon as possible. And you can see it on the screen, ranging from poverty to climate change, food insecurity, refugee rights, COVID-19, future pandemic preparations and response. That, I'm sure, is because we did not collectively, as a people, handle COVID-19 well. Some countries fared better than others, but generally there was that sense of suddenly, you see. So one of the global issues now is, how can we build back better? How can we prepare to be more responsive if something like this were to happen another time? And then there is the issue of healthcare, mental health, disability rights, debt crisis, cybersecurity, gender equality, just this whole thing. So if you're doing any work that borders on any of these areas, can you see why it is important for you to know how to deploy your interventions effectively and efficiently? Because you do not have all the resources. You do not. You're working with very finite resources. Okay? Can we have the next slide? Now, World Vision is another foundation that I really like the work that they do, and they highlighted top 5 global issues in 2022. And I had to pick this because, they're talking about 2022, right? And we are currently in 2022. And so for them, it's hunger, it's conflict, it is climate change, it is child abuse, and also COVID-19, because there is still the traces, the effects of COVID-19 spilling over into 2022. Next slide, please. This particular one, I was so interested in this one, and I know that it's going to be beneficial to you all because according to Daniil Filipenko, there are top 10 world problems, but he did not just go on to tell us what the world problems were. He went ahead to give solutions that can be used to solve it. And so when he was giving solutions, he was a bit generic. But if you're trying to organize maybe a project or a program, that solution can also give you an idea of how to frame your solution. And so this link, I'd actually like to share this link in the comment section just so that you have access to it. Or I don't know if the organizers are going to be sharing the slides with you, but I have made sure that I have links in the slide just so that when you click on it, it can take you to that particular article and you can have information. So for him, top 10: climate change, wars and military conflict, water contamination, human rights violation, global health issues. Here he has tried to bunch everything together, in different segments or buckets. Poverty, children's poor access to healthcare, education, and safety. And I'm a child safety person, right? I was so happy to see information on child safety and child abuse being captured across, the different problems in the world. Access to food and hunger, migration, and weapons accessibility. Next slide, please. Yes. So now we can see that there are just so many problems in the world, so many. And even if currently you are the richest person in the room, you can also see that you do not even have all the resources to solve this problem. And so many of us, we want to serve. We genuinely want to solve problems. We genuinely want to help somebody out of a situation. But are we able to do it with the resources that we have? And so the major question, which is why Emmanuel has invited me to this event, is to talk about how can we deploy intervention projects to reach the unreached, to reach the most vulnerable in society, to reach underserved communities in an efficient way with limited resources. And that is what we are going to be talking about today. I have broken it down into a few steps and then added a bit more information here and there just to ensure that we have like a 360-degree view. And for each of the concepts, I have also added real life case studies, that is real organizations doing some work and what they encountered in those phases and how it helps them to go to the next level. Next slide, please. The previous one. So the first thing you should do when you're thinking of deploying interventions is to ask yourself the question, have I properly identified the problem? Because many times when we see something wrong and we are not happy, our first instinct is to just want to run and begin to solve the problem with the first idea that comes to mind. But is that really the problem? Or are you solving the symptom of the problem? And so you've got to be able to identify the root problem. And there are many tools, and one of them is called the 5 whys for finding out underlying root causes. And it is said that when you ask someone a question and they give you an answer, you ask them why. Why did you give me this answer? And then they give you another answer and you ask why. So you ask why each time until you arrive at something that you didn't even think was what they would have said, or what even they wouldn't have thought that would be their initial response. But because you kept probing and asking the why, it leads deeper and deeper and deeper. For example, I can ask you now and say, why are you here today attending Indaba? Somebody might say, Emmanuel is my friend. I'm just here to support him. It's not like, and you're like, okay, so why did you think it was important to support Emmanuel at this event? Yeah, it's just to show him that I really care. And, I'm in his corner. Why do you think it's important to show him that you are in his corner? And then you see, it begins to go down and down and down. So it's the same thing. When you are trying to identify the real problem you are trying to solve, before you rush off and do that intervention, you need to ask the whys. And you also need to know, how are you generating these answers? How? Because if you are not asking the right questions to the right people, you might not get the answers that you seek. And so it's very important that you try to avoid just identifying it from what you can see without interfacing with the people. Do some research to generate more information so that you can identify the problem correctly. Because they always say the first step to solving a problem is even accepting that it exists. Because it's now lets you know that, okay, so now that we have gotten here, what is the next step? Do you see? So now we're going to do a case study of Hope International. They are this organization that I really admire here in the US. And I'll just read their story and then we talk through it. Following the fall of the Soviet Union in Ukraine in the early 1990s, Jeff Roth, a Lancaster, Pennsylvania-based home builder, traveled to Ukraine numerous times with his church, transporting containers of food, clothing, and medical supplies to the city of Zaporozhye. After several of these visits, a local pastor pulled Jeff aside and told him honestly that the shipments were not helping. Instead of handouts, the pastor felt that his community needed a hand up. Though people were accessing needed supplies, they had become so dependent on American charity. In addition, local businesses could not compete with the free handouts. So these well-intentioned aid shipments were actually doing more harm than good by depressing local industry and initiative. Jeff returned from that trip with a drive to find a solution. He plunged into research and eventually discovered the concept of economic development, then a little known poverty alleviation strategy. Can you see what happened in this story? No, please go back. Can you see what happened in this story? They thought that because there was, so much poverty, the people were abandoned, the people needed help, they needed basic items. And in all honesty and goodness of heart, they set out to do that. And they were doing it well. They were actually meeting a need. But was it effective? Was that actually the problem that needed to be solved? And then thankfully, there was somebody who was bold enough to confront them and say, yes, I know that you have a really good intent, right? But this intent is harming the people. Because if they know that they're always going to get new supplies every 3 months, they're not going to work. They're not going to do anything. They will not also support local business because they know that in 3 months' time, a supply is coming. And that is going to kill the economy more than anything. And so what Hope International went on to do was they started a whole process of economic development where they are going to empower you, the individual, either through savings group or microfinance or loans to small and existing medium businesses. And then you can take that fund to grow. You can use that fund to invest in the work that you are doing. You can use it to start a business. You can use it to do something just so that you are able to fend for yourself. So that way you also have a sense of pride in your own accomplishments, right? You are able to do something that benefits yourself and your family without just waiting for somebody to always give you. They would say instead of just giving somebody fish, teach them to fish. So you can see how many times if you don't take the extra step to identify a problem correctly, you can end up solving the wrong problem. And then there's a ripple effect. It can affect so many other things. So I hope this case study brought that home for you. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right. The second thing that is very important is a solution design, but I have called it a collaborative solution design because it is important for you to not just sit down in your house and design a solution and try to force it on the people that you're trying to serve. You must involve them in the problem. So who are you solving this problem for? Who is that person? What can you design to solve it for them? How are you going to get their input so that what you want to create is going to meet their actual needs? Who are the other stakeholders that will be affected, direct and indirect? Because you might think you're just solving a problem for a young girl, but there are many stakeholders. Her father, maybe is a cultural leader in her society. Her mother, maybe is prepping her to be a bride. So there are many direct and indirect stakeholders. So you need to work with the different stakeholders to form a solution that is going to be helpful to your intended audience. For example, you could see a child that is out of school, say a young girl, and you think, oh, this child is not going to school because they do not have education supplies. And then you buy a backpack, you put educational materials in it, and you give it to the child. But the child is coming from this cultural background where it is felt that she doesn't really need to go to school. She's just grow, look good, and she's going to get married and she's going to be fine. She'll be well taken care of. Or it might be another culture where the male child, there's no plan for him to go to, say, university. His parents already planning that after his secondary education, he just needs to go learn a trade with one uncle in Lagos or in Abuja and start his own business. He doesn't need. So you can't just come and think, the solution is lack of educational resources and you run off. No, you need to map out the stakeholders and find out how it affects each of them. Find out what are their own and what they feel about the current situation, and that is how you are now going to be better able to create a solution that caters for everybody, or to a larger extent, all of them. Because if you just run off with one thing, that intervention might fall flat. So there was a case where in a community there were loans targeted at women, and so these women were given loans, right? But when they give them the loans, their husbands were sending them to give them the loans. Then, of course, because you're a woman, they would give you the loan. Then they would go back home and give it to the husband. The husband would use it for something else. And they couldn't use the loans to set up the businesses that they were expecting them to set up. So you can see that if there was no stakeholder meeting, having maybe conversations with community leaders, with the men, and say, this is what we're trying to achieve, this is what we're looking at, this is how it is going to help you, and basically letting them buy in to how this is going to benefit everybody in the long run, your solution is going to fall flat. So it's very important that you do what we call stakeholder mapping. You listen. Don't be so in love with your own solution that you're not finding out how it is going to affect other people, other things, and making the necessary moves or taking the necessary steps to ensure that you are solving it. Remember, what we're talking about is deploying interventions efficiently and effectively. If you don't create your solution collaboratively, what can happen is you're going to pump in so much money and you might not receive as much social and financial return as you were expecting. And that is a problem. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, this case of the play pump is one of the examples of something like this. It was a brilliant idea. It was fantastic, where we're talking about leveraging play to pump water in communities, because many of these communities had clean water problems and they wanted something innovative. So they were creative enough to come up with this either merry-go-round or seesaw, where as children just played on a normal day, that activity of play was pumping water that will be available for the community. But guess what? As fantastic and as innovative as this play pump was, it fell flat. And so I'm going to read out to you one of the responses from the Case Foundation when they were doing their review of the case. And they said, we experienced this recently as we had to rethink our involvement in the Play Pumps initiative, which brings clean drinking water to rural African villages. When we were first introduced to the technology, we believed in both the technology and the business model for its deployment had enormous potential, and we jumped on it with both feet to help create Play Pumps International US as a US-based fundraising and marketing organization to support the initiative. As we've noted in the past, we are proud of the successes the initiative has had. Play pumps are now bringing play opportunities and improved access to safe water in hundreds of communities and schools in Africa. So as much as it worked in some places, it did not work in some places. And see the next paragraph. She says, as I noted last fall, we learned that doing work on the ground in Africa is hard and humbling work, even more so than anticipated. We learned that play pumps perform best in certain community settings, such as large primary schools, but they are not necessarily the right solution for other communities. And more broadly, we learned that however creative play pumps might be, they really are just one element. One. in a larger portfolio of possible solutions that can be tailored to meet the safe water needs of specific rural communities. In addition, while there have been successes, we believe in the entrepreneurial approach of this. We have also envisioned, we have made execution of the original model. Okay, so I'm missing out the word because my video is blocking that. My video screen is blocking that, but you get the drift. What they now went on to do was they realized that, okay, they've taken it. A combination of factors made execution of the original model we envisioned when creating play pumps a significant challenge. So this meant that well, things fell flat in certain communities because there were certain communities where the water was not really at the surface level, so maybe more pumping had to be done, and that might entail the children having to play more, and when if you want to play for just 30 minutes, right, and you're asked to play for 2 hours, well, at some point something's got to give. You're not going to be comfortable anymore because it has moved from play to work. Do you see? So as much as the idea was fantastic, it did not work in some areas. But you see, the beautiful thing about deploying interventions is that when you deploy, you find out what is working and what is not working. You take your lessons and you move. This organization, the Case Foundation, went on to still deploy play pump, but the play pump is just one of several projects that they are deploying to improve access to clean water in rural African communities. So can you see? They did not totally just trash it, right? But they just added other things that could work in some areas and all that. And that is why it is important for you to have that collaborative solution design. You need to have some boots on the ground, because what you think might be it from a distance, in reality may not necessarily be it. And as you have those conversations on the ground, you can find out some things that you would not necessarily know from the top. Next slide, please. All right, the third one is building relevant partnerships. There are many people who think about partnerships as something that should come much later, but the reason I'm bringing it here is because many times there are many things that you want to start to do, a problem you want to solve that somebody is already solving. And so the question is, do you really need to reinvent the wheel? If somebody's already doing it and doing it effectively, do you really need to start yours? And why? What is your motive for wanting to start yours? Is it because you also want to say, oh, I'm a CEO, or I'm a founder? That is not enough. That is not enough. It is not enough reason to, start something. So you need to ask yourself, who is doing something already in this area of my interest? And how can I work with them? It could be an individual, it could be an organization, but you need to identify who is already doing it. Because remember, we're working with finite resources and we're trying to deploy these interventions in an efficient and an effective manner. So if you just jump into doing it without looking for who you can work with, the time you would have shortened because you worked with someone will be more elongated, because you have to now start afresh, do a lot of lessons, do a lot of research to pick up your own lessons and make some mistakes and lose some money, spend the limited resources that you have. But if you're working with somebody who has already done it, who has seen where the kinks on the journey are, who knows where it is hitting the most and the more effective place that more resources should be sent to, you would see that it makes it easy to leverage those limited resources in a more effective manner. And so you must find out who is doing something, what organization is doing something related to your idea. And you see, partnerships is so critical. I know that there will be some questions beginning to come up in your mind. Well, I'm a small organization. Don't worry, we're going to talk about that shortly. But you must know that there is a partner for everyone. There is a partner. It's just the question now to you is, who do you really think a partner is? Many people think, oh, you want to have an event. The first person you're thinking of is MTN. You want to work with MTN, right? But could it be that there are other partners who are sort of like low-hanging fruits that you have not noticed because your view of who partners are is just multinationals? Can we have the next slide, please? So a very perfect example of building partnerships is the Tunelumelu Foundation. Just last week, I was in the room where USADF signed a $20 million fund for the Tony Lumelu Foundation to continue to empower African entrepreneurs. Now, when you go to the Tony Lumelu Foundation website, this is what is written there. We believe in African entrepreneurship. So we built an infrastructure that supports entrepreneurial talent across the continent. The Tony Lumelu Foundation is the leading champion of entrepreneurship in Africa. Our objective is to empower women and men across our continent, catalyzing economic growth, driving poverty eradication, and ensuring job creation. We believe the private sector's role is critical for Africa's development, and that the private sector must create both social and economic wealth. And so I'm sure when they started, they didn't have all these partners on the screen. But guess what? When you start to do something and do it well, with a track record of impact, with a track record of efficiency, others would say, well, instead of starting ours afresh, how about we just take the funding reserved for that and partner with somebody who is already executing it properly? And so that's how ICRC is on board, the UNDP is on board, Google.org. In fact, why I was in the room was I was asked to share my success story as being one of the Tony Lumelu entrepreneurs. And USADF signed a new $20 million with them for the next 5 years. So that is to say, if you are here and you need some funding for your business, get ready to apply when the applications go out. Okay, next slide, please. So you are probably thinking, well, the Tony Lumelu Foundation is big. They have the capacity to attract a Google, a UNDP, an ICRC, a USADF, and I'm still small, right? The most important thing you must know about partnerships is that partnerships gravitate towards value. So you need to ask yourself, this intervention that you are deploying in that community, is it valuable? Is it really solving a problem? Is it in any way affiliated to the SDGs? How are you really solving a problem? You need to know that value, because when you know it and you are confident in it, it really helps you know that you have something good going on here. And yes, you should be bold enough to ask for the partnerships that you need. And so size should not be a limiting factor. Shouldn't say, we just started 1 year ago, we're still small. Oh, it's just small, me and a few volunteers. No. If you are producing value, you should not be afraid to step up and ask for the partnerships that you need. And that is why value is important and a track record of impact is important. When the Tony Lumelu Foundation started, I'm sure they started likely alone, or maybe with one or few early adopters. But guess what? Because there is a track record, you see why you must record what you are also doing and the impact. Excuse me. When you record it and all that, and people can see clearly, yeah, they would want to work with you. So maybe the first year you reach out to them, they are not saying anything to you. Maybe 3 years down the line, like, oh, okay, it seems like they have something good going on here. Or 5 years down the line, it could be 10 years. I was at an event at the NYU Entrepreneurship Lab yesterday, and the entrepreneur who was speaking, he mentioned that his nonprofit, he had knocked on some doors, and it was, I think he mentioned AT&T. They got that partnership in the 7th year, but he had been knocking every year. So don't be afraid to or take it personal when people say no to your idea. You have to de-emotionalize the process. Don't think, oh, it is because we are small, or it's because we are from so and so part of the country. No. Focus. Sometimes when people do not key into your plans for a partnership, it might be because it is not in their plan. It is not, and all organizations have their budget and plan of where they are going to. So if you're coming with something that is not in alignment, they can't help you. That's one. Two, it might be in alignment, but they already have plans. So there's no way to fix you in yet because maybe the budget has already gone out. So you just go, continue doing your work and keep trying. Funny enough, because you even reach out to them, it might help them keep you top of mind so that when something comes up, they can find you. Okay, so de-emotionalize the process. One of the things I like to teach young people is that you failed at something does not mean your life is a failure. Only that particular thing failed. Okay, so let's focus. Don't think, it's because I'm not this or that. No, that's not it. Okay, the next thing is that there is a partner for every work. It is so important for you to know that there is somebody that you can partner. It can be an individual. It can be a place of worship. It can be another community, another maybe non-profit in your organization. There are so many partners. So you need to redefine, what does partnership look like for you? Do you only think of multinationals when you're thinking of partnership? I was having a conversation with a Nigerian I met here some days ago, and he said, oh, his parents are currently back in Nigeria to give back. And I asked, what location are they giving back in? And he says in Ilorin because they are from Kwara State. I'm like, I like that, because many times when people say they want to give back, if they're only giving back in Lagos and in Abuja, it is leaving the really underserved communities. But if all of us are going to give back in our villages or in those kinds of rural communities, it is easy. So imagine if there is one of you who is in that community, who is solving the problem that these people who have come from the diaspora are interested in. Can you see how you are a worthy partner for such a person? Because when you have a track record of impact, it's easy for them to say, okay, this person was already doing this without me being there. If they're reaching out to me to partner, it's because they can help me scale in a way that, since I'm not always here because I'm in the US, I can scale. Do you see? So when we're talking about partners, you've got to redefine what partnerships mean for you. And that is why I say that there is a partner for everyone. For some of you, the work you're doing, you just need to find another person, another organization, and you join forces together. Emmanuel inviting me here is trying to join forces together. Okay, so you can find partners, but you must redefine what partners mean to you. Don't always think only of the big guys. Look for other people. It could be individuals, it could be places of worship, it could be smaller organizations that you're looking down on. Trust me, there's something going on in the world now. Many people want to make an impact in the environment, but maybe they do not feel, should I say, did not feel that they are experts in that area. But if an organization with a track record that is also small like them reaches out to them and say, that budget you want to use for your CSR, I noticed that you are interested in education and we are doing education in so-and-so community. This is how we have done it over the years. Could you work with us? And in fact, that can be an opportunity for your staff to volunteer and your staff have something that they are doing. Come up with a fantastic proposal. Many times people just reach out, I want to partner. It is not my job to think how the partnership should work. If you reach out to me and you want to partner, tell me about it. Tell me the plan you're bringing me into. Let me see how I fit into it. Don't come and ask me to start thinking about it. No. And that is why some of our proposals are falling flat, because you have not thought about a win-win situation for both you and the partner. They can't see how it is helping them achieve their goals. They can't see how it is helping them maximize the resources, and so it falls flat. So it's really important. So you don't have to start from scratch. You must be willing to work with other people. I have to run now. Next slide, please. Yes, this one is so important. Excellence is very important to me. Anybody that knows me, if you are my mentee, you work with me, I always tell you, excellence is so important. You must be willing to execute your project to the best possible standard, no matter how much it is. So you are doing a project worth 1,000 naira. Do it excellently, so that tomorrow when you have 1 million, even when we look at your 1,000 naira project, we can say, well, at the time, based on the resources available, it was still excellent. Do you see? So don't say, because the budget is small and then you are now doing a shoddy job. No, you are not going to have a good track record of impact. Do things as excellently as possible. Preserve the dignity of the people you are called to serve. Don't make them look like beggars. No, don't do that. Make them feel happy, a part of the process. You know, your execution should cover that aspect too. Make them feel celebrated. Don't make them feel ashamed or a charity case. No, don't do that. And then you must also be ready, because when you're trying to deliver something, you're going to have some unexpected hitches. That should not now be the time for it. They've been waiting for me. Village people. No. It's not village people. It is just what happens, that no matter how fantastic or how planned or how thorough you are in planning something, maybe some hitches might come up here and there. And when those hitches come up, you must be willing to bounce back. Your bounce back ability as someone that wants to deploy intervention must be 100%, if not 110. So you must be willing to be resilient and face it. Take note of the challenges you experience in trying to execute, so that can be a lesson for the next time. But by all means, be excellent. You can't just have all the fantastic plans in your head and you don't do it. You can't build a track record with just thoughts in your head. You need to execute. You need to execute, because many times your work is going to go ahead of you and open pathways that you didn't even think were possible. But if you have not implemented anyone, how are we going to open the doors? When you heard my profile, you probably thought, But things had to be done before those things came. I kid you not. My book went to Germany. I've not been to Germany yet. But product went and led to that connection and led to them discovering more about me and saying, oh, this is good practice for other countries. So you must execute as excellently as possible. Next slide, please. Yes, so the case study here, I used the work my organizations executed during the summer. So this project was supposed to happen in Magbori in Ogun State. After we designed this fantastic project, I was supposed to travel to Nigeria last month to join in executing, and exchange rate affected our funds. And we're like, okay, how else can we deliver up to standard without without all the funds that we need? And so we had to cut off my travel, cut off some other expenses, and focus on how can we give more value to the children, who are the major people who are really trying to serve in all this. And as you can see from their faces, they're all smiles. They had a blast. Like, these children were just so on point. They had group presentations. It was just fantastic. And if you can see on the screen, I leveraged technology. So I joined them on Zoom from my house in New York. Yeah. So, and funny enough, there were days where the generator could not work. They tried to do this, it did not work. But guess what? Because we had planned for that eventuality, the teachers on ground the summer camp could step in on the days where I couldn't join them on Zoom. And it was a fantastic project, successfully executed, and it was good. So you must ensure that you must be excellent. No matter how small the budget is, look around. What can you adjust? How can you do a better arrangement, to make things happen for you? But you must think outside the box and make it work within that budget as excellently as possible. All right. Next slide, please. I'm speeding through just so that we can cover everything, because I know our next speaker is around, even though I haven't been asked to round off, but I really want us to touch everything, okay? All right, the next thing is purposeful monitoring and evaluation. I could have just said M&E, monitoring and evaluation, but no, it has to be purposeful for it to make any meaning. What you don't measure, you can't improve. So even as much as I'm telling you now that we had a fantastic project in August, I've told the program manager, I need to see a report. What worked? What did not work? We need to see the recommendation so that the next time we're implementing this, we are doing it in a better way. Okay. So you must be intentional about integrating M&E in your intervention from the beginning. So we had to work with an external M&E analyst from the beginning, writing the research protocol, writing everything that is needed, to ensure that we are gathering all the data that we need from the beginning till the end, so that we can check, and you must understand that I know that one of the challenges people talk about when deploying interventions is funding, most especially for our age group where, we're all still young and growing, right? Try to negotiate. There are some things that you may not have the funds to pay for it, but you can pay in another way. It's called like a barter arrangement. Can you pay for something with your service? So maybe, for example, you can't afford to pay the M&E person, but you are very good at creating business plans and giving strategic direction, and you can see that this is their M&E business, they are not doing it the way they're supposed to. You can say, could you please help me do this? In exchange, I am going to do this for your organization. It has to be an algorithm of value. What are you giving to make them willing to do something for you? Okay, so I don't want you to get discouraged and say, this thing is looking too expensive. No. Ask yourself, what can I do to ensure that this still works out? What can I do to ensure that this problem I'm trying to solve can be solved even with limited resources? Remember the definitions at the beginning: efficiency and effectiveness, very important. Can we have the next slides, or are we done with the slides? I think we have a case study for purposeful monitoring and evaluation. So while I'm waiting for them to put that up, that slide is actually talking about Ideation Hub Africa. It's a social impact accelerator, and they are very big on equipping early stage social innovators like yourself. And from the beginning, monitoring and evaluation is impeded. From the very first time you sign up that, you would like to learn take some of their courses, there are some questions that you would have to answer. When you start the learning process, you would answer some questions. It's imputed as part of the training, right? When you are done with the program, I think somewhere in the middle there's another evaluation, and somewhere at the end there is another evaluation, just to keep checking, that you are in tune. You are that, and they are also gathering the information that they need to refine the product and pick out the things that people need, as they are growing on their social, innovation journey. Yes. So next slide. Yes, this is it. So and I got this again from their website because I just wanted to really throw more light on what they are doing and why it's important. At the very center of everything they do is lifelong learning. And so they are working with impact entrepreneurs, non-profit professionals, that at least half of the challenges they face is linked to knowledge. So you can see, because they've identified what the root cause is, they are making sure that they are also monitoring from the beginning. When you say you are taking the course, you need to answer some questions, and then they will teach you. And then they will ask you more questions to see, has knowledge been gained? And they're so intentional about monitoring because data drives decision. As somebody who is going to deploy interventions, you must know that data drives decisions. Don't just do something because I feel it in my heart. This is the thing to do. Where's the data? Where's the data backing that up? You must know what it is. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right. So I have talked you through some important things you must consider as you're trying to deploy interventions efficiently and effectively. The next thing we need to talk about now is leveraging technology. And this can happen anywhere within the process. That's why it's not numbered. It can happen anywhere. When people hear technology, many times there are people who think about the image on my left. I hope it is also on your left. The robot-like image. But could it be that technology could also be this image on the right, those apps, those tools, those software that is making work really efficient for you? Okay, so I know we still have a lot of people who are a bit intimidated with technology, but I want to encourage you to leverage technology. Don't overthink it. Do not overthink it. It is very important for you to be comfortable with technology, because when you are comfortable with technology, it helps you to do things easier. So imagine that I couldn't come to Nigeria last month like I planned, but Zoom made it happen. Yeah. And we didn't need to be so technology savvy per se to use Zoom. Zoom made it happen. So when you're thinking of technology, don't think, oh, it's hard, it's difficult, right? I know there are some parts of technology that look scary, most especially to those who are not technology inclined, but be willing to learn. Keep an open mind, because the era we are in now, things are changing. So my initial solution for my child safety enterprise were in-person events, trainings for children, and child safety storybooks. But the pandemic made me see that this might not totally work all the time. Do you have something else? And so we had to create a child safety game app, which is currently on the App Store this year. We did that this year. And because we want to ensure that children still have access to our curriculum from any mobile device, from any part of the world. Do you see? So I don't have to physically show up. My volunteers do not need to physically show up. If you buy the book, it's fine. But just in case you don't even know where to buy the book from, once you just go to any of the app stores from your mobile device, a parent can get that app for their child. And we, from this end, we can keep on adding more content at the back end. So you can see that technology is helping to ensure that we penetrate, reach more countries that we probably wouldn't have reached if we were planning to just, keep visiting. Do you see? So think about it. What tools can make your work better, can improve the quality of your work, can help you to scale your intervention? Think about it and use it. And thanks for bringing back the slides on. There are plans for nonprofits. Most of these big tech organizations have plans for nonprofit. For some of them, it is totally free, and for some of them, it is at a really discounted rate, so that you can do it. And then things that are beyond you, get skilled team members to join you. But technology is really important as you deploy your interventions. Next slide, please. Yes, again, I know that as we've been speaking, you've been wondering, okay, so in all this, what is government going to do? The truth is, government cannot solve all the problems. They need you and I. So public-private partnerships is very important. So what should government do? Government should be willing to work with people like you and I. When we reach out to them with well-researched, workable, data-driven solutions that can solve problems, they should be willing to listen and work with us for a winning relationship. I've had cases where young people say, if you submit an idea to them, they will take your idea, they will change the name, and they will implement it without even working with you. So governments should be willing to actually work with young people, because the world is changing. They need to be in tune with the times, and many times you don't need to be the one that knows everything. You should be willing to bring other people who can solve those problems for you, who are already doing something that works. One of the things I always advocate for is look for solutions that are already working in society. Even if the people are not approaching you, you be proactive as a government. Look for them and see how to integrate it into what you are doing. It helps. It encourages these young people that you see them, you care about them, and you're interested in, making things work. And if they're not reaching out to you, you reach out to them. Young people, don't be afraid to reach out with a powerful proposal, data driven, and telling them how this will make them look good. Remember, I've told you that value. So you have to come with a proposal that shows how this works for you, how this works for them, and more importantly, how it works for the segment of society that you are solving this problem for. It is so important. Okay. And of course, government needs to provide an enabling environment. Very important, which leads me to the next slide, where I'm talking about how to leverage public policy to foster digital technology in Africa. Yes, this slide is text heavy because these are really important recommendations, and I'll try to talk through it as quickly as I can. I hope that you all somehow have access to these slides, just so that you can take some more time to digest. I wrote a longer article on this subject, which I think should be going on LinkedIn sometime today. It was a part of an article for one of the public policy publications that I did in 2020. And yeah, I'm going to be posting it again today. So what can African governments do? If you notice now, here I'm emphasizing digital technology because the truth is the world is changing. And as Africans, we've got to move with the times, okay? So one of the things that government can do is placing a premium on highly talented youth in this space in each of these countries. You need them. You can't at this stage still be doing a lot of things, paperwork, moving of files up and down. No, you can't. You need to work with young people who are fresh. Okay, thank you so much, Indaba. They've just said they're going to give access. So if you registered, I hope you registered so that they can send you an email. So they have to create this space for these young people with these ideas to come and implement, help government to solve their problems, leveraging digital tech. Another important thing is providing basic infrastructure so that young people can, they can focus on doing the work as opposed to the cost of doing business. The cost of doing business is so expensive that people are wondering, okay, are you sure we should be doing this, or we should just, move on with our lives? So governments really need to make sure that the basic infrastructure is there, good roads, transportation, security, because if you are able to create without wondering about, if I step out with my laptop, is somebody going to attack me and snatch the laptop? It frees up your mind to think about other things. Do you see? So basic infrastructure is a no-brainer. And then, of course, affordable and accessible internet infrastructure. I know that over the years, the internet cost has come down, but it can still come down more. It can. It absolutely can, because, this should be accessible to us. The internet connectivity should not be something that you get to some areas and you really need to climb a tree before you have access. You can have access to it. No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. So we need affordable and accessible internet infrastructure. Also, there's this idea of creating an internet city like Dubai in each country, where innovators can register for a small fee and access high-grade facilities. If each African country has something like this, it's going to reduce the cost of creating digital solutions really much. And when it does that, it's going to really allow people's ideas to fly, innovation, creativity, because that's one less thing to worry about. So now somebody might say, but we have some African countries that are really small. Do we really need to have one in each city? For smaller countries, I'm proposing that we have like one country, they choose one country that it is going to be located in, and they contribute resources to build it. And of course, because they contribute, that gives access to people from their country, who have to go there, just so that we maximize those resources efficiently and effectively. And then, of course, creating a market for the digital products that will be created so that there is a demand for the supply. It's one thing for us to keep having all these solutions we are bringing into the market, but if the government is not helping us to amplify it by using it, by advertising it, you would see that nothing much is going to happen, and we really need their buy-in to be able to scale. Do you see? So we want them to use these products, create a market for it, or even talk about it. You see, how when you post something really good, right, and an influencer reposts it and it gets more engagement, that is what the government can do for you, because it's almost like it's a stamp of approval that, oh, this is good stuff, you need to work with them. So they've got to be very intentional about creating that environment, the market for these products. And one other one, creating a special visa that attracts top talents from all over and ease of entry to fellow Africans. Now, this particular slide is focused on Africa, on African youths, right? It's really important for African government to consider this, because other developing countries are doing it and getting our top talents. So you too, do you want them to take away all the top talents and nothing is going on? How about you create an enabling environment? How about you create something that allows it, that makes it easy for Africans to flow in and out, delivering goods and services, delivering expertise, so that we can build digital technology and other affiliated solutions more in Africa. Just imagine if the entire value chain of digital technology is made by Africans. You would see that everybody will not be using only the big names, but if we do something and we do it excellently and it works, we would see more. It leads to more competition in the market. It leads to more people being able to purchase some of these things, and money basically trickles down to everybody, because as you provide goods and services and people are able to buy, people's purchasing power increases, they're not able to buy some things, it flows down to their family. There's a ripple effect. Do you see? And so it's very important that these concepts are integrated into our public policy to lead to that ripple effect. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes. So now I have said so much about interventions. I've said so much about what the government can do, but it is not enough if we don't even know the strength that we have to leverage. African youths are our crucial strength at this point. But you see, even with being our crucial strength, if you're not even sure of what that power means, it's a problem. So again, I have linked the links to these different articles where you can see the numbers and the implication. As of 2021, around 40% of the African population is aged 15 years and younger, compared to a global average of 26%. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with 70% of sub-Saharan Africa under the age of 30, according to an article in the UN. By 2030, young Africans are expected to make up 42% of the world's youth and account for 75% of those under the age of 35 in Africa. And then I really love this particular one. Projections by the UN shows that the world population will hit 10 billion by 2055. Approximately 95% of this growth will take place in low and middle income countries. Of this growth, Africa will account for 57% of growth, about 1.4 billion. In particular, the population of sub-Saharan Africa is projected to double by 2050. That constitutes a 99% increase. Almost 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25, making Africa the world's youngest continent. These numbers are fantastic, but if we do not do anything with the numbers, then it is a problem. Yes, if we do not put systems in place to ensure that child mortality reduces, if we do not put systems in place where young people are more involved and more engaged in decision making, in solving problems and all that, it will just be a case of large numbers without reflecting anything on the continent. And that is why it is important for us to have this conversation. So as you are doing your work, you must do it with a sense of responsibility that the people you are called to serve, they are part of the numbers, and they must be equipped to be able to take a stand. If they are not thoroughly equipped, it becomes a problem. We don't just want to be a giant, a weak giant. We are just big. You know how they say, Nigerians like they say big for nothing. No, we don't want to be big for nothing. We don't want to be large numbers for nothing. We want that large numbers to be plugged in, knowing what it is they are supposed to be doing per time, just to ensure that we do and achieve the things that we really want to achieve for the continent. Next slide, please. And so that is why you are important. You are so important. As you begin to deploy all these solutions, interventions in your community, you need to speak about it. I'm here speaking to you. You need to write about it. We need to have your opinion pieces on LinkedIn, on Facebook. And please don't worry about likes and comments. You don't worry about that. Keep the main thing the main thing. Your voice must be heard. How do you think some people get invited to go speak at maybe the UN or something? A track record of them speaking up, sharing their perspective on some of these important issues. So speak, write, advocate, execute quality interventions, get involved in decision making. Stop shying away and saying, our thoughts don't count. It counts. It counts. So speak up. Speak up. It is super, super important. On this note, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on this topic. I hope this has been very useful and valuable to you. I'm now ready to take questions. Thank you so much for this time. Thank you for listening. Thank you for engaging. I saw the comment section. Thank you. And so if you have questions, now is a good time.
Um, Thank you so much, Ugochi. Please kindly confirm if you can hear me.
Yes,
Oh,
I can
okay.
hear you.
That's great. Thank you so much. I mean, see my book. I've literally been writing every single thing you've said because they are very realistic. I mean, this is the first time I'll be in such a conference and we'll be having practical case studies of how all of these things actually play out and how they actually happen. So thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I am honored to be listening to you. All right, ladies and everybody joining us, if you do have questions, kindly put it on your comments and we will read them out. But as we wait for that, I do have my own questions. So from everything I've understood, I've actually understood a whole lot of things. But one thing that really resounded is the sensitization aspect, making these people understand that this is actually a problem and then infusing them as part of the solution, not just dumping your own solutions on them. But what if in a case whereby, let's say in a community A, whereby they go miles to fetch water, all right, and then you understand that there's actually a problem, and there's a whole lot of problem around that, especially insecurity, especially if this environment is not so safe, all right, and then you decide to come up and you sensitize them. They understand that, they even understand that it is a problem, all right, and then you probably bring up a solution whereby they have accessible water, maybe at their backyards or closer to them. That's the point. And then these people fill up the wells or block the water and stuff like that. Like they are actually being destructive to the solutions. What exactly do you do? It's not that they don't recognize that this is a solution. It's not that they don't recognize that this distance is a problem, but what do you do? Do you abandon that problem? Do you abandon the community? Wait, how would you have solved it? What would you have advised?
Okay, so it's almost like the case of what's going on in the Niger Delta, where they are trying to create solutions for them, and it seems like the militants do all those things. But specifically to your example, the people who are blocking the wells, were they carried along in the stakeholder mapping?
Okay.
Were they carried along? Because it's one thing for us to assume that they know that this is a problem. They can see it is a problem, but were they invited to any meeting where we talked about? You see, you can't just go into a community and come as a savior. It doesn't always work that way. We have to have this thing of working with them, having all those stakeholder meetings and consultation. This is what we are thinking. What do you think? Make them feel like their input is necessary. Do you even know, maybe there's a reason why they want those people to be? What do they stand to gain when people have to walk longer distances to fetch water?
Oh,
Do
there is
you
a
know
reason.
that? Yeah.
There is a
Do you,
reason we got to
yeah.
realize, and that
Yes.
reason was, I don't know, in my perspective, I don't was not I was surprised because it was like, well, the times where these children or these persons go that far to get water is the time I have my privacy. How do you resolve that?
Exactly. 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 I think I've heard about this case before. Exactly. Because that is why we must bring them together, to have that stakeholder conversation and know what is in it for them. And so, if the real thing now is they need some privacy, how can we design a plan where you can still have water accessible, but you can still draw the lines and have some privacy? Because if at the end of the day what they really want is privacy can be got and water can still be had. It's just a matter of having conversation. Okay, so what do you think? How should we solve it? How can we meet at a middle point? Do you see? But if you just come savior mentality, it doesn't work that way. And that's why those consultations at the beginning is so critical. It is important because the truth is, it could be something else to occupy the children. Or maybe we could be having maybe classes, extra classes for the children. And you can have your privacy. It's a win-win. The children are getting to learn something and you have your privacy. Do you see? It shouldn't be tied to the
Yeah.
water. Do you see? So that's why, that stakeholder conversation is really important. Hear from both sides. What do you think? Or what if we do it like this? How about we adjust it like this? Do you think it's, yeah. Sometimes the community members can be difficult, right? But you need to put yourself in their shoes and treat them with respect. They need to see that you are on their side. And when you are able to pass through those hurdles they put in your way, you could find that they can actually be your best supporters. They will just stand there. Anybody that wants to tamper with the intervention becomes a problem. They take ownership. And that's why consultation is important, so that people can take ownership of a project. Like the project we executed in August, because we had built a relationship with an organization who has done that work for a while. When we said we wanted to partner, it was just easy for us to partner with them. We didn't have to start anything from scratch. They have the people, they have built credibility with the community believes them. We just attached and it made things seamless for us. Do you see? So that's why I say, do you really need to reinvent the wheel? If somebody has built capacity, built the relationships, wouldn't it be better for you to just layer on what they are doing, as opposed to starting from scratch and going through unnecessary difficulty that could have been avoided? Yeah.
Thank you so much for that answer. Actually made me say that, okay, that is like, you have to really really recognize the root of the problem and try to resonate your solutions and what they see, what they define as their own solutions. Anyways, so thank you so much for that. There's this other question I have, and please, I'm so sorry, my audience. I'll read out your questions very soon. So this is the last question I have, but for an NGO, all right, which is very big on probably the SDGs or maybe the African goals and stuff. And then it's about maximizing the youths and then equipping them and stuff like that. Well, what would you advise? Would you advise before starting, or actually it's already in existence, would you advise maybe bringing up consultants to really, really see how to to identify the loopholes if it's actually successful. Because if I probably look back at that organization, it's like we're not really meeting what exactly we want to do. All right, it's a good initiative, the organization is doing a whole lot, but there's just this dissatisfaction. So what would you advise? Like, what are the strategic steps? And I've discovered that it's also reflective on so many NGOs out there, especially youth-led NGOs. So I don't know, how would one actually take this now?
Okay, so it's a knowledge acquisition situation, right? Um, the amount of information you have on a subject really determines how much you can do, right? Many NGOs, many initiatives, they may not have so much funding to pay for the services of a consultant. However, if you have a consultant friend and you can do a better arrangement with them, they can do the consulting for you. But now let's imagine the funding to get a consultant is not available. What do? You have to learn. And that's why people like Ideation Hub Africa exist. All you need to do is go to their website. They have very affordable courses. Like they have a bouquet of courses that teaches you the important things you need to know. In fact, just by attending your classes by yourself, you can consult for your organization. You can say, oh, okay, this is what we did not do well here. And then another thing Nigerian Hub Africa does is they have invited social innovators who have done some work to share their stories, because we learn a lot. No matter whether you're an adult or a child, stories are powerful. Stories tell you what is possible. And when you hear stories of people who look like you, who experience the same difficulty or challenges that you experience, it helps you see that, okay, things might be difficult, but if these people found a way around it, it is possible. And they're also able to give you context specific examples that you can relate with. Do you see? So I would advise to go get knowledge first, because as you get knowledge and you work on the tools, the resources you are provided, you can already begin to say, oh, okay, we didn't do this, and you can make adjustments. Okay. But if you can afford a consultant, why not? One of the advantages of doing the work that we do, most especially at the beginning, is that you get to learn a lot. We get to learn a lot, and it's very important for our people to build capacity, because as you build capacity, you learn the things you are supposed to learn. It just makes it easy for you to have answers or know where to run to get the help that you need. Many of the things that we really need is just a matter of reports, templates, other existing resources, and with that knowledge, we're able to make the necessary changes that we want to make. So there's a question from Unyuku Charles on the screen, which is you talked about grants and not being afraid to apply. Can you give us some links? So if you actually go on Google and type grants for Africa or something like that, different things are going to pop up. One of the websites I always recommend is opportunitydesk.org. They always share different opportunities, scholarships, competitions, grants, and all that. But you also should have done your due diligence of setting up your organization correctly, have your right documentation, and have a compelling story, have some track record of impact, be able to talk about how valuable your work is so that those applications can work for you.
Thank you so much for that answer. There is another question, but there are two questions, and I'll be reading them out. Says, sorry, the question is, I have a question. Sorry, I just joined in not too long ago. How can organizations reach out to youths that are above 35 in their programs and opportunities? As an entrepreneur, I noticed that a certain age gap, we still consider youths, that's 18 to 20, are being sidelined by these organizations because there are 35 and above. And the truth is that this generation, please could you scroll up? The truth is that this generation needs help because life happened to these people. So how can this be resolved? And I actually wish I could voice this question out.
Okay, so this is a very important question, and it's one of the questions that a lot of people who have gotten grants have been worried about because, as you get to a certain age, you're like, what? They are phasing us out of receiving opportunities. But the truth is, there are still organizations who do not put a cap on age. They do not, because they understand that life happens, right? Different people have um when that thing they say when you wake up is your morning. Different people came to decide that this is what they wanted to do at a much later stage, and so their organization, so for example, the African Women Entrepreneurship Cooperative, AWEC, it is a program. I don't think they give grants, but they equip upskill entrepreneurs, and it is for women across all age groups. I think that was the first program I got on that did not have an age cap. And I was happy about it because we have people who were in their 50s. I have someone in her 50s in my network now, courtesy of that program. So there are still organizations that cater to that, right? But the one thing I would say to anybody that finds yourself in this age group is, because you can clearly see that many organizations do not create that opportunity, that means you even have to do more work in terms of building yourself as a person of value. Because as you build yourself as a person of value, you can now be the one to pitch to organizations, pitch your solution to organizations, to individuals, and say, this is what we are doing. Could you work with us? Sometimes you not getting into a program can be a blessing in disguise. Maybe you are actually supposed to be the one to create a program for people in that age group, leveraging working with other partners. So don't see the fact that something is not working as a problem. Instead, look around. Who is doing something around it? If you look around, trust me, you're going to find opportunities that are specific to that age group or for those above. Or maybe you could collaborate with someone or give a use case to an organization who has the funding and say, this is the direction you should be going because your work is aligned to so, so, and so. And you never know. That can be a blessing to someone else. So when things do not go the way you plan, always ask and find out, could there be another way? Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Ugochi. This is the last question I would have to let you go. So I'm organizing a community program against drug abuse and cultism, and I want partners and sponsors. How can my partners benefit from this program?
So you
This
need
is
to ask
from
yourself,
John.
yeah, John. So, John, you need to ask yourself, what is the value of this project? Why? Remember the 5 whys we talked about. Why are you organizing a community program against drug abuse and cultism? When you get that answer, why for that answer? When you get the why 5 times, write it out. You need to get to the bottom. Now, when you get to it, ask yourself, who are the likely organizations that think or want this as part of their agenda? Who is working on something in this area? Are these people able to reach the target audience that I have access to? Because sometimes people partnering with someone can be, okay, I need to get something done in a Ebonyi state, but I'm currently in the US. The people I work with in Nigeria are in Lagos and in Abuja. If somebody reaches out to me from Ebonyi and tells me, oh, we want to do something like this, and it aligns with what I am doing, it is more easy for me because I can see that our goals align and they're helping me to reach an audience that ordinarily I would not reach. So you have to answer that question and say, what is this project I am trying to do going to do for this partner? How is it going to benefit them? How? You need to know and be sure, because if are you going to give them access into a new audience that they are trying to break into but have not been able to break into? Are you going to do that, or what else? So you have to think through it. And I've just given you one example, but from this example, that tells you how you can begin to think about it so that you can come up with solutions. I always like people to think about solutions themselves so that they can own it. So I'm not saying it did not work because it was Ugochi that gave it to me. No, that's why I needed to be a part of the process. So I've given you an insight on how to create one, helping them to reach an untapped audience that they are trying to reach. And so because you have a base there, you can help them reach them. What else? Think about it, and trust me, you'll be able to come up with some answers. Thank
Thank you
you
so
so much,
much.
everybody.
Thank you so much. This was actually very, very wonderful, very insightful, very hot. Thank you so much. And we do wish you have a wonderful rest of the day. And please don't forget to celebrate Nigeria. in your own way. Have a nice day. Thank you so much.
Bye,
All right, right
everybody.
about now. Bye. Please let's start her bye. Let's see your comments. All right, so right about now, our second speaker is here, and we would be inviting him next to take the floor. So the next person you will see is our second speaker. I hope you learned a lot because I did learn a whole lot. Thank you so much for still staying in. Oh, yes, just as we're waiting for the speakers to come up, please don't forget to connect with everybody and of course connect with Indaba and every platform. And yes, you can have access to this video on YouTube and rewatch it again. And then yes, connect with our speakers. All right, it will give you that platform to always reach out to them again. Imagine reaching out to Gucci and say, oh, I was on Indaba 4.0 where you spoke about this and I was able to do this. Now I need this help. So you have a basis, you have a platform to reach out to these speakers and they would be glad to help you. So let's not forget to reach out to our speakers on their various platforms. And I've connected with Gucci already. So yes. Thank you. Yeah, so we'll be having the countdown now.
Unemployment in Nigeria ranks amongst the highest in the world. This is according to Statista.com.
At 33.3% unemployment rate, it means about 23.3 million for about 70 million people.
Who should be working in Nigeria out of work? Foreign exchange has been more volatile, with Naira losing stability to the American dollar speedily today.
In the last 6 years, which captures this current administration, the rate of inflation has risen unimaginably high in Nigeria.
Food security is feeble. Insecurity has taken deadlier dimensions.
Poverty is preeminent, as the country infamously ranks as the worst poverty capital today.
As kids, what kind of country are we going to inherit? A country with kidnapping, power failure, lack of jobs for graduates, and abandoned projects. I wish I could do something about it. I can't vote, but you can. Your votes will not only affect your generation, but ours too.
This coming general election provides yet another opportunity for Nigerians to vote in a credible leader who can truly set Nigeria on the path of progress once again. Yes, the solution to our problems lie within us. Together with our votes, we can make this country work again.
Hey friends, This week's random music. So I wanted to have a conversation this week about leadership. And why leadership? Well, because it's one of those things, everybody talks about it, and every second person you meet is some sort of expert or at the very least has an opinion about leadership, right? I mean, leadership is just one of those things, it's like noses. Everybody has an opinion about it. So here's my take on this whole leadership conversation. It's this. 99% of the people that want to be the leader and envy.
One of Zimbabwe's most celebrated technopreneurs, Maxwell Chikumbutso, has once again come up with a masterstroke innovation, and this time it is an embedded wireless power generator that uses radio frequency to power a television set. Chikumbutso demonstrated his latest innovation to a ZBC News crew at his base in Harare, whereby a TV does not need the electricity connection for it to function.
This is our self-powered TV that we have designed, the first in the world to have such kind of a technology where a television is powered with a radio frequency. So as you can see right now, I'm powering this television. So this is the first television in the world that uses self-power to say. It is all in one. You don't need to put it on electricity or on solar panel or anything. As it is a complete solution. Behind the television, you can see that there is a microsonic energy device, this box. This is the device that is converting radio frequencies into pure energy. As you can see, the power of the cable was supposed to be here. On all traditional televisions, power comes here, but there's no power, as you can see. The television is working as it is. So in layman, I think this television is we can call it a self-powered television.
It is indeed an exciting innovation that comes in handy for households without electricity, and even so, a relief to many in the event of power outages. Chikumbutso continues to fly the Zimbabwean flag high in the world of innovation, and this latest offering will put the country's map at the forefront of technological transformation. Owen Mundova, ZBC News, Harare.
Anish Chowdhury. Anish is a business and technology professional with expertise in emerging technologies, engineering design, analysis, business, and marketing. In 2019, Anish managed the end-to-end business process of Start Coding, a tech company in Asia that prepare young Indians and Asians for the future of work. As the business and development manager, he led the upskilling of thousands of enrollees and later got elected as the youngest in Mentors team for Massachusetts Information Technology COVID-19 Challenge, India Turning the Tide. In 2020, with the advent of the pandemic, Anish founded Ecomjet to provide bespoke business solutions for businesses in emerging economies. He has built partnerships across the globe and has penetrated over 7 nations across 3 continents, deploying business solutions ranging from product design, digital marketing, creative concept design, and 3D modeling. He led Ecomjet to be recognized as one out of 45 most innovative businesses in Karnataka, India. Anish built systems around his business to run in his absence. At the same time, he pursued his interest in aviation space as an aeronautic engineer at KLS Gokte Institute of Technology. Anish is leveraging his experience working on electric vehicles and healthcare devices to conceptualize lightweight aeroplane designs. His critical and thoughtful contributions has earned him numerous awards both locally and internationally. Anish continues to deploy his engineering, business and technology skills in reputable institutions like the military jet manufacturing in India, with startups on UAVs, additive manufacturing, and research on aerodynamics. Anish is a facilitator at Indaba 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, Anish Chowdhury.
Am I audible here? Hello. Am I audible right now? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. And
Okay. So, yeah, I won't take much of my time. I will just move on into the slides. If the slides can be shown, that will be great. Thank you so much for the comments. I can already read them. Welcome you all to my speech. I'm still waiting for my presentation to be shown up. Thank you so much. So, I'll be talking about the aerospace industry generally. So, aerospace is one of the most exciting and innovative industries in the world. It is also a very complex industry with a global supply chain that is difficult to penetrate. However, there are many opportunities for companies who are willing to leverage emerging technologies and access hidden opportunities in the aerospace industry. In this article, or we can say in this presentation, we will explore some of these opportunities and discuss how we can take advantage of them. So here, aviation technologies have like drastically changed the world culture since the Wright brothers first took off in 1921. No longer limited to speed or distant destinations, planes have revolutionized the way people think about travel, both business and leisurely. Keeping up with emerging technologies will help an aviation technician excel in his field as well as find employment with many different industries related to transportation solutions. Today, we will discuss the global aerospace industry, impact of emerging technologies, opportunities in the aerospace industry, and how to access those hidden opportunities. So, first, let's get global aerospace industry is a vital part of the global economy, and its important is only growing. The industry directly employs over 2 million people and supports many more indirect jobs. In 2015, the global aerospace industry generated about 836 billion in revenue. The aerospace industry is a vital part of the global economy. It also constantly developing new and innovative ways to improve aircraft design, propulsion, and safety. Aerospace companies are also at the forefront of developing new materials and manufacturing processes. There are many opportunities for companies to enter this market and tap into its vast potential. So, emerging technologies and innovative approaches can help companies develop these technologies and penetrate the global market. Next slide, please. There is no doubt that emerging technologies are having a profound impact on the aerospace sector, from 3D printing and robotics to artificial intelligence and big data. These technologies are transforming the way aircrafts are designed, built, and operated. What is less clear is how the aerospace sector will benefit from these technologies. Will they use to reduce cost and improve efficiency? Or will they open up new markets and create new opportunities? The answer is likely to be both. Emerging technologies which enable the aerospace sector to penetrate new markets and access hidden opportunities. At the same time, they will also help to improve efficiency and reduce costs. Next slide, please. For example, here, 3D printing is already being used to create parts for aircraft. This technology has the potential to dramatically reduce lead times and costs. In addition, it opens up the possibility of manufacturing parts on demand, which could be a game changer for the aerospace sector. Similarly, artificial intelligence can be used to streamline design processes and identify problems early on. This can help to reduce costs and improve quality control. In addition, AI can be used to develop new flight paths and landing procedures, which could lead to increased safety and efficiency. So here are top 6 emerging technologies in the aerospace industry, including 3D printing, robotics, artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning, and IoT. I will suggest you guys to go through each of them and how they're amplifying and what are their applications in the aviation industry. That will help you to learn more about how they are linked together. Next slide, please. So here, I will share these slides with you guys so that you can read them carefully, because I won't be discussing them in details, but I will just have a glance over them. So some aerospace companies are already beginning to realize the transformative effects of these technologies. They're exploring significant potential value across a variety of dimensions, from cutting costs and restructuring supply chains to expediting time to delivery and making devices and products connected across the board. For instance, real time flight data collected from sensors in aircraft is being used to reduce fuel consumption, improve scheduling, and minimize flight delays. Aerospace and defense 4.0, that is industry 4.0, which is trending and we are talking about, those technologies are also improving the aftermarket experience by using data to track asset condition and predicting parts and systems failures beforehand. This chart has been collected from Deloitte from their Industry 4.0 talk that has been recently done in September 2022, the starting of September. If you go head up to the website Industry 4.0, you can learn more in detail about these markets and how they are linked to the aviation industry. Next slide, please. So this is a very main, yet may look simplistic, but it has the biggest impact on the Industry 4.0. The impact Industry 4.0 technologies can have on aerospace and defense companies varies depending on the company's size, where it is in the supply chain, what its role in the supply chain is, and most importantly, its business focus. For aerospace and defense companies to successfully implement Industry 4.0 at the enterprise level, digital transformation should occur at 3 levels: customer engagement, new products or services and platforms, and the intelligent assets. So, enhancing customer engagement. These aerospace companies should leverage Industry 4.0 technologies to create a differentiated customer experience and foster a customer centric culture. Listen it again, customer centric culture through service excellence and customer engagement. By utilizing advanced technologies, these companies may unlock new customer insights and improve customer engagement while monitoring evolving customer needs, preferences, and there are many shifts in demands as well. For example, I will talk about Raytheon. If you have heard about Raytheon missiles, Raytheon is focusing on delivering improved customer satisfaction and using process of architecture built upon systems. It's called architecture built upon systems that include product data management, manufacturing systems, and supplier assessment tools, all connected to front and back end metrics. So here data analytics, product management, manufacturing system, and the logistics all come to the action indirectly. Next is creating new products, services, and platforms. Products or services innovation in the in aerospace industry can be a drawn out and difficult process. because R&D for new products can take several years. Designing and developing an aircraft takes minimum of 30 years. So with another few years spending in commercializing them. So it may take about 50 years. Digital technologies can open new opportunities for innovation for this industry by not only reducing the time to design, develop, and commercialize new products, but also by providing insights and ideas from different stakeholders that feed back into the development cycle. Next, and the last one is making assets intelligent. Using Industry 4.0 technologies to make assets smarter and more self-aware, A&D companies improve utilization efficiency. For example, you have to search for digital twin. You can get it on the Google, learn about it. Digital twin technology makes it possible to virtually see inside a jet engine or even an entire aircraft located anywhere to better understand how an IoT connected engine operates and interacts within its environment. Digital twinning means mimicking and biological action into technological circuit. So this is called digital twin. For example, Lockheed Martin is using data from connected systems to create, innovate, and replicate components, products, and entire programs as part of a totally integrated system where data threads come together in the form of digital tapestry. This is a new term that has come into the market in the industry. It is called digital tapestry. What it is, it brings people, processes, and tools into a common information framework across the life cycle of its products. This free flow of digital information eliminates the manual transfer of data and the costly errors that go with it. Next slide, please. The aerospace industry is one of the most exciting and rapidly growing industry for sure. With new technologies and opportunities emerging every day, there are plenty of opportunities for businesses to penetrate the global market. By leveraging emerging technologies, businesses can gain a competitive edge in the aerospace industry. New technologies are providing aerospace companies with the ability to create more efficient and effective products and services. By accessing these new technologies, businesses can improve their bottom line while also expanding their reach into new markets. So, by taking advantage of emerging technologies, the world becomes increasingly connected. Next slide, please. So here, the aerospace startup market I will focusly talk on has reached a value of nearly 14.21 billion in 2022 this year. Having decreased, it has been decreased at a compound annual growth rate of about minus 0.3% since 2015. However, the market is expected to grow from 14.21 to 431.9 billion, which is approximately about by 2040, and by 2029 it's going to reach about 31.9 billion at a compound annual growth rate of 12.25%. Next slide, please. Here we'll talk about the direct and indirect markets of the aerospace industry. So the aerospace industry is moving towards a digital future by increasing technology adoption, network connectivity, and software innovations. Right. So, digitalization, what it is? Digitalization has enabled aircraft manufacturers to reduce costs and increase efficiency. This is true not only for passenger aircrafts, but also for cargo transport and UAVs, both of which are rapidly expanding industries. Keeping up with technological advancements becomes even more crucial as a company plan for future growth. Many industries use aerospace innovations to solve their own problems. For example, the automotive sector has used Boeing's dynamic stability control system. Here it again, the industries use aerospace innovations to solve their own problems. This is interesting. For example, the automotive sector has used Boeing's dynamic stability control system to improve driver safety fitness apps. Example, Tesla, which is being integrated into 3D maps collected by planes to plot routes while navigating city streets. The same data is being used by the automotive sector to get forecasted data about the traffic, about how the vehicles are moving on the road. So what happens? In this case, in essence, improving technology transportation solutions creates new opportunities. This makes those who are experienced in aerospace an invaluable asset to any business. Aerospace companies must constantly innovate to stay competitive. They must do this to stay ahead of the industry. They are adopting newer technologies and strategies. For example, the automotive industry recently invested billions of dollars into autonomous cars, allowing them to outperform airlines in several transportation markets. As a result, many airlines now use self driving cars as an opportunity to expand their businesses. They will need to do so if they wish to remain profitable amid increasing costs from the emerging technologies. Next slide, please. So, what are the profitable models currently in the market? So, here I will say the for coming first is the UAVs. This has been done in a very sequence way. The very first priority I will give is to the UAVs. It has the production, R&D, and aerial services. These are really important and they are really penetrating the market right now. Production in the sense, here is how 3D printing, each and every services are connected to each other. In production case, you are using 3D printing, you are using supporting services like programs and ITs, and you are doing the product design all together to make a perfect production of UAVs. Aerial services includes mainly the first term photogrammetry, and R&D comes when you are developing certain new mechanisms, new techniques in the UAV sector. You can do research papers, you can do the patents. Companies who really need such innovative ideas, they come forward to you, they collaborate with you, and this is how you can generate a huge amount of revenue every year. Coming to 3D printing, you can use it for product designing, and that's what I've talked about in the UAV sector. You can give it as a service. You can provide it as a service to the normal citizens. People can come ask for your 3D printing service, which is in huge demand right now, and you can give them comfortable 3D printing services. And then you can go for R&D as well. You can maybe try to, after learning a good amount of information how to handle a 3D printer, you can know how to enhance their efficiency, how to enhance their performance. You can do R&D. And last and the final, which one requires a good amount of capital after going to product design, service, and R&D, is the manufacturing sector. Once you are well aware of the first three sectors, you can finally penetrate in the manufacturing sector, which is literally very huge market for you. Supporting services also comes into action. Consultancy, management, testing includes destructive testing and non-destructive testing, and again R&D. These are the IT sectors that are indirectly linked with the aerospace, aviation, or industry. Then comes academy. Once you are well versed with UAVs, 3D printing, and supporting services, you can give your training and placement programs to the upcoming young generation. You can teach them about product designing, you teach them how service is being given, you can teach them to do research and development, and how to be a successful manufacturer. And end of the day, this all cannot be done other than technology. Supporting development includes website, platforms, application developments are plays a huge part in this case. Product development comes in next, service and maintaining every data properly includes security. Next slide, please. So there are many ways to access hidden opportunities in aerospace. One way is to use technologies, another way is to look for opportunities that are not well known or publicized. One way to use emerging technologies is to access the hidden opportunities. This can be used to create parts and components using 3D printing that are not readily available or are too expensive to produce traditionally. By using 3D printing, companies can save money and time while still being able to produce high quality parts. Another way to access hidden opportunities in aerospace is by looking for companies that are not well known or publicized. These companies may be working on innovative projects that have not yet been announced publicly. By doing some research, you can find these hidden gems and invest in them before they become household names. Next slide, please. So for a long time, government agencies like NASA, European Space Agency, ISRO dominated the aerospace market. But with the emergence of new techniques and technologies, the private sector is more and more essential, seduced by the conquest of space. For a long time, government agencies have conquested. Now it's a time for the startups. Bold billionaires investing in major projects like Elon Musk, then Jeff Bezos, they are investing in Blue Origin, Tesla, and SpaceX. Whereas startups from all over the world are also setting out to storm this universe by offering their solutions. Africans have not stood idly by in the face of this new trend, which I have literally seen and I have experienced. Many of them were interested in space and set up startups, companies working in space field. So I will give you a list of 9 companies to follow in 2022 on the space side. I have closely interacted as well as observed their activities, how they are progressing in the space field. I will surely ask you guys to go through these 9 startups that are currently working on the space industry, and they are from the origin of Africa. Next slide, please. So, as we discussed, focusing more on startups or companies, they're working like they are hidden, unpublicized. So, here are my 3 choices of platforms which have the best directories to find such gems. One of them is LinkedIn, a social networking site which is designed specifically for the business community. The goal of the site is to allow registered members to establish and document networks of people they know and trust professionally. So it's better you go through LinkedIn, you connect to networking people. I will talk more about how to connect through LinkedIn to people who are working on this field, how to get employment opportunities through them. And the next is Crunchbase. So Crunchbase has access to millions of contacts at growing companies for you to search from. And finally, WebWiki. WebWiki searches the internet for information and returns the most popular websites for a specified keyword that you search or keyword combination in descending order of relevance and popularity. Next slide, please. So, as I was saying that how to gain an opportunity of employment or to work with startups through LinkedIn. So once you are up in LinkedIn, you should maintain a good updated profile. Never miss out any work or in achievements or anything that you are doing in life, which is being integrated with your career. Don't miss out them. Don't hesitate to post them and update your profile. No one is going to judge you in this world. It is you who progress in this field. It is you who show your achievements. Unless you showcase your achievements, no one is going to learn more about you. Then comes networking with other peers. You should network with other peers. It may be your classmates, it may be your professors, it may be your upcoming seniors, it may be anyone in the company which you are interested in. You should network with peers. And then final, attend specific events in your domain. Try to attend these specific events that are trying to help you, trying to network with you, with peoples. From these events you can connect with leaders. These leaders, you can follow their activities and trends. Carefully follow their activities and trends. Follow which are the emerging companies coming up and which are associated with your networks. Interact with their founders, leads, managers, and HRs. And finally, in that way, take some time and you can connect and ask for opportunities and referrals as well. Next slide. And finally, be passionate about your work hard, be dedicated, be patient, and most important, keep updating yourself with all new technology. So by leveraging emerging technologies and accessing opportunities hidden in your space, we can penetrate the global market. And in doing so, we can not only improve our own bottom line, but also contribute to the advancement of humanity. We encourage you to explore these possibilities and join us in this endeavor. Next slide, please. So, if you feel you need to learn more about this or need help or want to consult in this domain, I'm open to networking. You can connect with me on LinkedIn or I'm just a mail away. You can directly mail me as well. Also, I'm sharing today's presentation for reference, which may help you in some way. And Next slide. That's all from my side. And thank you for your time. Wish you best for your future. Thank you. I'm open for any questions, and hopefully, if you feel like you're not able to share, you can just mail me. And yeah, guys, just connect on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to do so as well.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Anis, for the wonderful presentation. It was really an amazing one. Before I take questions, I don't know if there's
Thank
questions
you.
on
I
the
can
chat
see so
board.
many good feedbacks as well. Thank you for
Yes.
them as well.
Okay, I can just go through some of the comments here.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you. My speaker was off. I'm very sorry for that. Can you please repeat?
Okay, can you hear me properly now?
Yeah, I
Please
can hear you
confirm.
properly. Yeah,
Okay, okay. All right. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I guess our audience have actually harnessed from this and they've learned a whole lot. I would like to take some comments from the comment section. Um,
sure.
okay, yeah, we have Onyekwe Charles. He said, great presentation, Anis. And Lydia Ibego said, thank you, sir. Raymond Wachuku, thanks so much. It was a great, insightful presentation. Okay, I think I have a question here from
Mhm.
Abayomi. Okay, let me read it. What is the first step to take if there is an innovative idea about the aerospace, just like Spain launch?
Okay, so as far as I know about spin launch, I guess spin launch puts high payloads in low orbital satellites. So I have heard quite about their achievements as well. So if you are currently in the aerospace industry and want to uh, do an innovative idea, you want to put it forward. The first step is to get a patent or publish a research paper so that you can have a copyright claim for that. And the next step is when you are happy with your publication, or you are happy and approved with your patent, you should go for some small amount of fundings from either your university you are currently studying in, because in those cases they really help, because that's an particular what can I say, featuring for them as well. So in that case you should go for your university first for get some funding. And if you feel that you have that money, you have the finance to do it, the first thing you should do is that get a patent and just focus on developing the product. Once you have developed the product, you should register your business. You should go forward on collaborating with some space launch pads if you are developing any satellites, because in those cases they have some competitions every year where they launch student satellites, I will say. And you can propose your idea as well in such cases. So try to look for some programs or fellowships where they are offering such helps to develop your product ideas. That will be the first step.
Wow, amazing. I guess about you, I guess you're okay with the answers he gave. But then, if you're not still satisfied, I think his LinkedIn profile is available. I can go back to the slide, and you can actually reach out to him. And I guess they can reach out to you if you have more questions, if it's not clear. Okay, let me get to the next question from here. Okay, we still have some comments. Abdul Baki said, good vibes. Ugoma Ugu, thank you for your time. If you're commenting, you can also add where you're sending your message from. Majela Sina Amakachi said, really impactful. Thank you. Okay. Okay, one leader said, thank you. And I have another question from Deborah Sadolua. And she
Mm-hmm.
said, also taking advantage of LinkedIn. I have had a LinkedIn account for quite a while, but never really thought about taking advantage of it. Not until recently. Will pay more attention to it now.
Yeah, because
Definitely.
I remember I started LinkedIn from my first year of bachelor's undergraduate. So I will say the first internship I received was from LinkedIn itself. So I will ask you guys kindly focus on LinkedIn because you will get inspired every day to see how people are achieving some things there, how they're building back better. That's the main theme of this Indaba 4.0, I guess. So LinkedIn, I will think, will make a very big progress for your part of the career. So you guys will enjoy it because it's more tempting and more what can I say, addictive than Instagram or Facebook as well.
Wow, such an amazing one. Thank you so much. I would like to ask, in addition, I know you emphasized on how we can actually access the hidden opportunities in the aerospace. And I want to ask for African youths, because the youths are actually creative and innovative, and based on even the prediction by the United Nations, by 2050, I will have uh, youths, more youths in the world being Africans, about more than 50%. How can the youth actually, I know you've actually laid an emphasis on that, but I need more insight on it. How can the youth actually prepare themselves for a position of success for um, their future, leveraging on the opportunities in the aerospace?
So very first, aerospace is a very, what can I say, very complex industry rather than competitive. It's not at all competitive, but it's very complex. So very first step when you are entering the aerospace industry is get a mentor. Get a senior mentor for yourself. Very first thing is that what is your interest? Try to learn about your interest. There are very vast things in the aerospace industry. It may be propulsion, it may be structures, it may be drones, it may be anything. So very first thing is get to know about your interest. See any mentor you can follow, which is who is working as a senior leader in that field, and try to get feedbacks from them. How you can proceed, what are the things you should do and not to do. They can teach you very well. So once you get a mentor, then I think there is nothing more to talk about that. They can only solve your problems. You will very much be grateful to your mentor once. So first thing is you should get a mentor for yourself if you're entering this industry. Maybe you are starting a business or want to get an employment. It can be anything.
Oh, wow, that's a whole lot. Thank you so much. And I would like to take some more questions, if you don't mind. I have, okay, Joel made a comment here. She said, thank you for your presentation. Okay, I have a question from Jennifer Elodio. And she said, I work in a firm here in Nigeria. She's joining us from Nigeria. And we carried out drone piloting and training and aerial survey. I want to ask about the licensing. Okay, she wants to ask about licensing of drone piloting and training. I guess that's what she.
Okay,
Okay. It
so
continues. Yeah,
well,
let me just
well,
finish. I
yeah.
want to ask about the licensing. Does one necessarily have to be licensed when it comes to UAVs, and what are the relating course of study as regards
Mhm.
the aerospace?
So as of I know that Africa, like South Africa, I will say South Africa, was the first country in the world to initiate regulations for the training and issuing of remote pilot license (RPL). So, well, when it's Africa, then there are many governing councils of the aviation for each country. And it depends on each country what are the regulations. But yes, normal hobby drones that comes under the weightage of I guess around 50 grams. It comes under the weightage of 50 grams. Those drones do not require any licensing for pilot and training. Whereas if you are using drones which are weighing more than that and have technical specifications more complex, then you may require licensing of pilot. And for that, I will request you to head to your aviation governing council website of your own country. you can read more about what is the process of licensing, what are the regulations for that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you
Okay, so
so
related
much
course of
for
study as
the
regards the
wonderful answer.
aerospace. So there is one question. So very first is that there are many fields on aerospace. If you are trying to, it may be industrial engineering, it can be aerospace engineering, it can be aeronautical engineering, it can be aircraft maintenance engineering. There are very fast, about 10 or 14 types of aerospace engineering programs are there total. So that's what I said, that which part most excites and interests you should choose that and find a mentor for that as well.
Okay. Thank you so much for responding to that. Let me still take a few comments if are on the box. Okay, we have a comment from Kuda Foya, and he or she said, "Excellent presentation, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Koda.
Hello, say, okay, thanks. This is really helpful. I know this will want to still connect with you on LinkedIn after this time. And I guess if you want to reach out to Anis after now, just you can comment as you reach out to him, just inform him that you actually listened to his presentation on Indaba 4.0. I think it should be easier for him to reach out to you and know that yes, you actually followed up. Okay, I think I have a question from Benibolo Daniel. He said, "Hello, Anis. I would love to know if there is a possibility of having an autopilot, and what do you think are the disadvantages and advantages?"
Okay, so as of I know, and you guys also know, if you are having flights, uh, autopilot is already being used. While you are landing, autopilot tries to align you to the runway, whereas when you're taking off, autopilots puts a perfect timing when your wheels will detach from the ground. And while also in the air, autopilots only decides how much the control system should be working to keep and have a well balanced flight. So the advantage of the autopilots, if we conclude, it reduces pilot fatigue, especially during long haul flights, and also makes an aircraft fly smoothly and helps fly in stormy weather, since it is more steady, right? It is very important in case of engine failure as well. And coming to disadvantages of autopilots, it finally is the what can I say, the control itself, because when it's autopilot, it does not recognize every stimulation of the environment. It may recognize the general stimuli of the environment, but it cannot recognize every upcoming danger of the gust that may come. Then also data restrictions are also there, like every flight simulator or autopilot may not have all the datas. Then comes aircraft concurrency, that there's a very high probability that if every 1,000 or 10,000 flights are happening in 1 second, then out of that one may have an autopilot failure. And then also it has very complexity, whereas its life cycle support is low, so it requires a lots of maintenance periodically, and that period is very short, like in 5 years, 6 years. And finally, security. When you are having an autopilot in your system, then comes the security part that I was talking about. If somehow it gets hacked or breached, it means that the autopilot failure has happened. So it has its advantages and disadvantages, but we must focus on how to reduce the disadvantages and more and more apply this autopilot system in this aviation industry.
Oh, oh, great. I think Daniel, I don't know if you're okay with the response. Just like I stated earlier, if you need more clarifications, I know the slides will be shared to you so I can look at it again and read through. And if you still want to reach out, just like you shared this LinkedIn profile, I think I'll just go back to it. And okay, I think I projected it. His LinkedIn profile is there if you want to reach out to him, and his email too. If you have more questions to ask him, you are free to reach out to him. Let me still take some more comments. And it's the comments are coming in from Nigeria and even beyond. North America, we have people joining us from Europe as well. Okay, so I have a comment from Abdul Salem Abidemi Jr. He said he's listening from Kwara State, Nigeria. Kwara is in the central part of Nigeria, and that's where he's joining us from. Okay, we also have uh, Asa Hayes. He said he's joining us from Kaduna State, Nigeria. Kaduna is in the northern part of Nigeria as well. Okay, we have a comment from Daniel. He said, "Thanks, Anis. Exactly, exactly. Thanks so much. Reducing the disadvantages is a
Yeah.
point. I think he agrees with you on that. He agrees. Yes, reducing the disadvantages is the point, and that's amazing. Thank you so much, Ernest, for doing justice to this um, wonderful topic given to you. Though the time frame was very short, and but the participants would have loved to actually hear so much more from you. I don't know if you have any more um, maybe a form of advice because we have youths listening to us. We have aspiring innovators and those going into the tech world. So I don't know if you have any advice you would like to drop across to them to motivate them. You've come so far with a whole lot of achievement for yourself. I don't know if there's anything you would like to share, maybe to motivate them for those going through a couple of challenges. I know in the course of your work and advancement, you might have come across a few challenges and be able to overcome them. So I don't know if you can just share a case study and just tell how you overcame a challenge you had, maybe in relating to tech and how you were able to come out of it.
So yeah, so coming to case studies, it was really hard for me to search for case studies, as well as the case studies I know about, I cannot share regarding confidentiality. So these are the very first things comes in the aerospace industry. When you're learning about case studies, you're working with companies, you may not be able to share them due to confidential reasons. But motivation, I will say, do not look for motivation from other people, or do not look for motivation from your surroundings. It all comes from your inside. So if you are interested to work on this field, you can have a specific industry interest or in business or startups or your employment, just go for it. And wherever you are, you just try to achieve more and more. That is the first motivation for you should be. And if you have any more things to discuss with me, you can head up to me on LinkedIn, or you can just mail me. I'm always open to those, and that's the first thing I check in the morning every day. So I won't be replying you late. And yeah, and thank you for inviting me to Indaba 4.0 to talk about this. So it was really exciting and really helpful for me as well, because I was motivated while speaking in this session. And thank you everyone for
Wow.
those wonderful comments as well. Thank you so
Wow.
much.
Thank you so much for coming on board. We're delighted. Let me just take the last comment from Khalid. He said, well done, sir, and thank you for the presentation. Khalid Kode Ademola from Delta State. Delta is in the south part of Nigeria, and we have comments from Daniel and Aduke as well. They say thank you so much, and thank you so much for being part of Indaba 4.0. We look forward to having you also in any of the programs that will actually benefit the youths of Africa. And we love,
Sure.
maybe when once I've connected with you on LinkedIn, I would love to see more of what you do. And just like you stated, the motivation you need is in you. Uh, Step up and get started. I think that is the major motivation. And that's what we're doing. That's what Endeavor 4.0 is about. So we are stepping up, we are getting started, we are recovering, and we are standing firm, and we're getting better from the challenges that the pandemic brought, especially to startups. So thank you so much, Anis, for coming again. We are delighted to have you.
Thank you so
Do
much.
have a wonderful day. I don't know the time now in your continent, but
It's
do have,
about 7:48.
wow, 7:48 and this 3:17 PMWAT. Wow. So thank you so much, Anis, for joining us again.
Have a great evening to you as well.
All right. Do have a wonderful day.
Okay. Bye-bye, everyone.
Wow.
I changed my entire healthy eating habit, so I've I started doing more exercise. It was quite positive in that way, actually.
The positive outcomes: plenty of time for reflection, plenty of time for introspection, which is always not so good, plenty of time to value those things which are very important and those things which are trivial.
It has brought some people, I think, closer together because everybody's in it together, as it were. So we've all been going through the same thing, so we've all of us got an awful lot of shared experience in many ways.
Spending time with my daughter, spending time with my wife, spending a lot of quality time that obviously I'd be else at work.
It's been nice to be back with my family and stuff, spending time with my brothers and my mum. It's been really cool.
I do cook a lot and of course Netflix or just find little things.
I've done lots of cycling, so I've made the most of the exercise allowance. I tried to be more active actually in some ways, strangely.
Tried to get a bit more fit and into shape.
Well, I think I've been working out more because I'd always say, because I've been focusing on my schoolwork and things like that, like my A-levels, I don't have time to exercise and have time. But now I'm no, I do have the time. So I've definitely been working out more, and not just for physical health, but mental as well.
Definitely just taking care of my mental health, my skin, not worrying about so much what I'm wearing every day and what others think, really.
Less traffic, less air traffic too. I think the environment feels much cleaner.
I'm working from home, but it's quite relaxed. It's a lot more relaxed environment, so I'd be on Zoom calls and I'd be wearing a shirt but probably wearing my boxers, you know.
Hey friends, this week's random music. So I wanted to have a conversation this week about leadership. And why leadership? Well, because it's one of those things, everybody talks about it, and every second person you meet is some sort of expert or at the very least has an opinion about leadership, right? I mean, leadership is just one of those things, it's like noses. Everybody has an opinion about it. So here's my take on this whole leadership conversation. It's this: 99% of the people that want to be the leader and envy the benefits of leadership don't have the mettle of what it takes to lead. That's why leadership is so difficult and so complex. Because when things are easy and times are certain and the direction is clear, it's easy to lead. In fact, you don't even need to lead. Things just kind of take care of themselves. But leaders are leaders and can only emerge as leaders when it's times of strife and difficulty and complexity, right? Maybe think about it this way. Why does the pilot get paid what he gets paid? My view is the pilot doesn't get paid to fly the plane. The pilot doesn't get paid to take off and to land. You know, they've got autopilot now, so the plane can do that itself. But why do you still need a pilot there? And why do pilots still talk about how many hours have you got on the job? Why is that still important? Because as passengers, we take comfort in knowing that if something goes wrong with this plane, if an engine blows up or an engine seizes, or we hit a rough patch of turbulence, the person behind the wheel is going to know what to do. So if you think about that pilot, he's actually getting paid to manage difficulty and complexity. He's not getting paid to take off and land. Anyone can take off and land. It's like anyone can start a business and register and open a bank account and create a website, right? If you're a manager today in a large corporate, anyone can get a team and start giving out and dishing out instructions. But what really makes you a leader is how you step up when it's the time to step up. It's how your energy, your disposition, your approach changes and consistent with the time. Because the other thing leaders do is they act for their moment, right? In times of peace, the general who's the leader in the army acts for the time of peace. And so what he does is he maintains discipline. He ensures that his troops are well trained. He ensures that they've got the armor and that they continue to train and are battle ready all the time. But in times of war, the general gets paid what the general gets paid because somebody has to make the call. Someone has to choose tactics and strategy. Somebody has to say which target gets hit first. And somebody has to be willing to make the difficult decisions. That's why the general is the general. But if you think about it, almost all people that join the army want the rank of general. I'm not sure how many of them want the responsibility. Everybody wants the rank because he's the general. He gets the respect. He walks in, he's dripping swagoo. You know, his uniform is lined with colors. He's the Makulubas. But when the pawpaw hits the fan, that's when his job starts. And that's the thing about leadership. Leadership starts when it's a time to lead. And until you've had a moment to lead, you can't call yourself a leader, right? And that's why leadership is not positional. You can have the job and still not be the leader. You can have the position and still not be the leader, because leadership is about how we behave and our energy that we bring in and our intensity and our disposition when it's a moment to lead. And it's about knowing this is a moment to lead. It's not a moment to sit back and to wallow and to wait, right? I don't know about you, but for me, that's been very, it's been cathartic almost. The thinking about, why do I face difficulty, strife, and complexity? As an individual, as a father, as a husband, as a son, and as a businessman. Why do I go through difficulty and challenges? And then I realize often it's because those difficulties and challenges are to build me up so that I'm ready for where I'm going. Which is the second thing I wanted to tell you about leadership, by the way, which is this. You could try as much as you want, but you can't be educated into leadership. Leadership is not about qualifications. It's not about education. Leadership is not even about tenure. You could work 20 years, do the same job, and still not know how to lead. Leadership is about growing into and being groomed into the place. So you grow into the place. But how you grow into the place is you have to go through stresses. If you think about the concept of stress, it's like taking a piece of elastic and pulling it. When you pull the piece of elastic, what you do is you stretch it beyond its natural sense of comfort. You stress it, right? Same too with how you build anything, is you have to pull it and stress it beyond its natural place of comfort. That's how it builds leaders, is you have to be stressed and pulled beyond your natural place of comfort so that you can prove that I can operate at level 1, then level 2, then level 3, then level 4, then level 5. I can operate at all these levels and lead because I've been through the challenges of operating at those levels and I've had the opportunity to lead. Make sense? I don't know about you, but for me, that kind of thinking just like, it dawned on me and it hit me and it was like a big thing. I was like, wow, whoa. You only become a leader when it's the moment to lead. Until then, you're a manager, you're many things, but you're not a leader. You're just the guy in charge. And that's easy. You get the office, you got the key, you can come in. But you're only a leader when it's the moment to lead. When around you there is doubt, when around you there is fear, and you bring in a sense of clarity and certainty. You go, that's where we're going, that's how we're going to get there, that's when we're going to get there, and that's how we're going to do it. That's what leadership is. So tell me what you think. What do you think about this week's musing, this conversation about leadership? And in your mind, what makes great leaders? And secondly, who do you think are the best leaders alive not only in the world, but also in South Africa today? Be very keen to get your thoughts, friends. Cheers, Bazalwan.
Indaba is here again. As nations of the world join efforts to strengthen the global value chain, deepen global trade, and assuage the humanitarian crisis induced by the COVID pandemic, these concerted efforts seem to have suffered defeat by the rise in global inflation rate, pockets of inter-country conflicts, and decline in humanitarian funding. Globalization has enabled a spark in Yemen to raise flames in Windhoek and a policy against tea production in Sri Lanka to influence the cost of beverages in Istanbul. What is the role of technology? How can multilateral organizations mediate? What should nations of government prioritize at this time? All of these necessitated Indaba 4.0. Indaba 4.0 seeks to help nations of the world build back better, help startups navigate the economic restraints across nations, and empower development practitioners to reach the most vulnerable in a world of finite resources. In the fourth year, Indaba 4.0 presents Building Back Better, featuring Jude Feromi Kolawole, Innovation Policy Expert and Practice Lead at Co-Creation Hub, Titi Ojo, Value Chain Coordinator and Standard Expert at GIZ, Ugochi Obidiegu, International Development Expert and Founder, Safety Chic, Anish Chaudhary, Aeronautic Engineer and Founder, Ecomjet, Convener, Emmanuel Ohanwe, the Head of Marketing at Elsa Solutions, London. Register for free at www.indabaglobal.org. For inquiries, call +234 915 467 3779 or +263 776 326010. Indaba 4.0, building back better.
Emerging countries power global economic growth. They come in many shapes and sizes, and their economies vary too. Some countries have managed to achieve strong and consistent growth over a long period. These are the outperformers. The McKinsey Global Institute examined 71 emerging economies and found that only 18 of them managed to outperform. 7 of them did so over a period of 50 years, achieving average annual GDP growth of at least 3.5%. 11 are more recent outperformers, averaging 5% annual GDP growth over the past 20 years. These 18 countries alone lifted about 1 billion people out of extreme poverty in the past 20 years and nurtured an emerging middle class. 2 factors explain their success. First, a pro-growth agenda of productivity, income and demand. They raised productivity by accumulating capital and technology. That led to more jobs and higher wages for workers, which lifted more people into the middle class. They both consumed more and saved more. Companies earned more. Governments collected more tax. This virtuous cycle also helped these countries export more, plugging into the global economy. The second factor explaining their success: large firms that benefited from the competitive domestic market. In the 18 outperforming economies, there are twice as many large firms as in other emerging economies for the size of the economy. It's hard to stay at the top. Less than half of the companies that make it to the top 20% stay there for a decade. But those that do innovate more boldly, make investment decisions faster, and pay higher returns to shareholders than firms in advanced economies. These countries did not get everything right, and they will need to continue improving to maintain their growth momentum, because other countries could join the outperformers in the future. We estimate that if all emerging economies could achieve the productivity growth rate of our 18 outperformers, global GDP would get a 10% boost. That is $11 trillion, equal to another China. Already we see a new set of countries that are growing fast and that have put in place the economic fundamentals to maintain that growth. That's good news for their residents, and it's good news for the global economy too.
Titi Ojo. Titi Ojo is an international business development practitioner with decades of expertise in information technology, enterprise development, training and capacity building, export development, and trade policy advocacy. Titi was the national advisor to a 5-year Dutch-funded program that addressed commercial and development objectives in the private sector. As an international development consultant, she has advocated for trade policies and led market access and capacity building programs. As the Exporter Voices lead, she led the Policy Development Facility Program of the United Kingdom Agency for International Development. In 2014, the US government awarded her the Humbert Humphrey Fellowship in recognition of her contributions to leadership and public service. She also graduated as a Fulbright Scholar from Cornell University, New York. Titi continues to build the capacity of SMEs through her company, AgroChains Consult Services, to compete favorably in international markets through improved quality standards. She is a trained auditor for ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management Systems, ISO 14001-2015 Environmental Management Systems, and ISO 22000 Food Safety Management Systems, a set of worldwide proprietary, industrial, and commercial standards. She is the Value Chain Coordinator and Standard Expert at GIZ. Titi is a facilitator at Indaba 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, Titi Ojo.
Right, good afternoon from Nigeria. I'm sure some other people are joining us. I believe that you can hear me, right? Okay, so the introductions have been made, and today I'll be talking about AFCFTA and leveraging the opportunities in the value chain. That's what I'll be talking about this afternoon. I also want to be sure that you can hear me. I believe so. So in case that anything, I'm sure someone will chat me up in the box right there. So the African Continental Free Trade Area is, I would say, well, it's, okay, so yesterday I was somewhere and I was talking about AFCFTA, and I said it's becoming cliche. People use it loosely, people use it just loosely all over the place. And I keep saying, we can't just be calling that loosely anyhow. The AFCFTA is instructive. What we're about to, what has happened to Africa, the African continent, is something that has never happened before. And it's important to ensure that we're positioned to benefit from what is coming from the AFCFTA. That's absolutely necessary at the time that we're in. So today I'll be talking about leveraging the opportunities in the value chain, and I'll be touching a couple of things as we move on. So let's move to the next slide. Let's see if I can throw that up. I know my slides are being controlled at the back end. Now, the AFCFTA, that's the African Continental Free Trade Area, is a project to bring together all African countries. And all African countries, by this we mean 1.2 billion people on the African continent. And of course, this helps us to have a combined GDP. It results in a combined GDP of over $3.4 trillion under a single continental market for goods and services, including free movement of business people and investment and expansion of intra-African trade. If you look at the logo of the AFCFTA, you see that there's a slogan there, creating one African market. What we want to create is one African market. And honestly, before the AFCFTA was launched, it was obvious that Africa was not even trading with itself. We had the lowest percentage of intra-regional trade in the world at 18%, compared with 70% in Europe, 55% in North America, 45% in Asia, and 35% in Latin America. We're saying if we can make this happen, we can create that one single African market. If AFCFTA is going to work, within the 44 or among the 54 countries that have signed on to this, then we will have, Africa will have the world's largest free trade area in terms of member states. And that is huge. That is huge. Okay? And of course, let's also have in mind that this market, this particular AFCFTA, we are also looking at women and youths as a target. We've always talked about youth empowerment, we've always talked about women empowerment. And so as part of the policies, of course, that would guide the intra-African trade, women and youths will get a very solid portion of that. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. Let's also look at, okay, so this is what I just said, that one of the pathways for the AFCFTA agreement is driven towards creating economic empowerment and capacity building opportunities for women and youth in trade. This is particularly important, okay, because, women have always also found a voice when it comes to trade, and women have, I'm a woman anyway, so we also have our own strengths when it comes to trade. Women are traders from time immemorial. And of course, it's important that women also position themselves, basically. But I know today we're also talking to a very large youth audience. And, young people do really good stuff. In fact, if you ask me, trading, intra-African trade should even be disruptive. It shouldn't be business as usual anymore. In our different countries, we should rethink trade, especially in a time of technology. Technology has brought disruption to the way we do a lot of things. Now there's automation, which was not there several years ago. So and we see young people playing in that space. It's not old people that play in automation. You don't see very old people in technology infrastructure. Yeah, young people bring the ideas. Old people can implement. But we see young people, they bring in new ideas every now and then. And you can see that even Nigeria alone, technology services have grown in leaps and bounds in the last few years. Even financial services, hospitality services, you can see where technology has taken a big leap in there. Also, agricultural services. Technology is now the driver, the enabler. So when we're talking about trade, we're talking about trade in goods and services. Usually we have goods behind our minds. We think of trading in goods alone, but services is a big deal because there's so many things we do in that space. So when we're talking about goods, we're talking about tangible things you move across the border from one country to the other. But you know what? Services itself is borderless. Let me use the word borderless because we cross borders. I may be sitting here right now. See, I'm sitting behind my laptop. I could design an app, and the people using the services are using some other country. So it tells you that when it comes to services are borderless, honestly. Although there are parts of it that have borders. And I can quickly just talk about services in 4 modes, okay? There's a movement of services. There are 4 modes, okay, for services, for the movement of services. And one is cross-border. Cross-border will mean that you are producing the service here, but it is being consumed in another territory. And that's where we find people that do technology. You create your technology apps in one state, in one country, another continent is using it. Those are trading services, okay? Some of you are consultants. Some of you develop a lot of products in here. You're serving another person that's in another territory. Those are services. So when we talk about services, really, sometimes look at it critically, they're even borderless. It means that you can be in your country and serve the world where you are seated. And we're going to be having trading services as well in AFCFTA. It is part of it. We have, I think, another mode of service export, as it were, is I've talked about cross-border consumption abroad. Yes, is another mode. There are 4 modes actually. Consumption abroad is a very interesting one, where you set up your service in another place and the consumer moves from their territory to another territory to enjoy it. So here we're talking about tourism. It's very large here. Consumption abroad, tourism is very big. So for some of us in AFCFTA, we might need to create tourism packages where people from other countries will come to our own country and they can enjoy, what you have in that space. So we have health tourism, we have education tourism. This is a time where even within Africa, we can have educational structures in different countries, and we can trade, even in education, we can trade in the health sector, we can trade in so many other sectors. But of course, in that second mode, the consumer has to go abroad to enjoy that service. Then we have, of course, presence of physical people, physical presence, basically. And that means commercial presence. The third mode is commercial presence, where a company might choose to set up in another territory. So in Africa, for example, we have 54 countries. Now we can say a company in Nigeria can go and set up in Namibia, set up in Tanzania, Kenya. So that's another mode of services export. Okay, young people, you have a place. In fact, I see a lot of young people playing there anyway. And the last one will be presence of natural persons. When somebody takes himself from one place to offer a service in another territory, in another country. In that case, it's a movement of physical persons. So you might also be here, and you're a young person, you're a woman, you're a man. Part of what we're saying, when we talk about AFCFTA, we talked about movement of natural persons and goods is something that would happen, free movement. So you can realize that now Africa is your territory. The market you're going to be serving has no bounds. There's 1.2 billion people. There's no borders anymore. Rather than playing local in Nigeria, you can now play in the African continent. That has 1.2 billion people. So that's a powerful advantage, a powerful opportunity to everyone listening to me here right now. So can I have my next slide? So while we do this, let's now talk about how we can participate in the African continental free trade area. So part of the things we'll be looking at, of course, we talk about trade. You can participate as a trade enabler or even a trader. So even till today, we have people that are doing trade across borders. Anyway, there's so much informal trade actually going on. So people are crossing borders and trading anyway. But we've always said that we don't encourage informal trade for some reason. Because if you trade informally, your records, you don't have a record on file with government as an official exporter from your country. And when opportunities come, we don't have a track of what you've done. Because yes, you're so informal about it. So it's always encouraged that you formalize your trade. And every record of things you move, every record of goods that you move across the border as a record with government, you are documented. Because it's in that documentation you can also benefit from the opportunities that will come. There will be interventions, there will be incentives. It's only those that documented that actually can have access to those incentives. Okay, so you can participate as a trader or a trade enabler. There's so many ways you can enable trade. With services, yes, we can enable trade with some of the services some of you render at this moment. When we're talking about trade enablers, of course, we can talk about logistics providers are trade enablers. Then, of course, we're looking at primary producers, farmers. Some of you will play in this space. There's a lot of opportunities in agriculture, whether you like it or not. It's just that the agricultural value chain also needs to be strengthened, okay? Some of us will be input providers to agriculture. Some of us would provide equipment that will help for processing. So you might find a space there. I've been working with some farmers in recent times on a project with the GIZ, and part of the equipment that we're giving to some of these farmers is the solar tunnel dryers. That doesn't cease to blow my mind because they are very massive structures and farmers can dry their produce to avoid waste. Post-harvest losses are now reduced due to those dryers. At the same time, farmers can make premium money by also drying for other farmers and making some income from that. But the truth here is, it also helps in preservation, storage. There's so many things. So when we're talking about the value chain of agriculture, the end product, the final product that goes out, has gone through a whole lot of process really before it gets to the exit where it's heading to another country. And that whole process, that whole chain, we also have those that can play there. And of course, young people, we can play as professionals, learning professional services such as accounting, business development. The people that really want to participate in AFCFTA, they really don't know how. They have the product, they have the technical know-how. They're wondering, how do I grow my business to a point where I can really be part, I can move goods in volumes. Some of you are business development professionals. Some of you help them with their books. Some of them will help them with their financials. So some of you will have that space right there, helping people, empowering them as well to grow sustainable businesses. Some of you are here. You have those skills. It's time to put some of these things out and on the market. Transportation and logistics I mentioned earlier. Some of us, yes, we need to be in the space, policy space, where we can be part of the policy formulation process. Policy is everything. I'm telling you, policy is everything. So really, as young people, we should desire to be in a place where we can make policies, policies that will enhance and also create an enabling environment for for even citizens in your country or those that are, participating in AFCFTA. Of course, some of you provide infrastructure. In this case, I'm talking about technology infrastructure. A lot of young people are playing in that space, really. enabling. There's a lot of enablement that needs to happen. And truly, AFCFTA is not perfect just yet. There's a whole lot of trial and error going on. There's so many things still going on, honestly. So even part of that will be a unified payment system, which is not really solid yet. These are still things that we're trying to sort out because, of course, we want to make it just like the European Union. The euro is the currency in the EU, and that euro is tenable anywhere within the EU countries. The same thing is what we're looking at for the AFCFTA. So providing even that infrastructure, those that have the skills, the knowledge to perfect some of the initiatives that are even already going on, advisory roles, we all have a role to play here. It all depends on where you want to fit in, okay? And it's important for you to begin to think of that. The more you learn about the gaps, the opportunities that AFCFTA will bring with itself, the better you are, so that you can figure, where am I going to place myself? At this time, I said there are no borders. You can decide to move your services to Ghana and get a new clientele completely. You can decide to market your product to a totally different clientele. Yes, because right now everybody wants to move goods and move even persons across borders and trade with each other. Now, I remember saying this as well recently, that for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement or Free Trade Area, I was saying that we want, Africa does not trade with itself, isn't it? But really, are we trading with ourselves? The answer is still no. Most of us still go to the West to buy things. We still go to China to buy our packaging materials. Manufacturers still go to China anyway because it's cheaper. Some of us still go to America to purchase certain things. We still go to the West. We still go to Germany. So really, are we really trading with ourselves, which is the real target of AFCFTA? It now means that Africa itself must look inwards and see, what do we need to perfect? What do we need to ensure that we can trade with each other and we are better off rather than going out to the West, okay? So this is a process that's ongoing, and I believe that in no time we'll get it right? But while we're at it, we are enablers, and we can actually plug in right now to make things work. We can plug in right now, begin to get our market. Of course, there's first mover advantage too. So these are the things I'm going to be putting before you. Can we go to the next slide, please? On our next slide, I want you to take some key takeaways. I've talked elaborately on this. I'm not sure if you have questions, but our key takeaways, I think number one, when we look at value chains, the first one is value chain. Can we move to the next slide, please? We're talking about, I have number one there as value chain. I said we should leverage global value chains in areas of competitive advantage. Now, let me quickly speak here. I know there are different countries, but I'm going to talk about Nigeria, okay? When we talk about global value chains, we're talking about the interdependencies we have on the globe. So that's why in some cases, some of our manufacturers, because they don't produce certain things in Nigeria, they'll import that into their process, right? Even if they have the raw materials here, they may not have packaging material. Now, this is how we leverage the value chains, the global value chains. I know where I don't have my strength. I know where you have your strength. Now, this is it. In AFCFTA, under this, one thing I think we should really, really work on is, strengthening our areas of competitive advantage. If it's agriculture, for example, can we really add to the farms and really produce for Africa as our country, for example? Are we looking at the things that grow really well in Nigeria? For example, let's say cassava. I'm just using cassava as an example. I've worked in several value chains. Cassava, for example, we have a high yield per hectare for cassava, and you can check that out on FAO stats. Actually, Nigeria is not the top 3 in the world, actually, with very high yields in cassava, and really we've taken advantage of that anyway. So if that is the case, can we begin to look at cassava in itself as one of the areas of competitive advantage? It might be that we produce cassava so much in Nigeria, some other countries in Africa will need our cassava. Can we look at production, for example, processing, such that we can move it to other parts of Africa? Now look at this. We're talking about doing business with ourselves. We're saying that rather than taking our monies out there to the West, to the EU, to South Korea, to China, can we trade within ourselves and beef up our own economy and improve Africa's GDP? But if we begin to do this, trading ourselves, really, we will not achieve the aim of AFCFTA. So it's important that we look back inwards and see how we can trade in the areas of our competitive advantage, such that the whole world will begin to look for us. Because when it comes to global value chains, everyone is playing in the area of competitive advantage. And so a country somewhere is looking for us or for you because we have what they need. So can we look inward and ask ourselves, what what do I have that is my competitive edge that someone might not have within the African continent, other countries might not have? And let's see how we can promote such activities so that we become good at that. Also, when it comes to value chains, like the picture you have here, this is just how, the representation of what a value chain would look like. So we are talking about inbound logistics, all the activities that come in that space, to operations, to outbound logistics, to marketing and sales, to services, to when it gets to the final consumer, to even when you begin to service that consumer, customer care that comes after the whole activity has been done, plus all the other support activities that happens along the value chain. So most of the support activities I'm talking about might be most of the services I talked about earlier. While the other parts, the inbound operations, outbound, maybe physical or tangible things, okay, maybe infrastructure, maybe the product themselves, and all of that happens, okay? So the value chain is quite elaborate. It's for you to leverage on your own competitive advantage here. And it's important to begin to look at it, right? Many people are waking up to understanding the opportunities in this global value chain, and they're still not getting it, especially AFCFTA. What is the implication for me? What's the implication for my business? In this case, you can start thinking of partnerships, yes, because now the AFCFTA will be having partnerships. You can have a partnership with someone in Egypt. Egypt is in Africa, isn't it? I hope that's right. Tanzania and all of that, okay? In Ghana, you can begin to have partnerships that form bigger things for you, big wins. So let's go to slide 2. So the takeaway, the first one I talked about, leveraging global value chains in areas of competitive advantage. I hope that as you're listening, you're actually thinking, because this session is to make you think. Now, about 70% of international trade today involves global value chains, okay, as services, raw materials, parts, and components cross borders. And exports from one country to another often involve interactions amongst the variety of domestic and foreign suppliers. Now, this is it. Here we're saying that most of the products we see today has an input from one country or the other. So take the computer that we're working with right now. Perhaps the screen is from one particular part of the world. China has an input on this computer, on this HP. US has a part is manufacturing. Somebody is producing the processor. Somebody is producing the screen. Somebody is supplying the material that was used for the body or the casing. Now it tells you how connected we are. At the end of the day, everybody, all the countries that came up to design this single laptop has a part in every unit that is sold, and that's it. As long as every unit is sold of this particular laptop, all the countries that have an input into it has a part in the income that comes from it. Now, what does that mean? We're saying that you can always collaborate. Never forget that. Because honestly, today, we need it's global value chains generally all over the world relate with each other, right? If you remember during the COVID, and we can see that's a very good example, supply chains were disrupted because, of course, some parts of what we could produce in Nigeria are coming from abroad, they're coming from some other parts of the country. And the moment there were no movements, everybody got to a standstill. Let me even give you a good example on global value chains. When I mentioned earlier, talk about wheat. Wheat, we're a net importer of wheat, especially in Nigeria. So with the Ukraine-Russia war, wheat became scarce, definitely. Wheat prices went up on top of the roof. And countries that were net importers of wheat suffered. Because if wheat was for us, our bakeries, our pastries and all that, we use wheat largely. And because of the high cost of wheat, we were in trouble, and we're still in trouble because the loaf of bread has moved from about 300 to about 1,000 naira. It tells us when certain things disrupt these supply chains, honestly, supply chains in terms of, yes, we get wheat from the US, so they supply us wheat. We get it from Russia. They are the largest producer of this. They're feeding the world. The moment something happens to those kind of societies or locations, organizations or countries, we all pay for it, okay? So here we are saying that even global value chains can be disrupted, definitely. So that's why, as much as we can, we should also begin to look inward on what we can do. Never forget that. Recently in my TED talk, I talked about consuming nations or consuming countries. And the definition of consuming countries, they are countries that import what they can produce. And that's very important for you to take away. We need to look inwards. What can we produce as well so that we feed into this global value chain? We can feed into the value chains of the African continent. And we can have a place there. We can have a place there in terms of business. We need to think of it. So my next slide talks about how you can position your businesses. I say businesses must be intentional about their strategic positioning to harness the advantages of intra-African trade. I mentioned earlier too that AFCFT has become cliche. People are, AFCFT is everywhere, it's a buzzword, everybody's talking about AFCFTA. But the question is, as much as you see it and hear it every day, what are you thinking? Are you thinking strategically, really? Are you strategic? Are you studying the trends? Are you studying what's going on every day? Are you studying what Ghana is doing? Are you studying what Rwanda is doing? The wake of AFCFTA. Are you reading about entrepreneurs are moving stuff, and those are setting up offices or locations? And let me tell you, when we're talking about market entry strategies, you don't need to set up an office in another country. I'm telling you, you could just have a contact there. You can set up a partnership. You can leverage on an existing partnership. You can have a partner there. You can have Nigerians are very mobile, and I'm sure some of you here are not Nigerians, citizens of your country, also mobile. They move around. It could be that. It could be that. It could be someone that has just settled down in Ghana, someone that settled down in South Africa or Rwanda, someone that is your kind. They could be your representatives, and they have market information, and they can always get back to you on what is going on. They can always buy from you. Recently I'm doing a training, an expert training, and there's one of our people that lives in Rwanda right now. She's a missionary, and she just called me up one day like that, and Titi, I've been hoping to talk to you about this. A few times I come to Nigeria, I bring Nigerian food to Rwanda. It's like just a small bag, something like just a briefcase kind of thing that I move around. And when she said no, she really wants to take it seriously. So she wants to start thinking of how she can move food stuff. She wants to really understand how export works. Now she's thinking about positioning, honestly. She says, yeah, Nigerians are moving into Rwanda. She's seeing the Nigerian community grow there. So she's thinking about it. So the few things are bringing in little by little. She's been there for a while. She's seen some other Nigerians taking advantage of that anyway, opening Nigerian shops there. And she's like, man, I've been here long enough to be the first mover here, but now she wants to take advantage of that. And we've been talking about that too. She's attending the export sessions, and of course, part of the logistics of movement, where she's going to source. These are the things she'll be thinking about. And we are in talks because she's on a mentoring right now. So about strategic positioning, you need to be conscious. So people like that, she needs to probably have partners here in Nigeria. That's in effect typical Nigerian. So for me, I'm like, you know what? I could be a partner for you in Nigeria. I can source the food stuff. I have women I work with. I do a lot with women. And there are women that have a lot of products. We can actually have a conversation at what prices, at what rates, what sells, So there's a whole lot of strategy involved in this. So businesses must be intentional about their strategic positioning to harness the advantages of intra-African trade. If it takes you to travel to another country, if it takes you to even go on a vacation there, if you have money, you can go. You can decide to go to an African country that people are not really even talking about much. But of course, they've signed on to AFCFTA and spend like a week and sniff the market. Just sniff the market. Just sniff it. Sniff it out. Go on. If you have to get in touch with Diaspora Commission, how many Nigerians in a particular country in Africa that people are never talking about? And they're there. And you now begin to see that there's a size. There's actually a sizable number. That's a business for you, Or you're thinking, or you go to some particular country and you notice that they're needing maybe ginger. Now, if you go on the ITC website, the export potential map, I would like you to go there though. If you go there, different countries and what they have and how export is done, the potentials actually, they're all there. It helps you to see how that works. Number 3, opportunities for young people. That's the third point. Please, can we go to the next? Opportunities for youth-led businesses also to collaborate for bigger wins in the regional and global marketplace. So I always ask the question, how big are your dreams? How big are our dreams as young people? How do we scale up to attract investment? So we are looking at, not small businesses, Don't think of, some of us are doing really small things. We're just small where we are. And when you begin to think of continental trade, you can't be small. No, you can't be small. That's a fact. So if somebody needs what you have in Namibia and tells you you should supply 20 tons of particular thing that you farm, and then all you do is just less than 500 kg, it doesn't make sense. So really, when you're talking about moving goods across the African continent, you need to think big, bigger than where you are. So how big are your dreams? How do you scale up to attract investment? In scaling up, that's where we start talking about collaboration. People that also produce what you do. People, let's talk about agriculture, for example. You begin to aggregate at that point. You begin to talk to other people that do the same things you do. You begin to talk about quality. You begin to look at that one big market together and put everything in there to make sure it works in production. That's very critical. And of course, you can also collaborate across your country, within the continent, to produce big wins. That's what we're saying. We want Africa to trade within itself. We want currency to move around. We want people in Africa to be better because we're trading and we're making more money for our continent. We want Nigeria to trade with South Africa and make more money from trading with South Africa. We want South Africa to trade with Ghana. We want that to happen. That's the essence of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Okay? And youth-led businesses need to collaborate for bigger wins. Okay? So I'm throwing that to you. Let's move to the last. I think that probably I have one more slide to go. What I have there, I said, how do we harness the advantages that come with the FCFT? I've talked about that. We need to exploit the opportunities within the continent. Part of exploring the opportunities will require you to do your research. In some cases, take a flight, pick a flight and just go and check what's going on somewhere else. Connect with people online, join groups, have conversations, attend events, global events, international events, African events. I just had one recently. I met people from Kenya, I met people from Namibia, and we had conversations and we got talking. We're going to talk about this. Senegalese people were there talking about fashion. That's very important. So we need to explore the opportunities within the continent. We need to develop new business strategies and take action. And of course, we need to build our capacity. You need to build your capacity. That is too important. We need to build capacity. That is too important, please. As we keep talking about AFCFTA, capacity building is a key part of it. Let me also say here that there are a lot of capacity building programs anyway, even by the AFCFTA Secretariat and different organs. If you go online and go to ITC, there are trainings there. There's some trainings in free space. At Frexim Bank, they're uploading a few things. Nexim Bank, there are different things coming up, trying to help people understand the opportunities in the AFCFTA, helping them to build capacity. If you have to get someone to be your coach, get a coach, but you need to build your capacity. Build your capacity to produce, build your capacity to turn out what is expected on the continent, increase your capacity to build more and produce more. You just need to build capacity. That is absolutely important. So that's where I'm going to end this. We as young people, let's and I said, where do you want to play? Where do you want to play? This is something you need to go and think about. Write it down today and begin to think about it. Do your own research, get stuff done. So this is where I'm going to end. Right? Thank you very much. I don't know if there are people that have questions, and I'll be willing to answer that. Emmanuel, I can't hear you. Okay.
Apologies, my mic was muted. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Titi. Very well, I'm fine. Very excited to have you here today.
Thank you.
I can't contain the joy. I can't contain the joy. Indaba has come way long, and having you on this platform, looking at what you represent, I'm excited. I'm excited not just because they are coming up on. I'm excited not just because they are coming up on the you are coming up on Indaba as a platform, but as well, that young people would now have an opportunity to connect with you, on your social media handles, be able to learn of. And just in case you don't know, Dr. Titi has an idea factory platform where ideas are being subjected to a clinical test. So when you have an idea, or so I call it clinical because
clinical.
So it passes through some diagnosis. Now you see whether it's going to fly or not. What would the market perceive of it and all of that? Right. Yeah. So I can see some comments here. I think Victor, you can help us from your end. Put up comments if you have comments, if you have questions, while we. You could put up comments if you have comments. If there are comments, if there are questions. Yes, I can see the emojis. Yeah, so like I was saying, Idea Factory. If you're a young person, you know one thing. Yesterday was it yesterday? Okay, no, that was on Wednesday. On Wednesday, yeah, yeah, on Wednesday. I was on a radio station, and when he gets the hosts, he had to ask a question about young people, and what I told her was that young people are so energetic. They are so energetic, and what is expected to do when you find such energy, whether it's latent, whether it's active, is to harness it and position it directly for development, right? Because it's the same energy that is used to deploy vices. That same energy that can be used to build, ventures. But then when we begin to build these sustainable ventures, when we begin to build these ventures, you realize that most of these ventures, when they get to the market, they are either turned down by the market or they don't get to stand the test of time. And so when you come to a platform like Idea Factory, you are coming to a platform that gets to help you understand, what sustainability strategies you can incorporate in your venture. What would the market perceive? You know, what would be the response of the market? You get to get critics from professional and constructive criticism from professionals who have been in the industry for ages and for decades. Thank you so much, Dr. Titi, for speaking about African Continental Free Trade Area. It looks like a buzzword for some people, and for some persons, they feel it's one of those political things. They have no business with it. It's one of those political stuff. And even the name alone, it's grammar for people who are mentally lazy. Let me use that word
Yeah.
with respect. When you hear African continent, I say no, no, no. These ones are for Akinwumi. You say it's for additional, additional, and Akinwumi. So and we see these opportunities. They slide through our tables, they slide through our fingers. For some smaller nations, we see smaller nations taking advantage of it. But I'm excited that Indaba is a gathering of nations, emerging economies, and most emerging economies are concentrated in Africa. And the spinners of Indaba 4.0 will be making it to the desk of heads of government, policymakers, and the media. And so, beyond just the people viewing, the people that have joined the call, the fruits of this conference, the ripple effect is going to be unimaginable. It's going to be unimaginable. It's something that's going to stand the test of time, because decades to come, people will still make reference. We've had the first speaker come talk about strategies, policies. The second speaker came, talked about opportunities, to penetrate the markets, getting into aerospace, and here we have African Continental Free Trade Area talking about the opportunities that we can harness, in as entrepreneurs, as young people, to build lasting ventures, right? So let me look through the comments, and because I know Dr. Titi has to squeeze out time to. I will really appreciate. Can we just say thank you? Put up your very interesting emojis. Tell Dr. Titi thank you. It wasn't easy to have her on board, but thank God she's here, and it's a big plus for Indaba. It's a big plus for Indaba. Yeah, thank you, Lydia Ibego. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really an eye opener. Thank you.
We have a couple of comments.
Yeah, you can help us with the comments, Victor.
Okay.
You can help us with the comments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tilly, for this wonderful section. I've really learned a lot. And I think one thing Anis, one of our presenters, emphasized on, so he was our second speaker, he emphasized on mentorship. I think having you around young people is very important going forward. So I believe beyond this call, if possibly we can have a way of connecting with you via LinkedIn, your Twitter handle, Facebook, it will really be great. And so that they can actually reach out to you if there are times they will need maybe your counsel or your guide. going forward. Let me take some questions and
Okay.
comments. Yeah. Okay. Jennifer was following up, as well as Daniel. He said, "Hello, Titi. This is nice. This is a nice one. The presentation was nice and amazing, just like I enjoyed it as well." Okay. Indaba team, nice one. Jennifer said intentional and strategic positioning. Okay, these are the points we are trying to list that. Opportunities to collaborate for bigger wins, opportunities to collaborate for bigger wins locally and globally. Think big. Now to harness AFCFTA, explore opportunities, build capacity at 10 events. Thank you so much, madam. That's from Jennifer. Aduke said, thanks so much, ma. Okay, this appreciation comments coming from every participant who have a Aurora Kube. He said, it was worth hearing. Thank you so much. Okay, I think I have a question from Daniel. He said, hi, Titi. I would like to know, based on the point you raised earlier that Africans don't patronize its market, has your organization done root cause analysis to identify the reasons for that?
Okay, so am I, right, thank you. We've not
Yes.
done a root cause analysis, but I do understand a few things why it's like that. First of all, we need a mindset change, first of all, okay? We need a mindset change, first of all. That was with that movement from taking our minds out of the West into Africa. We must do something about that, first of all. We're used to buying most of our things. Of course, we're used to foreign things that are not African things. I hope you know that. So we have a mindset shift to deal with. But besides that, there's a whole lot of logistic costs also moving around in Africa. We have tariff and non-tariff barriers. There's a lot of tariff barriers. There are loads of non-tariff barriers as well. Even as much as we say movement should be free, movement is not really free yet. There's a lot of harassment along the borders. There's still so much to be dealt with at the moment. And we're talking about flying within Africa. I don't know how many of you, even before now, years ago, I've traveled to Burkina Faso, I've been to Togo, I've been to a couple of places within the African continent, really, for some of my programs with Toastmasters. And I noticed that flights within Africa are so expensive. In fact, it'll be twice the one you used to fly to London those days. I'm like, what's happening here? You want to go to Ethiopia, you're spending an arm and a foot. So we still have those issues. How do we connect directly? Because some of these flights might even take you out of Africa first and bring you back in before you reach your destination. It's crazy. And these are the things Africa needs to deal with. If AFCFTA must work, really, that's the things we need to deal with. So these are issues. And I believe that the more the more we look at AFCFTA, the more the implementation, we go deeper into the implementation, the better we get at solving those problems. So these are some of the issues anyway. Yeah, let me give you a good example. Someone was talking to me recently. Okay, I was in Ibadan to visit one lady that runs, she processes tomato puree, she does all of that. And she was talking about the packaging. She's a manufacturer. The packaging and everything she buys is from China. Honestly, she talked about the pricing and everything was excellent. She wants to buy it in Nigeria. It's so costly, so costly. For her, China is a better market because she needed to make a business decision on where she can get her inputs cheaper. So these are some of the issues, but we need to deal with them. Because under the AFCFTA, we are talking about number one, free movement of goods and persons without all the stress that goes with it. We need to talk about payments. Payment is a big issue. I've had to do stuff in Benin, and payment for whatever I did there was really difficult for me. And I'm like, for crying out loud, we're all blacks. Like, there should be a way to just pay directly and get my money on. So payment systems, and I know we're working on that anyway. There's the packs. There's something going on right now. So I know it will get to that stage that things will become a lot better. Yes. But for now, people are still looking at what it is for their bottom line. When you do business, you're looking at your bottom line at the end of the day. It's not also about sentiments, right? But of course, some of us too can be the ones pushing the needle to make sure that policies work. Now look at it. The more we have practitioners in this space, the more policy advocacy can be done, the more policy reforms will come in. But we need to get practitioners into the field. The more we have people that practice, the more we have people that want to move goods across the African continent, the more we begin to see the issues, the more we begin to raise the issues, and the more we begin to see people, policymakers making policies that would alleviate those problems. So for me, we wouldn't stop at getting things done across the African continent, honestly. Because the more we try to attempt it, the better we get. Because then we can begin to address the issues. But truly, first will be a mindset shift, taking us from non-trading with ourselves. You could ask yourself, how come it's only 18%? We trade, like you look at all the other blocks all over the world, EU trades 70% of trade in the EU. 70% is going on of trade. And Africa alone just only has 18%. We should ask ourselves, why is it like that? It shows that most of Africa's money goes to the West, goes to the EU, goes to North America, because we are used to buying their products, we are used to buying all the things. We feel they have the infrastructure, so we go there. So right now with AFCFTA, we also need to start building our own infrastructure so that our markets can become even attractive for us to deal with. But indeed, it's important that we do this. It's good for us, it's good for every business, because now we're saying that we have different countries that we look alike in Africa. So most of our products can move around easily. And you see those that we use it. Because really the African man or the African mind, all kind of things are like really. And that's a big market already. It's difficult for Africa to sell to the West. And it's so easy for West to sell to us, isn't it? But it's easy for Africa to sell to each other. So let's see how much we can do with that. Let's see those that would, let's just move on with this. I believe that the more we have practitioners, the better we get at identifying the problems, solving the problems, creating an enabling environment. We need to step in and do something. That's very important. But for now, people are still, all the bottlenecks are still there. So it's not something that it might not be something that will run so fast suddenly, but we have to take it in baby steps until we get to where we want to get to. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, I think we still have some more questions, if you don't mind taking them.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I have a question from Jennifer. She said, please, can you share the challenges in leveraging the opportunities in the value chain?
So there are lots of, well, I would say challenges, where sometimes the challenges are there to create opportunities, seriously. So let's begin to look at how we can turn the challenges to opportunities in most cases. So I've talked about, value chains we have value chains of different products. There's value chain itself, even technology, there's a value chain in technology. There's a value chain in agriculture. Let's look at agriculture as a good example. So we're talking about value chains. Let me use agriculture as an example because I play in that space, okay? So we're starting from primary production. So value chains will start from even the primary production. We talk about inputs, we talk about seedlings. So we want very good yields, isn't it? So we want to talk about high yielding seedlings, high variety, very good variety seedlings that we want to put into the ground from the onset. Because when you do garbage in, it's garbage out. I hope you know that agriculture will not forgive you. The soil will not change anything for you. It's you that must put the right thing into the ground. So we start from there. So there's a value chain. And right now we are seeing input providers right now. We have people that have done a lot of research on improved seedlings. And they're selling the seedlings now to farmers so that farmers can have good yields. So, in a case in the past, we'll say there are poor yields. Farmers have poor yields. Well, somebody sees, okay, poor yields, then let us start working on improved seedlings. Then it became a business for some people right now. Already, some people have seen it as a business, and they're selling improved seedlings to farmers right now. And they're buying. They're buying. So GIZ at some point also did something like that for chili. And they gave some improved seedlings to some farmers. And I was in Kaduna Pampaida in particular, so I have a conversation with the farmers there. And I was asking them what has improved from the old ones they were planting and the new ones. And there was so much they had to talk about in terms of weight, in terms of losses, in terms of even post-harvest loss of this particular one. It was reduced. That's one part of the value chain that someone has created a business out of. Then, of course, supplying I told you about solar dryers. There's a post-harvest losses. In tomato value chain alone, over 60% of harvested tomatoes are spoiled. Even transportation alone to where the tomatoes are going to, coming from the north to Port Harcourt, tomatoes are spoiling every day. So now, with the solar dryers, which is part of the value chain, to reduce post-harvest losses, because we want to get at least 90% of our produce to where it's going to, so we can have more to work with, we can have more to process. We need to deal with the losses. That's another part of the value chain. And some people are also trading in that aspect. Supplying solar dryers so that, you can dry your produce. You can now store. We're now bringing in processing. Can we process? Can we turn into powder? So people are already doing that. I have a client that wants to do he's doing dried tomatoes actually in Kano. He's about to start. So we have a conversation. Because I told him about the solar dryers that we have in Kano, and I visited the farmer clusters there. And he's like, wow, I have a dream to do this thing. And he showed me the business plan. So for him, if he can get a solar dryer, he doesn't have a solar dryer, but now there's a solar dryer that's been provided by another organization in the value chain. It can help him to dry his tomatoes, and then he can grind to powder, and he can export it actually because it's not dried. You can't export fresh tomatoes, can you? But you can export the dried one, and the shelf life can be up to 1 year if it's really dry. And sometimes you can even combine the tomato with pepper and onions, very dry, and you call it one name, and it's going to UK or going somewhere else where somebody in Nigeria will just pick it off the shelf and use it to cook their soups. And you see, so there's so much in the value chain of agriculture. And I've been in the north in the last this month has been a lot of September. There's a lot of travels. I see people drying things on the road where cars are passing, as in on the road, on the highway, all sorts of debris inside the thing, contaminants everywhere. So even when it comes to food safety, it's part of the value chain. And that could come in terms of services. People now start getting concerned about what they eat, food safety. So when we now create like solar dryers or anything that creates a controlled environment and all that, we can dry there. It's devoid of contaminants, and we can brand the product and say, this is coming from this place, and people can eat it. So these are all parts of the value chain. And everybody, if you look at challenges, look at it as opportunities actually to do business. Because solving the problem is the business for you. Are you getting it? Solving the problem is the business. That's the business in there for you. And if you can look at it critically, you'll find a place, really. Because there's so many challenges as we speak. Some can be financial. How do people get access to finance? And you see some organizations coming up with, helping people to get finance. So it could even be a BDS service. It could be someone that can help people link them to financing for their business. You are solving a problem in the value chain, really, by doing just that. If you have to help them to position themselves to get funds from the bank, help them develop their business plans, their pitches, you have done something in the value chain to alleviate that access to finance issue. So there's a whole lot in there. I cannot even finish it, but I hope my examples make sense. Right, let me hand over back to you.
Yes, they do from my end. And I know the person that asked the question has actually benefited immensely from your answers. We still have some more questions. I have the next one from Abdul Salim Abidemi Jr.
Okay.
He said, thanks so much, Titi Odio, for shedding light on what AFCFTA entails. The session was indeed an educative one. Thanks for your time. Okay, that's a comment. Let me see, there are more questions. Okay, we have a question from Khalid Ademola. He said, thank you, Dr. Titi. Please, I want to ask, ma, how would you rate leveraging on agricultural products in the next 10 years to come? I'd love to get into that. Thanks.
Agriculture is massive. Agriculture is massive. I can't say agriculture is massive. There's so many parts to agriculture, so many parts. You see, if I'm going to even divide it, let's start from primary production. Okay? And let me tell you, we have not even scratched the surface. I really feel that we have not even harnessed agricultural potential enough. We have not. Now, I was in an agri class. I attended the Lagos Business School agribusiness executive program. And we're just generally looking at FAO and how we were just generally searching for certain crops on there and how Nigeria is rated within or how much we performed in the last 20, 30 years. And I realized that there's some particular crops really that we even have high yields, really, as we are profiled as having high yields, but we are not even there at all in the production of those things. So there's so many things we've not tapped at all. We have not tapped. There's some parts we have not tapped. We also talk about our lands. We have not even farmed our lands up to about 40. We've talked up to 40% of arable land that we have farmed. There's a lot in that we have not even looked at. And of course, I know that insecurity is a big deal because a lot of farmers now stop going to the farms. But let me tell you, there's so much that we can do in agriculture. There are commodities we have not even looked at. We have to start becoming adventurous. Yeah. There are crops we have not planted that this soil will plant if we have those that want to do so. There are new technologies in agriculture, greenhouse farming. There's so much. I can't even start on that. There's so much. There's so much technology advancement in agriculture. There's urban farming even right now that you don't have to be in your village to farm. You can farm behind your house. Yes, We have now we have all sorts of technology. You can plant in water solutions rather than in the soil. So we have a lot of solutions when it comes to agriculture. Then talk about livestock. There's a livestock aspect of it too that we have not even harnessed enough. There's so much. And then, agribusiness, because we said we should look at agri as a business. Back in the days, agriculture was just let me plant and feed my family. Now, the business of agriculture is the big deal because agriculture feeds into industry. Agriculture actually produces raw material for manufacturing. I hope you know that. Look at cotton. Cotton is a commodity that is grown in Nigeria, of course, but we have not even harnessed it enough. But cotton grows in Nigeria. Cotton is made is converted to yarn for clothes. We have not even started. We have not even started. Do you know a lot of our trees, a lot of our wildlife? Okay, let me not go to wildlife. Trees. Let's just look at trees, herbs, spices. We have loads of them in this country. Loads, like loads that we don't even know their uses. But people that know it see it and they're wow. We can, when we talk of medicines, we can do a lot when it comes to traditional medicine from the herbs that we have. Our herbs and spices, we have not even touched the surface. We're still far behind, truly. And let me tell you, when we begin to think Africa, you'll be shocked at what Africa is going to do. But during COVID, a lot of our traditional medicine people came out with solutions. But no, we were just looking at the West for solutions. And I was like, for crying out loud, we're talking to ourselves. I said, we have the solution here. Yes, we're like, you guys go and sit down first. Let's go to the West. Why? We have so much. Do you know how many varieties or species of what they call that? Flora and fauna, whatever they call that. There's a name. I went to Yankari Game Reserves. They're talking about different types of plants, over 2,000 species in that Yankari. More than that, with names to them and what they can do. We have not even scratched the surface. No, 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 no. And when it comes to wildlife, is another part. But let's talk at animal husbandry in particular. Not many people have really gone into animal husbandry too. That's a big another aspect. But our lands, we have lands to plant, and it's high time we begin to say we can make good use. Go into big time commercial farming. If we can go into big time commercial farming, we will be self-sufficient. I believe so. And we're talking about commercial farming, we're talking about mechanized farming. I think that could be really a plus for us if we can do that. And also in the agricultural value chain, we have people that are supplying tractors because for mechanized farming, farmers cannot buy tractors. So there are those that Hello Tractor is there, they're providing farmers with tractors.
Hello,
Just
tractor.
lease it and pay. Oh yeah, so these are areas. But sir, Khalid, I think agriculture is a big thing all over the world because people must eat. Food is number one for anyone's survival anywhere in the world. Food will be number one. And that's why agriculture will continue to be on top of that ladder any day. Is how we produce what we eat, how we produce what we also trade with the rest of the world that we have to think about. And there's some things that we are planting today that new things will still come in. We can become more innovative with our thinking. We can experiment. There's so many fruits we have not planted, fruits, in fact, fruits alone that we have not even explored in this country. There's so much. And I know that even in 10 years to come, we'll still be balling. And farmers will be the richest. Just be looking at what's going on. In America, I've attended farmer conferences when I was at Cornell. The farmers are, if you see the way, oh God, let me not talk. I was just looking at these farmers, I was like, they are the owners of the big box in the room in that conference. And if you see what they command in terms of lands, in terms of livestock, cattle, they control the cheese industry, they control the milk industry in America because it's from their cows they get all those things. Milk, it's a big deal. My friend Chris Fesco, that she's in upstate New York, she has over 800 heads of cattle. You need to see how those cattle. Those cattle are. I can't even see their heads. They are taller than me. I'm like, what kind of cows are these ones? She has over 800. They are milking them every day. They're sending milk to New York State through condensers. It's a big thing. So I think here we need to really turn agriculture into that big. It's a big thing. It's just that we have not really been able to harness all the value chain well, so that we can get big things at the end of it. Everybody is still doing their small things. We need to begin to align ourselves. Okay.
And thank you so much, Dr. Titi, for
Wow.
that. That's actually very wonderful. Everything you've just said, just reconcile with something I heard from the vice president. I think when he was giving his at Warwick, where he said just about 10% of the agricultural sector in Africa that has been scratched, which is actually. But then I have a couple of questions, and I need a couple of clarifications. All right.
Okay, can someone mute? I think somebody needs to mute themselves so that there's some background noise. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so one from what I understand, African free continental trade zone is supposed to make trade very easy. All right, and
Yes.
from what I've done, the little research I've done, it's in three phases. So I would ask the phase one that is actually being activated right now. How
Right.
successful do you think it is? Because from what I read, it's supposed to reduce about, I think, 90% of the tariff to make transport movement of goods and services easy for. So how would, because it's since 2018. I don't know. I really don't know how to know if it's been successful thus far.
Well, I would say not yet. It's not yet, truly, because there's still some discussions going on within countries. We're still things of about rules of origin. Some tariffs have not been harmonized. There's still a lot going on, really. There's really no blueprint yet out to say this is it. Not yet, no, not yet. There's none.
So
We've also talked
there's no
about
way
it
to say.
on my trade in my trade space. I have a platform. We've talked about it too. We try to call out those organizations. National just it was the committee, the secretariat, the Office of Trade Negotiations. What exactly? What's the blueprint? You know, we're asking this question. What's the blueprint just yet? Because yeah, negotiations are still going on, talks are still going on. You know, in those there's still a lot going on in the region. But I believe that it's getting somewhere anyway, because suddenly I'm seeing countries are now the ones trading with each other straight up. Like, if you guys are not ready, we need to move. You know, like Ghana, I think Ghana traded with moved something to I don't know what country recently. There are two countries that have tried that, and it's all in the news. Like, okay, Ghana is now exported to another African country. Yes, that might also be. It's okay for them to also start that way, but then they're not waiting for you to come with a rule book. Not just yet. They're already trying their market and testing their market. But really, there's really no blueprint just yet. They said this is how it's going to be done, and every country cannot say yes. Now we have this, they cannot begin to move. That one is not there yet. Though. There's still the constraints are still there. But I believe that soon we'll get to know what exactly it is.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Ma, for that answer. It actually makes a lot of sense. Now, from a lot of your explanations and from a little bit of my understanding, I think one issue is that a lot of people are actually oblivious of. I even mean entrepreneurs, people in businesses. A lot of people, maybe not the large ones, but a lot of people are actually really, really oblivious of the African continental free trade area. So
Yeah.
I think I don't know. Is there a plan or like if you look at the SDGs now, there is so much plan on
Mm.
how to sensitize and all of those things. So is there a plan whereby this sensitization, like people would be more educated, especially how to access it on different levels of business, capacity?
Okay, so let me first confirm. Like, there is only Nigerians on this call. I believe so. So yeah,
No,
I
not
believe it's not only Nigerians. Yes. So
no.
we expect every country should have like a secretariat actually. So like in Nigeria, for example, we also have the AFCFTA secretariat. At the essence of that secretariat, plus the National Action Committee that harmonizes Ministry of Trade and NOTN and all of that together, you expect that they do sensitize at country level. There must be sensitization at country level because people still don't understand how this is going to work. Okay. Um, but then yesterday I was in a particular event, Ignite 2022, yes, and it was really about the FCFTA that we talked about. It was sponsored, well, maybe not sponsored, but it was we had Ghana, we had someone from the FCFTA secretariat in Ghana that did a lot of the talking, especially the technical aspects of the FCFTA. So there are pockets of conversations going on. But what I think though is that once we get our acts right, and there's a blueprint that what cuts across every one of us, and we know that this is sorted, this is how much this should be, this is what it is about the what we've agreed on origin, this is what we've talked about exceptions, because when you look at the agreement itself, that particular text They call it the Kigali text. It's a very big book like that. You might want to look at it, but lawyers would find it, non-lawyers might find it looking like jargons. But there's a whole lot there, exception clauses and all that, which is more like the agreement. But implementation is where the issue is, so I hope you know. Because when all the 54 countries were signing their head, that agreement was already there. So it's the implementation, really. That is really the real deal. How are we going to implement all the things that are written in this 254 pages? What is it that will be the rules? What is it that will be the laws? What will be the policies? When all that come into full view, I feel that when that comes into full, where it all comes into full glare, then it will be easier to begin to now say, okay, this is it, because now we have something to tell you about. For now, there's a whole lot of talk about, the structure of the AFCFTA, this should happen. But there's so much about that. And people are like, okay, what exactly? How is it going to be implemented? That's what we want to know. But then if you don't have that yet, I think we will just still have the pockets of talks about AFCFTA, truly. Until we get everything together and it's all harmonized, and we know this is it, this is how we're going to run it, this is how it's going to be implemented. These are the concessions that have been given by the countries. These are this, if everything, Nigeria already says this is our own stand on this, because everybody will also still negotiate. I hope you know all the countries will still negotiate one or two things on those terms. Once this all sorted out, it becomes easier to now begin to promote it, put it in even in books. Say this is it. If you want to trade in FCFA, carry this book and read. It shows you guidelines on how to do it. So really, when that time comes, it will be a lot easier to begin to push that on every ground. In fact, it probably will enter our curriculum. It might even end up in our curriculum for let students also know about this. We're in full implementation.
Be necessary.
Yeah, but right now there are different pockets of conversations about AFCFTA, really. And if you go online, you might find a lot of events discussing AFCFTA, a lot of events that I know, trade-related events discuss AFCFTA.
Oh, thank you so much for that answer, Ma. There's one more question I have. During the course of your presentation, you mentioned you really, really hammered on, the smallness of businesses and minds, and as regards leveraging AFC CA. So I want to ask: is there probably a minimum bracket for businesses to actually use, harness this trade fair? I don't know. Must that be how large a business? Maybe it's, I don't know, for it to be.
So I said that because so I'm someone that I do export readiness classes a whole lot. The essence of the export readiness, and there's even one running at the moment, probably the last for the year. Really, why I do that is because many SMEs want to trade across borders, okay? But the dynamics of that changes completely from your local market. And the question will be, are you ready? When you say you want to trade, whether in the continent or even in the global space, are you ready for the kind of demands that will come to you? Is the question. Are you ready for the demands? So, for example, right now, even for export, we'll tell you someone wants to buy maybe cashew. Let me just use cashew as an example. And you're a cashew farmer, you put it out there that, you can supply cashew, you do this. And the guy is asking, okay, can I have 20 tons every month? And you're like, 20 tons, how? So part of the readiness is that, see, the people out there, they want to buy from you. They're not going to buy from you 500 kg, sorry. Because perhaps they are buying to manufacture something in their country. So they won't be buying in small pieces. So at this point, I begin to think about, how do I collaborate with other farmers, cashew farmers, so that when we put all our collective production together, we can provide that 20 tons. Do you understand? That's what that readiness is making you think now, that, see, these times will come eventually. How are you ready for that time? Think ahead already. Then, of course, we're talking to you about quality. Someone is telling you, okay, this is the quality I want. He's telling you not count in some cases. He's telling you all sorts, and you're like, what is that? What's the meaning of that? But when you know already, when it comes, you know what this person is talking about. When the guy says, okay, I want to sign a contract for provision of a certain thing, you already know, contract, okay, I know the terms to look for in my contract because I want to export to that country. So it's just very important for small businesses to think bigger than where they are right now. Many people are just doing, they say, we're into spices, and this happens. Women are into spices. All the spice, when you load everything on this table, they're not more than this small table here. And somebody says, okay, I want person that tells you you want a particular spice that even you've never heard of before. But it's planted in Nigeria anyway. You say, I want so mixed with you. I'm wondering what is this? So one needs to begin to see what people out there are looking for. It's part of the work. And of course, to also know what is Namibia looking for? You know, even occurrences in the world, when you look at it, a sickness may even, or a disease may be springing out in a particular part of Africa. And we have the herbs that can cure it. I hope you know that's business already. So even small businesses, we have to put our ears to the ground on what's going on. But we need to build our capacity to serve the market. Because anybody that wants to buy from you, we look at quality, we look at volumes, we look at the volume for which you can trade with you. It's very key. And we look at price. Those three things are very key. So as small businesses, we need to start looking at it. If you have the economies of scale working for you, you can drop your price. But if you're always producing in small quantities, you might not be able to, you won't be competitive anywhere. They're asking you, other people from other countries that have what you can offer, probably because of how they do their own thing. Their prices are much cheaper than you. The guy making the business decision will go to where it's cheaper and he still can preserve his quality. So there's just a whole lot in that whole mix. And I feel SMEs that want to take their business outside their countries should think big. They get to think bigger because people that buy from you will be buying for you in small quantities. The only time probably they'll buy from you in tiny, tiny bits, maybe they want to sample your product. And that could just be for sampling until they are right and they know what they want from you. The samplings can go in small bits. But when they really now want to get from you, they want to get something sizable. Are you ready to supply such things? Are you ready? Do you have the partnerships, the collaborations that can help you achieve those things? Do you belong to trade groups or commodity groups where, if anything, you can quickly call on members and say, I have somebody that's asking for 200 tons of something. Can I have 5 farmers in here? And instead of everything is put together, you need to think outside. If you're a small business and you want to think continental or global, you're just sitting in your small corner, in your small office, and you're not dealing with other people, taking charge of the communities or leveraging communities that exist for all that whole collaboration. You'll be at a loss, really. You'll be continuously losing out of the opportunities that will come to you. That's what I can say there.
Thank you so much, Mad. That was actually very exciting. It actually makes more sense now than when I first heard it. So there's a question here from Prince. Prince says, thank you so much, Dr. Titi. Here is a question. There is no doubt that the policies are up to increase AFCT. We have seen discussions in ECO currency, but here is my thoughts due to the increase in the insurgency in Africa and the invasion of military coup in some African countries, which have affected this trade area. To strengthen this Africa trade zone, what major role can the private organization play to enhance this government policy in increasing the rate of revenue generation in our society?
Okay, I see the question is long, but let me read it again so I'm clear. So there's no doubt that policies are up to increase. Yes, we have seen this kind in the eco currency, but here's my thought: due to the increase in insurgency in Africa and the invasion of military coups in some African countries, which have affected this trade area, I agree with you on that. I think Africa itself, we must have some kind of way we even do our governance so that we can be on the same page. Okay, because these are some of the shocks that we would experience. If there are coups happening anyhow, it can actually affect even the trade area. That's a fact. So you said to strengthen this Africa trade zone, what major role can the private organization play? So I assume you mean the private sector to enhance the government policy in increasing the rate of revenue generation in a society. But let me talk particularly about what private sector has to do. When it comes to policies, private sector plays a major role, and we must be in the forefront of influencing policy. Private sector organizations, the private sector must be in the forefront of influencing policies. Because at the end of the day, it's the private sector that suffers the brunt of the policies. Really, I hope you know that. Any policy that is not influenced by private sector will not work. I can tell you for free. I've been in that space for a while too. Being the acting executive secretary of the non-oil exporters network of practicing non-oil exporters of Nigeria, and I lead advocacies a lot. There's even another advocacy town hall on Thursday. You can join us. I'll probably send it to Nana and we can share. I'll be talking about export trade houses. Now the thing is, the private sector must be brought to the table. In fact, we should be the one even driving the policies Why? Because we're the ones out there, we're the ones in the market, we're the ones seeing the issue, we're the ones experiencing the issue of currency. We're the ones that want to trade. I want to trade my Ghanaian brother, and paying has become so terrible. I just want to. Benin is just across. See Benin Republic. I've gone there 3 times. I just crossed from Badagry, Lagos. I've entered Benin. I can even stroll and pass. But then once I cross that border like this, I'm in another. As in, payment becomes a challenge. And the guy is looking at me. It becomes a challenge. And I'm looking, I'm wondering, this is just across the border, how many minutes? And everything has changed. See, this particular issue of private sector, we are the ones that should raise our voices very loud. And indeed, I think private sector is also playing a key role here. But I think government should improve that. I'm using as at Nigeria, I'm looking at Nigeria for an example. A lot of the policies we've tried to shape in the export space, we've met a lot of challenges there, because we also notice that sometimes CBN just passes a policy and we're wondering who was at this table to make this kind of decision. Seriously. And at times, even experts are saying, no, this shouldn't be like this, but yet the government institution, they don't care. They just leave it like that. And we're wondering, it's hurting us. And every day we're trying to say, this is the hurt. It's hurting us every day. And yet, as much as we talk about it, nothing is happening. So we really also want government to have a listen here, because policies should be influenced by private sector. It's not the other way around.
Very true.
The guy in the office he's not the one at the border now. He's the one at the border. It's not the one at the border. It is me and you that goes every day to be trading. That knows what is going on there. So when feedback is given, it should be taken and taken very seriously. Another thing I'll say, the private sector, we need to bond together to make decisions and follow through. That's one thing. Because there are cases where, in Nigeria, for example, we have several private sector organizations. We have I can mention so many. There are many, I can't remember names, but there are a lot. Everybody is on their own. It's also good for everyone to come together with one voice to say, this is it. And we'll follow through until we get it right. Very important. In fact, recently, we had a town hall. And, as the acting executive secretary of MPNEM, at the end of the day, when we do the reports, I highlight all the key policy areas, we do a report, of course. And then we send to the institutions that need to have the briefs from those events. And, I sent a staff of mine to take this particular one to the National Assembly. Okay? And the guy sat my staff down. The chairman of a particular sat him down and said, this thing we're talking about is not going to work. Imagine. That all these ones, you people are saying is protection. He told us it's protectionist. He doesn't think it's going to work. He's just with his counter clinic and say, this man told you. He said, yes. I said, okay. And this man is a policy maker. He's a national. And I keep wondering. See, sometimes our policy makers are so disconnected from us that are in the field.
I'm telling you.
And there are times when we call for some of these town halls or some of this policy, especially when the private sector, that's conveying it. You see that the government, those policymakers don't want to show up there. I don't know. We invite them, they will not be there. They don't like attending. Maybe they don't like to be attacked. I wouldn't know. But we need to improve that. It should be the case that the government institutions or the policymakers see the private sector as an enabler for them to make policies that work. So if there's any opportunity for that, they should jump right in. But sometimes we notice that in Africa, perhaps it's not the case. There needs to be a change. Policy should be bottom up. So many times policies are made, the guy at the bottom of the pyramid cannot even get anything. Because the policy was not even formed with him in mind anyway. The farmer that is stressing himself every day has no clue of any policy happening up there, because somebody has involved him in the discussion. Nobody has asked him, okay, how do you do this? What can we do to make it better for you? So I think the policy process needs to work, and private sector has a big role to play, even for AFCFTA. I told you, it takes a while also to perfect some of these things. That's the truth. Because I think there's also a clause, I think in the agreement, a 5-year clause, I think, where countries can also pull out of the agreement, really, if they feel it's not paying them. Eventually, when this full implementation, there's also a clause in agreement. You can pull out of an agreement, but there's a timeline as well there's a provision for that in the agreement here that you can pull out, you can talk about stuff. But the truth is this, while we start implementation, it's like marriage. You've never been married before. You just married. You just be following the, let me shall be nice to my husband. Let's be managing it as it goes. Marriage is the only institution that you have not practiced it before you entered it. It's like this AFCFTA. So we're entering it, we're doing it afraid. Even though I say maybe African countries don't want to work together, but we're doing it afraid. I don't want to do business with Africa, but I'm doing it afraid. We're doing it afraid. And as we're doing that, we're documenting. We're documenting things. We're raising issues. We're saying this is the way it should be. We're sending the issues to the secretariat in Ghana and saying, oh, this happened. There's, in fact, I've attended some things on this trade facilitation. There's also a place where we can also report issues, actually. So you're moving your products from one border to the other and something happens. There's also a place where you can report and it goes to the secretariat so that they can correct some things as well. You get to a border, you get to Togo border, for example, and you're meant to pass freely. And then somebody is asking you for God knows what, and they're delaying your goods. You should be able to escalate it to a body that is in charge of things like that. So these are some of the structures that AFCFTA will have to put in place because we want to do things differently. The guys that are used to collecting monies from you, they still want to continue to collect the money, even when they say it should be free movement. So it becomes a bit of an issue like, how do we reconcile this? But when you get there, they are trying to give you a tough time. You should be able to try to escalate it and get it resolved. And that way we are becoming better at what we say we want to do. So I would naturally say that it's also a time to experiment. Maybe not experiment is the word, but we should give ourselves that time as well to master, that implementation as well. It may take some time, but we will get there. I really believe we will. But that's very important. So private sector, we have a role to play. We cannot be quiet. If there's anything, let's talk about it. Let's push it out there and say, this is it. Let's learn to give feedback. Sometimes we don't give feedback. It's a bad thing. Yes, we don't give feedback. How many of you know that in Nigeria here, we have what we call the reportgov.ng? We have something called reportgov.ng that was set up by the Ease of Doing Business Secretariat. Reportgov, just Google reportgov, reportgov.ng. There you can report anything from that government institutions there. If there's anything happens, you can report, you can put in, it will issue a ticket, type in, and it goes to a secretary that redresses, gives you redress. But we are not used to giving feedback. That's the issue. We just move on. Just say, okay, earpiece, 3 of my luggages got missing. We just go home and cry over it and hence there. Nobody's escalating it to say this happened and I must get whatever I want to get back from this guy. Or they pay for damages. We are not people that do that. But we need to start doing that. We need to start doing that. We need to call the system to be responsible. And the moment structures begin to get set up, we must query those structures. We must test those structures so they're working, so that people also get redress. Because there will be a lot of redress that will happen under this KFCFT implementation. I'm telling you, if you need to cross this many borders of 4 countries, there'll be a lot that will go on. And so let's have that in mind. But for me, it's still an opportunity that I know it will stand the test of time, honestly, ultimately.
I also do. I'm actually rooting for it because I really believe in it a lot. I mean, it's a high time that Africa patronizes Africa, and we do things ourselves. Really, that can solve our own problems uniquely. Right. Somebody called African problems wicked problems, because for one problem, several problems, that kind of thing. Okay, so we have a question here from Daniel. Daniel said, could we say that there is a need for more synergy between the different governments of African countries to be able to achieve these objectives of the AFCCA?
Oh yes, there must be synergies. Once everyone has come to the table and agreements have been made, how we want to deal with each other, definitely there must be synergies. It's a must. Because if you now sign up to say, okay, this is how we will trade with the rest of the world, this is my country, then there must be synergies, really, to make it happen. And interestingly, I attended the African Trade Women Conference, and I presented a paper also, some relating to AFCFT anyway. And one of the things, I was at the table, I think during lunch, and there was a Kenyan woman on my table, and we got talking. And I was so happy with what she was saying, actually. So what she was saying was, she was asking about our political terrain. She said, and I said, oh, Kenya, you guys, you just did your elections and all that. For the first time, I was even following Kenya election. What's my business? But for the first time, I was watching it. I was in my hotel room in Kano, I think. I was watching, and then there was a case in the Supreme Court or so, the court case I was watching. I said, for the first time, I'm following Kenya's political news and all that. She said, Titi, you know what? The way it has been, see how Kenya has survived theirs and all that, that right now we're looking at Nigeria and we're really saying Nigeria too should get it right. Right now, everyone, she mentioned like 3 or 4 countries that we are rooting for Nigeria. She talked about another country, we're rooting and we're hoping that everybody will get it right so that it will be free and fair. I was like, wow. So there's this point where even Africa itself is beginning to be their brother's keeper to a good extent now. At least some countries now are saying, if there's work for us, we're also expecting a free and fair election. And they're watching. And we're watching also to make sure our guys in Burundi get this thing well. We're hoping this will work in this. I just felt happy. I just really felt happy with that conversation. And I said, well, that's good. It means that right now we're working, we're all hoping that everything works within within the African continent, and there are no issues. The truth is, if there's trouble within Africa too, it will all suffer the brunt, whether we like it or not. That's the truth. If some terrible coup can happen, and my dear, it can become really bad that the whole of Africa will pay for it, especially because maybe that particular country is like a pivot to the rest of us. So we also want peace to reign in Africa, and it's important for us to be our brother's keeper. Absolutely. Some culture that is known for Africa. My husband will say, God gave Africa everything except his leadership. God just didn't give Africa this leadership. I was like, are you saying God denied us of good leaders? It's because we refuse to be leaders that God has made us, as far as I'm concerned. He keeps saying he's a God factor, that we don't have leadership. But see, if you have good leaders in Africa, we will do a lot of things well. I'm telling you, the African Union will be very strengthened, and the presidents will work for each other's good. We can reach agreements, reach pacts that will help each other, sign solid agreements. Solid agreements that will push industrialization in the African continent. See, let me give you an example now. We manufacture cars, from Germany, from Japan, and all that. You won't be surprised that even Africa, we can manufacture cars here if you're serious. We can do that. And so we're talking about
manufacturing cars now.
So, and maybe one part of the cars will come from Nigeria because we have maybe a particular solid mineral that can be used for a part. And one will come from, solid minerals in particular. Oh my God, we have it in Africa a lot. In fact, a lot. And the West, they come to take all these things from us. And we were just watching it go away. Because we don't process any of those things. They come back to us. They come back to us in steel. They come back to us in diamonds. And it is from here. They take diamonds are in Africa for crying out loud. Gold is in Africa. Do you know how many minerals are in Africa? I can't. Solid minerals of all types. And I went to the Museum of Natural Science in Houston some years ago, and there was a particular floor. It was all about precious stones and ornaments. If you see how some of those things were glittering in the dark, I said, "Chai, these things were from Africa." And you see, well polished. They said this is what the queen used to wear. I said, "Heck, well, all these things are coming from here." Until we take charge of this thing, we need to take charge. That's it. You see how Africa will grow tremendously. Even for only our solid minerals alone, you'll be shocked at what we can do. Because it's high time. It's high time. The West has pummeled us for many, many years. They've taken away the best of what we had and returned it back to us at high cost. It's like our petroleum that we export. And then whatever we make from that petroleum is not even a tenth of what we use in importing it back as refined petroleum products. And we're even still paying subsidies to be able to afford them. It's crazy. It's crazy. Africa must get it right. And I believe that AFCFTA will set us on the path. How is going to do so? Well, we are watching, and some of us will be talking about it and moving. Really, I'm optimistic. I don't know how many years we'll get it right, but I believe we will. But all hands have to be on deck on this matter so that it works across countries, even in our private spaces. Let's see what we can do to make it work.
Thank you so much, Ma, for that answer. I do have a couple of more questions, but let me just. So apart from every other thing that you said, like getting involved through business and everything, is there like a plan, or will there be a plan whereby people who for youth to be involved, we have to start getting involved in the decision making of how
Oh yes, yes.
African trade will strive. I don't know, is there one of that sort? And then two, you did mention about we don't really have a blueprint of how it works and we're just trying to learn on the job, which is actually very true. But I do know we do have venerated persons like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is actually the world
Mm.
WTO now. So are we enlisting her expertise, also in this sector? So one, is there a platform whereby youths that are not business people can get involved in making these decisions and ensuring these policies and then ensuring the sustenance, as well as also are we enlisting experts like people who have actually done that?
Okay, so when we talk about youth, I think we need youth in policy making. The youths are a special breed anyway. And I think for AFCFTA, there's a provision for youth actually. I can't lay my hands on it right now. Maybe you can check that out. I think there's a provision for youth involvement. Perhaps a youth parliament of some sort is there. Because in the agreement as well, it's actually highlighted the part of capacity for youths and women as a core part is in that agreement, okay? And don't forget, like I said earlier, even though we don't have a blueprint, I'll say this is how, these are the guidelines, this is what we have agreed just yet, because the process is still ongoing. That's the reason why. Anyway, but at least the agreement in itself, if you pick up that document, you can have an idea of what the agreement looks like. I know agreements are broad based, so shall, but it's not left to you to look at how you're going to implement it at the different country levels. And they're a bit more generic. So conversations need to occur at the country level on this clauses. How do we want to operate this? For this clause, how do we want to operate? And that's the process, really. It's ongoing. I also realized that every country that will be part of the FCFTA, you must have your own national export strategy or national trade strategy. It's important you have how you want to also do your own trade, really, with the rest of the world. It's important. Or else you won't know what to even negotiate when you get to the table. Really. Which I feel is also a big gap, even for Nigeria currently. If you ask me, do you have a national export strategy? I can't really find one, honestly. I can't. Do we have an export clinical? Yes, we have zero oil plan. We are not really well put together in terms of strategies. They'll say this is our national policy on, if a country has had a national policy on trade, export, then when we are doing negotiations, we are mirroring the negotiations. We are in line with the policy that we already have set for ourselves as a country. Okay? And then if we have that, we can have youth parliaments in countries, the different countries, picking up those kind of documents and saying, okay, what aspect of this is the youth going to take? So we still have those gaps, and I see that as gaps, truly. Gaps. In fact, our trade policy document was revised last in 2011. What am I saying? 2002. It's a long time, like it's obsolete. That's where I'm heading to, obsolete. I think 2001 or 2002, last revision is crazy. So these are the things, imagine, if I say 2001, 2002, that's a long time ago. And normally your trade policy should be revised every 5 years, thereabout, as a standard. So we have issues with that. I'm not so sure that date. I think it's pretty long. Is it that 2011 or 2001? I need to go and claim that. But I realized that I remember I worked on that when I was at the PDF Policy Development Facility Project with the UK aid. I was very particular about that trade policy, and I noticed that it has been obsolete for so many years, and we have not revised it. Of course, in 2016 or 2017, the National Office of Trade Negotiations put out a call and people should submit reviews for a 21st century trade policy that is compliant with 21st century. And I remember I also led a group of people. We came with our own inputs. And yes, and we submitted some inputs to that document. But till today, we have not seen anything. So this is like 5 years after. This is 5 years after. So countries need to have their own trade strategies. As in, you have to have what's our trade policy, what's our strategy, strategic document, so that when we negotiate in places like AFCFTA and some other trade schemes and all that, even globally, we have a stand already that we've agreed this is how we want to trade with the rest of the world. That helps our negotiations. Then having Mrs. Okonjo, Professor Iweala in WTO, you see, I told you I belong to a trade group. They keep saying it that, yeah, before she got there, Nigeria was really in support. Our woman, I'm glad she made it. That was really good. But it's one thing to have a Nigerian as the DJ of that place. It's another thing for Nigeria to get its acts together. That's the truth. There are certain things that she has to take decisions on. If you're not ready for it, unfortunately, it's unfortunate. That's what it is. She is the DG for the whole world, not Nigeria. I can say she's the DG of the World Trade Organization, not Nigeria Trade Organization. So we shouldn't also rest on our eyes and say because Okunja is there, she will work for us. It doesn't work that way. And we've always said it. If you don't have a house in order, then we'll be at the receiving end all the time, even if the Nigerian is the one sitting there. Because each time she wants to do something, she looks home and we are not ready for it. There's something she can really do. So, but the opportunity there is that we have a Nigerian. She's the daughter of the soil. Yeah, we love her. I'm sure, if anything that we can get from that is that she can be of great help in helping us get our acts together. You know, even if it's advisory, if it's talk to our ministers or always engage with government and say, Mr. President, the opportunities for Nigeria, why are you not on this table? You know, she will have that, she can have that leeway because I'm sure she has a direct line of our president. But we have to get our acts together so that we can ultimately benefit from having one of us in a seat like that. But the truth is, if we don't have our acts together as a country, it's a tough one because you can't also hold a hand and tie a hand and say, you work like that. But we're glad we have a project where there. In fact, she has made Nigeria proud. That's the truth. Yeah. And we're hoping that Nigeria will take this advantage and take it very seriously to have its acts together when it comes to global trade and our stand in that. And being serious about our commitment, being serious about being a name in the global space when it comes to trade. We can do so much, I tell you. We have so much. I'm not even scratch the surface. And this we have to do to have our names printed when it comes to trade. And AFCFTA, they keep saying Nigeria is the big brother. Sure, we're always talking about big brother. Okay. I keep saying it. Keep saying Nigeria is the big brother. People are moving on. Be there. We hold position. At the end of the day, it's those that take action that ends up getting the rewards. It's not those that are talking. It's about those that are taking action. And that's what I want to leave us with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Your answers have actually clarified a whole lot of things for me.
Awesome.
It's so wonderful having you here, Ma. And I know all of us, as well as everybody joining us. I mean, some people were shouting that their battery is not letting them. But thank you so much. An honor to actually have this conversation with you and to really see that.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you really believe in Africa. You know, it's
right.
a lot of people have lost hope even in Nigeria and stuff like that. But to see you believe, you are actually not just believing, you're doing something about it, and you are a woman. I mean, we're very we're not so popular in that sort of decision making table. But thank you so much, Ma, for everything you're doing, and I do look forward to learning a whole lot more from you and from everything that you're doing. Mr. Emmanuel, I don't know if you have any other thing to say, and Victor.
Maybe I'll go first then, Emmanuel. We take the last comment. Ma, thank you so much. It's been an amazing section with you, and I really learned a lot about the African Continental Free Trade Area. I never had knowledge about it very much, not until this time, where you actually did a whole lot of elaborations on it. And just like I earlier stated, for mentorship sake, and I think you have actually sent your social media handles to us. So yes, I think the audience will also want to connect with you. And with Emmanuel's permission, I think Emmanuel, you can actually share on the chat box so that the audience can actually follow up. It was an amazing section, and I thank you a whole lot for it. Emmanuel, over to you.
Emmanuel, where down?
Maybe he has been logged off due to network. Blessing, you
I
can.
noticed. Okay, it's back.
Okay,
I'm here.
You've changed your location.
So I needed to change it because we're still in the third world country and we're hoping to advance to first world country.
Yes, so
yeah. Yeah, we're really hoping to advance. Thank you so much, Madam Titi.
Thank you so much.
This is exceptional. This is electrifying.
Thank you.
This is value packed. I don't have other adjectives, but I think maybe compares will help me with other adjectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Listening to you speak, I'm beginning to develop policy papers on my head. Economic reforms that can get to the desk of heads of government, and I'm excited because the boxes have been ticked for Indaba 4.0.
Right.
Part of what we wanted to achieve in Indaba 4.0 is to curate, the spin-offs of this conference, and then make it available to the media, make it available to policymakers. And I'm excited that there's a whole lot that has been dropped. And just to let you know, we have a curator team. They are here taking notes and all of that. So all of those will be aggregated, and we'll make it public. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask a question, but I mean, the time has gone. I was thinking, I was looking at the currency. Like, there was a time I was hearing single currency, having a single currency across Africa. I don't know what advantage that brings or what disadvantage. Well, I don't think there's time for that. Would you like to say something?
It has its advantage. I think it has its advantage. It's just like in the European Union, everybody spends the euro. And then that single currency has an advantage. And I see that playing out in the EU, actually. Because with that single currency as well, you can move around the European Union to any country. And it's that one currency you spend there. Right now in Nigeria, I mean in Africa, it's difficult for you to even do any, what they call that, conversion. It's a tough one. You can't go to Ghana, for example, and then put your card inside an ATM there and expect to get your naira out. Or there's still that old, there's just still a lot of issues with payment system. Of course, even if you're not going to do a single currency, the payment system needs to be unified one way or the other. So, but right now, there's also some effort in that regard. I'm not even thinking it's single currency that is the what's going on now is the PAX. So that one is about payment system, a unified payment system where it's easy for me to use my card in another African country and it just naturally converts to the actual value. Okay, and I can get my money or pay like that. I think that's already going on actually now. I'm not sure if it hasn't even been launched because it was really at the height of it earlier this year where there had been a lot of people working on that. But it's really about a unified payment system, a way where you can pay and then your is the exact value of how much you're paying, whichever currency that is getting to the person that's receiving, and even if you have to withdraw, is the same value. There'll be a conversion somewhere in there. Although it's not fully functional, but yes, there's the effort on that already going on. Yeah. So that's great.
Well, that's interesting. Good to know. This other conversation is going to be maybe after now. It's going to be private because while you were talking about agriculture, I think that was yesterday. A comment came in from a friend who said they needed cocoa powder for 5x 45th container.
Oh, cocoa powder 40 feet container.
45th container 5x. Maybe we'll have that conversation off here.
Okay.
I don't know, but is it something doable?
Why not? Bottom line is to find those that you can get. Now, when it comes to powder, powder, you're going to get a lot more in terms of the raw material. So it's like maybe for how many cocoa beans would this person need to make that how many tons? It may need to get 5 times that amount to make it into powder. So you're going to have to source a whole lot to get that powder, okay? It's just the same like shea butter as well. I think it's ratio 3:1. When you get the nuts and process, if you have 90 kg of nuts, when it gets to butter, it's only 30 kg you get in butter. That's what it is. I think for even chili, you get is ratio 1:5 or 5:1. So imagine how many chilies you have to get the dried one. To get 100 grams, you have to look for 500 grams. So it's really about the quantity that will help you get that. But yes, it's possible. The person has to find a way to aggregate from other farmers. Aggregation will be the real, where the issue lies, aggregation. And you need to find out, do we have the much quality or quantity as it were right now to get so much from the farmers? You need to find out. Some people also sometimes support the farmers actually to plant. So for some, they actually work with farmers. They support farmers actually to plant those things. They support the value chain. They help with inputs. so that those farmers are committed to them in terms of harvest and all that. They know they're working for them. Because sometimes you want to just source from the open fields, it may be difficult because everybody is supplying to one buyer or the other. So those are some of the challenges. But that person has work to do, definitely, in sourcing. He has to source.
Wow. That's interesting. That's interesting. Thank you so much, Dr. Titi. I mean,
Sir.
it's a good time to say thank you for joining. Thank you for accepting our invite. You know, it's not really an easy thing to have to extend an invitation to people as busy as you, and you accept such invitation.
Yes.
I mean, we're very excited. We're very excited. Thank you so much. So I'll leave it for the compass to. I don't know. I don't think there's any other comment to make. Any other comment? I don't think there's any other comment to make. So thank you, Dr. Titi.
Thank you.
Her handles have been shared. So if you are still on the call, we've shared Dr. Titi's handles. You can do well to follow her. I mean, if you mention Indaba, Dr. Titi is now a friend of Indaba. So when you mention Indaba, she'll be more receptive to maybe the questions you bring on board or the conversations you would like to have with her. The more, there are different fronts in attending Indaba. There are different fronts and strategies you can adopt. You can adopt the networking strategy. You can adopt, the building strategy. That's if you're someone who have ventures, that's a venture that you are building. I mean, networking is part of is a critical activity when you come for conferences like this, and let alone a conference that brings people of diverse culture, people from different nations, all over the continent and across the world, emerging economies. Thank you, Dr. Titi, for
Thank you.
this session. Yeah, and so we'll be putting you backstage. I don't know if you do have any parting words before we put you backstage. Any
Okay.
parting words to these young entrepreneurs, young development practitioners?
Well, I know it's tough right now, so let me just encourage you. It's tough to be in business, so I've visited a lot of people lately, and I'm like, wow, for everyone that's still in business and still pushing, they need, there's a lot of kudos, I must say. For those that would stay and say, you know what, I will continue to do what I do and hoping that things will get better. We are the ones that will continue to push until we really find, the kind of build the enabling environment. It's not government alone that will do. We have a role to play. And as long as we do it, and we do it with sincerity, and please let's know that we are part of the process of change. Change starts with me and you. It's not the president's headache, it's our headache. Everybody bears a part of that headache if we do the right thing. I wish you grace. I wish you what they call it. Grace is a big thing, actually. Favors. Some of you are struggling, but somehow ease will come to you. I believe so. And in all of that, also be strategic. Don't be fighting like someone beating the hell. You must be focused. You must be strategic. Do that. Build strategic partnerships. Be strategic about what you want to do. Count your costs. Pick your battle. You need to be strategic. Don't be like someone that is fighting against and just beating the air aimlessly. Please, because young people can be everywhere too. They can just be everywhere and nowhere. Be strategic, please. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, Dr. Titi will be going backstage, and we'll be gradually drawing to the end of this conference. Meet your amazing compares. These are, I mean, I don't have. I think they should just say something. Say something. Let me just go backstage. The great Indaba has come to an end, but I'm going to go backstage. They should make one or two comments before I come to. I appreciate the volunteers. What you've seen here is a whole lot of work a whole lot of work has gone into what you've seen here, and it is not just a work of one person. It is not the work of the convener. It is not the work of just the programs manager. So many persons have, we had a lot of partners, and we're going to be recognizing them. But before then, let me just have. I don't think they have anything to say. Do we have anything to say, Compass?
I just wanted to say this. I know the last speaker, Dr. T, actually sent something, the Idea Factory, that is holding next Friday. I don't know if I can still put it up in the chat box so that those interested can register. Emmanuel, I can put it in the chat box.
Yes, please. Yes, please. You can. You can.
Okay. Okay. Since I am on the call already, maybe I will just talk and I'll allow Blessing to to summarize. And it's been an amazing session, an amazing engagement. Most importantly, the youths have been impacted. I think that is the goal of Indaba 4.0. And it's been a wonderful section from the first speaker to the last, and even to Emmanuel's presentation. I got to know more about the progress Indaba has made from 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and now we have 4.0. And 5.0 will be so amazing and much more bigger and better than this.
A friend said, not to cut you short, a friend said
Yeah.
5.0 is going to be hosted in the moon.
Possibly Elon Musk will be our co-host.
Yes, and Richard Branson.
Yeah. But it's been amazing, and I know a whole lot of participants have been so engaging. If you permit me to call names, a whole lot of them have been engaging. I think Jennifer, a shout out to you, Prince. Abdul's, Daniel, thank you for your questions. Thank you, Daniel, for your questions. Aduke, you've been amazing too. Thanks for your question. Charity, Joseph, endless list. If I don't call your name, please, it's not intentional. The chat is just long. I just want to say thank you for making it engaging for our speakers. Those comments coming from you really show that you are following up, and I was really enjoying it. At some point, or Arome, you were complaining that your battery was done. I hope you are still in the call. This Independence Day, we're supposed to have. There's supposed to be, yeah. But I'm wondering why I don't like today. Okay, Blessing, I think I will just push it to you now to have your take. Then Emmanuel will do the conclusion.
All right, thank you so much, Victor. It's been wonderful hosting this with you. And yeah, it's been very, very educational. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I did learn a lot. I mean, I was literally writing. But yes, I think that's the whole idea of the whole point. The point is to come here, gain from people who have been doing it, people who are in the field, and then go back to implement. Of course, ruminate, of course. And thank you so much to a wonderful audience. Yes, I can still see you and you are still here. Thank you so much. That's so wonderful. Thank you so much. You've been very, 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 very active. Thank you super much to Indaba as a whole. And thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for this wonderful opportunity. I do look forward to a lot more. Thank you. And that's it.
Wow, interesting. Thank you so much, Blessing. Thank you, Victor. I mean, I lack words. Sometimes when I get so overwhelmed, part of how I know I'm overwhelmed is that I lack words to express myself. Thank you, Blessing, and it's been amazing getting to do this with the both of you, and I'm much delighted that the anticipated Indaba, the Indaba that has given everyone sleepless nights, is here, and it's not just here for here's sake, but it has impacted. I mean, from the comment section, how buzzing everywhere is in the comment section, you could just tell that, man, Indaba has had impact. But beyond today's impact, I'm more of a futuristic kind of person. Beyond today's impact is the ripple effect this would have, right, on young people who are here, and young people who would get to meet, young people who will get to, oh yes, so let me put this up. This was, yeah. So yeah, Dr. Joe, when she mentioned the payment system, that's the payment system she was talking about that you can use that enables payment transactions across Africa. The PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Yeah. So thank you so much, guys. And for those that have joined till this point, we said we have a bonanza, but I think I will leave that for Blessing to give you the instruction what to do. If the recordings will be hosted on all our platforms, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, they will be on our platforms. You can go back to watch the recording. You can share with your friends, share with your communities, right? Share with anybody you feel is a young person that should be here but wasn't here. We understand that our Lagos brethren, they are currently on a 1 trillion march for a presidential candidate in Nigeria, and we have some of our Zimbabwean brothers here, we have Ghanaians here, some people from the UK. And so if you have any Lagosian who is supposed to be here, you share the link with them to join. And so just to reiterate, just in case you joined us halfway, Indaba as an organization, what we are passionate about is to build the human capital index of young people in emerging economies, right? And our idea, our definition of human capital index is simple. How valuable are you to yourself and then to the society? That's our simple definition of human capital index. How valuable are you to yourself and then to the society? And then we are passionate about this because we believe that no nation rises above the human capital index of our people. All right, but we are focused on the human capital index of just young people. Now that's because 70% of Africa, right, 70% of even Nigerians are young, right? 70% of Nigerians are young, and it's the same for Africa. 7% of Africans are young people. So it means that young people are dominating the population of Africa. And there's a projection that by 2050, over 42% of young people all over the world will be living in Africa. So it means that there's no reasonable development that would happen in Africa if we don't involve young people. But these young people, they need to be first valuable to themselves and then to the society. How do they get valuable first to themselves and then to the society? We have a tripod strategy in addressing the human capital index. Singapore, for example, ranks highest, right? But in Nigeria, we have a very pitiable human capital index, struggling between 0.34 to 0.36. So just in case you don't know how it's been measured, human capital index is when in an ideal state, a nation has one as it's ranked one as its as a human capital index. So it's rated from negative to 1. But there is no nation has 1 as its human capital index because that's more or less like an ideal state, right? And so for Nigeria, we are very much down the ladder. For Africans, we are very much down the ladder. And our approach is giving them access to opportunities through our BPO model. And because you've joined us to this very point, you have been integrated into the community. You're part of our news, our email list. So we'll be getting in touch with you and giving you updates as we advance on the BPO model. And then secondly is to enable you build sustainable ventures, right? Sustainable ventures that can stand the test of time. So you don't get to start something and in the next 2-3 years it folds up. And then lastly is curating economic reforms. The last speaker and the first speaker, we could pick out some policy plans. We could pick out some policy strategies, that can be implementable in your nation, right? So it's just for you to localize it and make it, adjust it and make it, relevant for your nation, whichever nation you are joining from. One common thing about emerging economies is that we share a lot of things in common, right? We share a lot of things in common. And so when we get policies and economic reforms, you just maybe need to maybe it's about the population size and that's all, right? Maybe it's about the demography and that's all. So you can't compare when it has to do with the Western economies, developed economies. There's a whole lot to tweak when it has to do with policies and economic reform. Sometimes it might be totally irrelevant for you to adopt who can sinker a policy that works in the Europe, for example, and then try to adapt it in Africa system. So thank you for joining. I'd like to appreciate the volunteers. I wish I can mention all the names. The volunteers of Indaba have been What's the word now? I don't know the word. Somebody said phenomenal. Has been phenomenal. That, like, I can't express it, but thank you so much to all the volunteers. These guys are and they are the first partakers of the Indaba BPO model. They've shown excellence, they've shown professionalism, they've shown commitment. Not just passionate. There's a difference between being passionate about something and taking action. So you are passionate, you talk about it, but there are no actions, there are no activities to drive solutions towards that problem. They've shown that they are not just passionate, but they are action oriented. Taking action in their little spaces. We have the design team led by Efe. Shout out to Efe. If you are there, you could drop a comment. Efe was the head of design team. These guys, and just in case you are a US or UK based companies listening to us, because we know that our Indaba, like I mentioned earlier in my introductory speech, we have three key stakeholders in Indaba. We have the young people who are very skilled. We have technical and financial partners, and then we have UK and US based companies. And just in case you are UK, US based companies, you can imagine the pool of talents that we have in the Indaba community. When I mean talent, they are refined talents that are the top of the pyramid. So I rank them as top 1%, ranging from the market research to design to UI UX, web development, content research. You talk about technical assistants. We have young people who are professionals that are ready to help large, medium, and small-sized UK and US-based businesses to cut their operational costs. And we've proven this model with a few companies, and we want to get started with you. We have a demo model we can use to get started with you to just prove that this community delivers what it says it delivers. The design team is head by Efe. Efe and his team has been very instrumental to the success of Indaba. Shout out to Efe. Thank you so much, Efe, for all that you do for Indaba. And this is in extension to all of those in the design team. He's the lead. We have the content team. The content team, they have three leads. We have Chama Comfort. Chama Comfort, if you are here, make some noise in the chat. Chama Comfort is the lead strategist, content lead strategist 1. We have content lead strategist 2. Ufarona Triumph. No, Ufarona Triumph is the social media manager. I don't want to mix their names now. The content lead strategist 3 is Uzoma Ezeksin. That's the content lead strategist 3. Content lead strategist 2 is Queen of Closing. Queen of Closing is our nickname. Thank you so much for all that you do and for every volunteer that is part of the content team. We are very proud of you. You guys are exceptional. You guys are phenomenal. You guys are part of the top 1% talents that Indaba claims to have. We have in the voiceover team, we have Linda. Linda is the lead voiceover. You see the voicing of the videos that came up at the earlier part of this conference. There were people behind it. Thank you, Linda, for leading that team successfully to deliver. The good thing about this team lead is that they weren't just bearing the name team lead, but they were also delivering on the mandate. Thank you so much, the voicing team. Thank you to the lead curator. The lead curator, Abayomi Joshua, the lead curator, he was the one in charge of getting all of the interludes we had, and they were very, very instrumental to this year's Indaba 4.0 conference. Thank you, Abayomi Joshua. If you are there, make some noise. So I hope I'm not forgetting any other team. Whichever team, the head of volunteers, Jennifer. Thank you so much to the head of volunteers, Jennifer Elojo. Thank you so much. I think I don't know if I wanted to bring Jennifer, Lojo, and Patrick to say hi. I don't know if they've joined. Right. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Jennifer is the head of volunteers. She's the one managing the volunteers, ensuring that we have maximum outputs. Yeah, I think that's Jennifer. Jennifer, I could say hi to
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for the privilege. Thanks for the honor to serve. It was an amazing journey, and it's going to be a very great one. Moving on to all the volunteers, thanks for being there. Thanks for your input. Thank you so much. I'm still at the office though.
All right. Thank you so much, Jennifer, thank you so much for showing up. I wish I can bring all of them up, but then we have exhausted. I mean, the time is no longer on our side. But she's the head of volunteers, and so on the strength of her position, she's here. But I just wish I can bring them up. Jennifer has been so supportive. One thing about her is the fact that she's very optimistic, even when it looks like the gates of hell is open. She's optimistic that the gates of hell can still be shut down and things will move up. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for managing the volunteers. We have the assistants. Our assistant programs is from Zimbabwe. Kudakwashe Foya. Kudakwashe should even join. I don't know. Kudakwashe, if they're there, just make some noise in the group. Make some noise in the group. Kudakwashe Foya is assistant programs manager. She works hand in hand with the programs manager, who is Mr. Patrick Chuku. Mr. Patrick Chuku, if you're there, make some noise. Mr. Patrick Chuku, these guys were so supportive. They handled some of the live sessions that we had, because prior to Indaba 4.0, we're having live sessions as a build up to Indaba 4.0. Every Friday, we come live on Facebook, come live on LinkedIn to address some very pertinent issues that relates with young people, and helping them build back better. The last session was on helping them access global opportunities, leveraging LinkedIn and personal development. And we're going to be having the second version 2.0, sometime, I think next week or thereabouts. Thank you so much, Patrick Chuku, for all that you do for Indaba. I don't know if he's backstage, but if he's not, yeah. So I hope I'm not missing out anything. I'm so sorry if I'm missing. Oh, Patrick is here. Mr. Patrick Chuku, say hi to our audience.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Hawe. Thank you so much for all that you do, the effort you put into bridging this, and for bringing us together as a team, for your consistent effort per time, keeping up with the speakers, also maintaining the team as well. On behalf of the entire team of volunteers, as the program manager, I want to say thank you so much. It's been an awesome ride too. It's been an amazing time also learning at the backstage, like just feeding on the amazing things our speakers had to offer.
You are leaving.
And I also want to say a big thank you to the Compass, our hosts. You guys are doing phenomenal. Thank you guys so much. All right, thank you so much. The both of you, thank you so much, Mr. Mado. I say thank you to every listener currently. We appreciate your time. We appreciate everything that you do to be a part of this. We know that you gain value. And like Mr. Mado also said, today, I love when at a point during this session, they talked about voting wisely. That was so mind-blowing. It was unexpected yet powerful. That was a message that is needed to add like an icing to the cake we already got today. Thank you so much. That was a phenomenal thing. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. All right, thank you so much again. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Great. I mean, right. You're not as excited as I am. I'm very much excited. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Patrick Chuku. This is the young man behind our programs. He's the programs manager. He's been vetted, and just in case maybe you have some very strenuous projects to manage as an organization, as an individual, he charges in dollars anyway. But maybe if you say you saw him through Indaba, he might charge you in Naira. You want to reach out to Patrick. Thank you so much, Patrick, for all that you do. Kudakwashe, I wish Kudakwashe, could you just share the link with Kuda if she's around? She could just join. Patrick, if you can hear me, could you just share the link with Kudakwashe? Kudakwashe is the assistant program manager. She's joining from Zimbabwe. You could just share the link with her if she's available. She could just join and we feature her. Thank you, Kudakwashe, and thank you so much. Thank you, Ugonna. Ugonna is not a team lead, but Ugonna, I mean, he exhibited a lot of leadership traits, leadership capability. He wasn't leading any team, but he was always taking up initiatives, ensuring that things get done. Thank you, the community manager, Bolu. Thank you so much. Thank you to Ibego Lydia. That girl has so much energy. Ibego Lydia was part of those that were calling participants. If you are here, you will testify that you received a call, from the volunteers. We had over 300 registrants, in accumulation, and these guys called all of them. I was receiving calls. Some people called me. They said they are Indaba. I said yes, they are part of the team. Thank you so much, Ibego Lydia. Ibego Lydia is part of the what's Ibego Lydia's position now? Yes, she's the assistant community manager. She's the assistant community manager. So she was assisting Jennifer. She was assisting Jennifer. Thank you to the social media managers led by Uchenna. Uchenna was the social media manager one. Thank you so much for all that you do, even in your busy schedule. I hope we get, he promised to promote these sessions, the sessions that will be recorded on our platforms. Like these sessions, after we are done from now, he's going to promote it to other people who are able to join, via inorganic ads. Thank you so much, Uchenna. And thank you so much, Ufarona Triumph. Ufarona Triumph, if you are here, you could just make some noise in the group chat. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you so much, Ufarona Triumph. She was she's the social media manager, assistant, social media manager, assistant. Thank you so much, Ufarona Triumph, for all that you do. Thank you to Prince. Prince, I don't know his surname, but Prince was not a team lead, but Prince is an idea person, bringing up ideas. We could do this, we could do that. How about we get this way? How about we get this that way? Thank you so much, Prince. And it will amaze you. I'm not reading from any book. I'm just looking at the screen, but like I've worked so well with these guys that it's just registered in my head, right? I'm not reading from anywhere, but I'm creating a mental picture because I know what we've passed through, sleepless nights and all of that, trying to get things done. And it wouldn't be, the compares have left only me here. Oh man, compares, this is not fair. Anyway, thank you so much. The Ufarona Triumph for all that you do. Who else am I missing? Okay, Ufarona Triumph, Prince. Thank you, Ibitomi Otunola. Ibitomi. Funny enough, Ibitomi and Prince, they came to. So we streamed from our partners. One of our partners' location. Do Take Action, and Ibitomi and Prince. They moved down to the location and they are here with me. I left the actual place where we were because of network. I would have just asked them to join me in the camera here to say hi. But if they can hear me, wherever they are, they know where to locate me. You could just come around to say hi via my screen. Yeah, so who else am I missing out? Thank you. The Crypto Lord. Thank you, the Crypto Lord. His name is Ezekoso or something. I can't remember his actual name. He was part of the landing page, guys. Thank you for helping us when we had a lot of technical issues. You stood by. Thank you so much. I just hope I'm not missing any name. I'm not missing any name. I'm not missing any name. All right. Thank you to our partners. If I'm missing any name, it will come as a flash. Thank you to our partners. Do take action. You want to go to www.dotakeaction.org to see what they do. They're part of our major partners. To the U.S. Embassy, thank you so much. The U.S. Embassy, they actually kickstarted this. Indaba came as a step-down training for young people, young people after a program that was sponsored by the U.S. Embassy. I mean, if the U.S. Embassy had not sponsored me in that leadership program, and if Impact Toolbox had not selected me for that leadership program, maybe we wouldn't have had Indaba, or maybe Indaba would have come from somebody else. Because the truth is, idea does not just fizzle out. Ideas float like energy. It flows like sun rays. People get to attract ideas, and the fastest finger, the fastest foot implement it. That's why you think of an idea, and after a while you see somebody doing same thing, and the person just started it. That's because you don't have monopoly of ideas. Ideas are out there. People are picking frequencies on ideas. Maybe Indaba would have come from somewhere else, but with the sponsorship of US Embassy in 2019 to be part of Impact Toolbox leadership training, it was mandated that we step down the training to young people. And after the stepping down of that training, I decided to say, you know what, from the testimonials in 2019, I think we can do this in 2020. But I wasn't too sure if I could take on that task doing it every year. But in 2020, when the pandemic hit, I knew that there was a need for for myself and some people to come together to, help create direction, because people were clueless. It was unprecedented. Nobody had ever seen such a thing. The world came to a standstill, and we had Indaba 2.0 in 2020 to help young people, stay afloat during the pandemic. Yeah, so thank you so much to the US Embassy. Thank you to Yoma. If you are joining, say hi. These guys were supportive. Thank you to right. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. So at this point, I would like to just call it a day. I hope I'm not missing out. I hope I'm not missing out. No, I'm not missing. And just in case I'm missing out on your name, please, here is me saying, Raymond is thanking me. Raymond is thanking me. Thank you, Raymond, to Machuku. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so I hope I'm not missing out on anyone. But thank you so much. And you do well to catch up on the recorded version. Is going to be on all platforms. We're going to keep you engaged in our email list, so you get to have an understanding of where we are headed as an organization, and be able to tap into the opportunities that will be making available for young people in the Indaba community. Do well to follow us if you've not been following us, because that is the only way you can get notified when we make postings that are relevant to you. Do well to join our community group. Search Indaba Global on Facebook. Indaba Global on Facebook is our community. Join us. We also have a Telegram channel. It's in our email communication with you. You can search Indaba Global in your email, just in case you have not been seeing our email. Possibly it's been jumping into your promotions or your spam. Just search Indaba Global. Kindly move it to your primary inbox. So subsequently Google will recognize our email and have it in your mail, in your primary inbox. Thank you so much. Very excited. Please share this link. I don't have any more thing to say, so I'm going to be going backstage. Likewise, the compares and we're just going to play interludes to keep you busy until you exit the call. I like to officially bring to an end Indaba 4.0. It's been a very awesome moment hosting Indaba 4.0 that is designed to help young people build their human capital index, essentially young people in emerging economies. Thank you so much for joining. This is the end of Indaba 4.0. We look forward to having Indaba 5.0. If Christ tarries, we'll be having Indaba every year, and it's going to be from one stepping stone to another stepping stone. Last year, we weren't having any discussion around business model. We weren't having any discussion around the BPO model that is designed to give young people access to opportunities. But this year, we've conceived that idea, and we are working on it for sustainability's sake, so young people can earn. The BPO model is to help you earn off from your skill, earn off from your products, penetrating emerging markets with your skill and your products. Thank you so much. I keep saying thank you, because I'm just trying to ensure that I'm not leaving anyone behind, right? So I'm going to be just going backstage, just play a few interludes, and then I don't know if you can hear my music. Yeah, I'm gonna be going backstage soon. Thank you so much, guys. If you can, I wish I can see your screen. I mean, we could just have people dance on the screen, but I need to leave now. I need to go backstage and then possibly just have some of our interludes play. Yeah, thank you. I think that's all. That's it.
Indaba is here again. As nations of the world join efforts to strengthen the global value chain, deepen global trade, and assuage the humanitarian crisis induced by the COVID pandemic, these concerted efforts seem to have suffered defeat by the rise in global inflation rate, pockets of inter-country conflicts, and decline in humanitarian funding. Globalization has enabled a spark in Yemen to raise flames in Windhoek, and a policy against tea production in Sri Lanka to influence the cost of beverages in Istanbul. What is the role of technology? How can multilateral organizations mediate? What should nations of government prioritize at this time? All of these necessitated Indaba 4.0. Indaba 4.0 seeks to help nations of the world build back better, help startups navigate the economic restraints across nations, and empower development practitioners to reach the most vulnerable in a world of finite resources. In the fourth year, Indaba 4.0 presents Building Back Better, featuring Jude Feromi Kolawole, Innovation Policy Expert and Practice Lead at Co-Creation Hub, Titi Ojo, Value Chain Coordinator and Standard Expert at GIZ, Ugochi Obidiegu, International Development Expert and Founder, Safety Chic, Anish Chaudhry, Aeronautic Engineer and Founder, Ecomjet, Convener, Emmanuel Ohanwe, the Head of Marketing at Elsa Solutions, London. Register for free at www.indabaglobal.org. For inquiries, call +234 915 467 3779 or plus.
The struggle to accelerate more and better investments in people for greater economic growth is a necessity. Through active participation, young people are empowered to play a vital role in their own development as well as that of the nation. That is why we bring to you Indaba 4.0. At Indaba, our goal is to empower young people to build sustainable ventures, gain access to opportunities, and create economic reforms for their heads of government. Come, let's build back better on the 1st of October 2022. Let's navigate larger economies in ways never possible before.
Emerging countries power global economic growth. They come in many shapes and sizes, and their economies vary too. Some countries have managed to achieve strong and consistent growth over a long period. These are the outperformers. The McKinsey Global Institute examined 71 emerging economies and found that only 18 of them managed to outperform. 7 of them did so over a period of 50 years, achieving average annual GDP growth of at least 3.5%. 11 are more recent outperformers, averaging 5% annual GDP growth over the past 20 years. These 18 countries alone lifted about 1 billion people out of extreme poverty in the past 20 years and nurtured an emerging middle class. 2 factors explain their success. First, a pro-growth agenda of productivity, income and demand. They raised productivity by accumulating capital and technology. That led to more jobs and higher wages for workers, which lifted more people into the middle class. They both consumed more and saved more. Companies earned more. Governments collected more tax. This virtuous cycle also helped these countries export more, plugging into the global economy. The second factor explaining their success: large firms that benefited from the competitive domestic market. In the 18 outperforming economies, there are twice as many large firms as in other emerging economies for the size of the economy. It's hard to stay at the top. Less than half of the companies that make it to the top 20% stay there for a decade. But those that do innovate more boldly, make investment decisions faster, and pay higher returns to shareholders than firms in advanced economies. These countries did not get everything right, and they will need to continue improving to maintain their growth momentum, because other countries could join the outperformers in the future. We estimate that if all emerging economies could achieve the productivity growth rate of our 18 outperformers, global GDP would get a 10% boost. That is $11 trillion, equal to another China. Already we see a new set of countries that are growing fast and that have put in place the economic fundamentals to maintain that growth. That's good news for their residents, and it's good news for the global economy too.
In the 1890s and even in the very early 1900s, when Ford went off determined to manufacture automobiles, it was a very risky thing. No one really quite knew if this could be done. Well, there was a certain need for transportation innovation. Ford, like a lot of mechanics, engineering types, became very fascinated with the internal combustion engine. Tries to build this thing in his garage behind his house. It was very, very crude. It had one cylinder. It generated 2 or 3 horsepower. This was the first prototype of the horseless carriage that Henry Ford built. His early companies, the ones that failed, his investors wanted to build a car for rich people. Ford, from the beginning, wanted to build a sturdy, inexpensive car for the mass of Americans.
I have set out to build the best motor car for popular use. The first car affordable for the common man.
Henry Ford was about the democratization of transportation. You no longer had to be a Commodore to be able to go from one place to another.
Ford stood in marked contrast, I think, to a lot of the big business manufacturing figures of the period. He believed that working people should be treated in a humane way. They should get paid a decent wage. They should have a healthy environment in which to work.
It was Ford who instituted the $5 a day, who doubled the wage of his workers, that his workers were going to become his customers.
Model T takes the American market by storm from the very beginning, and it's a tremendous success.
What Ford did was create a vehicle we could all afford.
Henry Ford created what became
the dominant, most important industry in the American economy. Henry Ford was the most important business and entrepreneurial figure in the modern world, period.
Hey friends, this week's random music. So I wanted to have a conversation this week about leadership. And why leadership? Well, because it's one of those things, everybody talks about it, and every second person you meet is some sort of expert or at the very least has an opinion about leadership, right? I mean, leadership is just one of those things, it's like noses. Everybody has an opinion about it. So here's my take on this whole leadership conversation. It's this. 99% of the people that want to be the leader and envy the benefits of leadership don't have the mettle of what it takes to lead. That's why leadership is so difficult and so complex. Because when things are easy and times are certain and the direction is clear, it's easy to lead. In fact, you don't even need to lead. Things just kind of take care of themselves. But leaders are leaders and can only emerge as leaders when it's times of strife and difficulty and complexity, right? Maybe think about it this way. Why does the pilot get paid what he gets paid? My view is the pilot doesn't get paid to fly the plane. The pilot doesn't get paid to take off and to land. You know, they've got autopilot now, so the plane can do that itself. But why do you still need a pilot there? And why do pilots still talk about how many hours have you got on the job? Why is that still important? Because as passengers, we take comfort in knowing that if something goes wrong with this plane, if an engine blows up, or an engine seizes, or we hit a rough patch of turbulence, the person behind the wheel is going to know what to do. So if you think about that pilot, he's actually getting paid to manage difficulty and complexity. He's not getting paid to take off and land. Anyone can take off and land. It's like anyone can start a business and register and open a bank account and create a website, right? If you're a manager today in a large corporate, anyone can get a team and start giving out and dishing out instructions. But what really makes you a leader is how you step up when it's the time to step up. It's how your energy, your disposition, your approach changes and consistent with the time. Because the other thing leaders do is they act for their moment, right? In times of peace, the general who's the leader in the army acts for the time of peace. And so what he does is he maintains discipline, he ensures that his troops are well trained, he ensures that they've got the armor and that they continue to train and are battle ready all the time. But in times of war, the general gets paid what the general gets paid because somebody has to make the call. Someone has to choose tactics and strategy, somebody has to say which target gets hit first. And somebody has to be willing to make the difficult decisions. That's why the general is the general. But if you think about it, almost all people that join the army want the rank of general. I'm not sure how many of them want the responsibility. Everybody wants the rank because he's the general. He gets the respect, he walks in, he's dripping swagoo. You know, his uniform is lined with colors. He's the Makulubas. But when the pawpaw hits the fan, that's when his job starts. And that's the thing about leadership. Leadership starts when it's a time to lead. And until you've had a moment to lead, you can't call yourself a leader, right? And that's why leadership is not positional. You can have the job and still not be the leader. You can have the position and still not be the leader, because leadership is about how we behave and our energy that we bring in and our intensity and our disposition when it's a moment to lead. And it's about knowing this is a moment to lead. It's not a moment to sit back and to wallow and to wait, right? I don't know about you, but for me, that's been very it's been cathartic almost. The thinking about, why do I face difficulty, strife, and complexity? As an individual, as a father, as a husband, as a son, and as a businessman. Why do I go through difficulty and challenges? And then I realize often it's because those difficulties and challenges are to build me up so that I'm ready for where I'm going. Which is the second thing I wanted to tell you about leadership, by the way, which is this. You could try as much as you want, but you can't be educated into leadership. Leadership is not about qualifications. It's not about education. Leadership is not even about tenure. You could work 20 years, do the same job, and still not know how to lead. Leadership is about growing into and being groomed into the place. So you grow into the place. But how you grow into the place is you have to go through stresses. If you think about the concept of stress, it's like taking a piece of elastic and pulling it. When you pull the piece of elastic, what you do is you stretch it beyond its natural sense of comfort. You stress it, right? Same too with how you build anything, is you have to pull it and stress it beyond its natural place of comfort. That's how it builds leaders, is you have to be stressed and pulled beyond your natural place of comfort so that you can prove that I can operate at level 1, then level 2, then level 3, then level 4, then level 5. I can operate at all these levels and lead because I've been through the challenges of operating at those levels and I've had the opportunity to lead. Make sense? I don't know about you, but for me, that kind of thinking just like, it dawned on me and it hit me and it was like a big thing. I was like, wow, whoa, whoa. You only become a leader when it's the moment to lead. Until then, you're a manager, you're many things, but you're not a leader. You're just the guy in charge. And that's easy. You get the office, you got the key, you can come in. But you're only a leader when it's the moment to lead. When around you there is doubt, when around you there is fear, and you bring in a sense of clarity and certainty. You go, that's where we're going, that's how we're going to get there, that's when we're going to get there, and that's how we're going to do it. That's what leadership is. So tell me what you think. What do you think about this week's musing, this conversation about leadership? And in your mind, what makes great leaders? And secondly, who do you think are the best leaders alive, not only in the world, but also in South Africa today? Be very keen to get your thoughts, friends. Cheers, Bazalwane.
The struggle to accelerate more and better investments in people for greater economic growth is a necessity. Through active participation, young people are empowered to play a vital role in their own development as well as that of the nation. That is why we bring to you Indaba 4.0. At Indaba, our goal is to empower young people to build sustainable ventures, gain access to opportunities, and create economic reforms for their heads of government. Come, let's build back better on the 1st of October 2022. Let's navigate larger economies in ways never possible before.
Unemployment in Nigeria ranks amongst the highest in the world. This is according to Statista.com.
At 33.3% unemployment rate, it means about 23.3 million to about 70 million people.
Who should be working in Nigeria out of work? Foreign exchange has been more volatile, with Naira losing stability to the American dollar speedily today.
In the last 6 years, which captures this current administration, the rate of inflation has risen unimaginably high in Nigeria.
Food security is feeble. Insecurity has taken deadlier dimensions.
Poverty is preeminent, as the country infamously ranks as the worst poverty capital today.
As kids, what kind of country are we going to inherit? A country with kidnapping, power failure, lack of jobs for graduates, and abandoned projects. I wish I could do something about it. I can't vote, but you can. Your vote will not only affect your generation, but ours too.
This coming general election provides yet another opportunity for Nigerians to vote in a credible leader who can truly set Nigeria on the path of progress once again. Yes, the solution to our problems lie within us. Together with our votes, we can make this country work again.
I changed my entire healthy eating habit, so I've I started doing more exercise. It was quite positive in that way, actually.
The positive outcomes: plenty of time for reflection, plenty of time for introspection, which is always not so good, plenty of time to value those things which are very important and those things which are trivial.
It has brought some people, I think, closer together because everybody's in it together, as it were. So we've all been going through the same thing. So we've all of us got an awful lot of shared experience in many ways.
Spending time with my daughter, spending time with my wife, spending a lot of quality time that obviously I'd be else at work.
It's been nice to be back with my family and stuff, spending time with my brothers and my mum. It's been really cool.
I do cook a lot and of course Netflix or just find little things.
I've done lots of cycling, so I've made the most of the exercise allowance. Tried to be more active actually in some ways, strangely.
Tried to get a bit more fit and into shape.
Well, I think I've been working out more because I'd always say, because I've been focusing on my schoolwork and things like that, like my A-levels, I don't have time to exercise and have time, but now I'm no, I do have the time. So I've definitely been working out more, and not just for physical health, but mental as well.
Definitely just taking care of my mental health, my skin, not worrying about so much what I'm wearing every day and what others think, really.
Less traffic, less air traffic too. I think the environment feels much cleaner.
I'm working from home, but it's quite relaxed. It's a lot more relaxed environment. So I'd be on Zoom calls and I'd be wearing a shirt, but probably wearing my boxers,